Here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you're gonna be floating off into the deep dark void, never to be seen again. Well, Space Fam, it's beautiful to see you here on this Sunday evening. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, but first, some shout-outs. Amanda, Trevor, Moe Noep123 in the YouTube chat, Shakespeare, close fourth. Hermetologist also here. Mr. Spock, HBX, Joe4771, Echios, Chet Mend, Glitchmaster, Morbius, Donald James X. And Young Chris over on the vertical stream, Green New Deal, Rogue Gerb, the Twitch. Well, we have a whole lot to talk about here tonight. Unfortunately, as some of you may know, those of you in the Discord, the internet was not working for some time, which is why we're starting so late tonight. But that also means we're going to have to cut down on Sunday Fun Day action and focus almost entirely on Iran. I'm going to give us a few. I'm going to do a few of these Sunday Fun Day stuff. I've already cut out a lot of them from the list. A lot of fun hit the cutting room floor, I'm afraid. Anyway, everybody, let's start in that familiar place, the United States. And seeing as it's Sunday Fun Day, we should start the day off with a little bit of sport. Well, maybe not sport. You know how sometimes you get done playing sports? Like, say you're playing a round of golf, for instance. No reason I bring that up. And you're like, you know what? I'd like, let's have a nice, let's have a drink. Let's go to, let's hit the 19th, if you will. Well, it's not recommended that you go driving after that. You're going to want to check your chart before you think about getting behind the wheel. One man by the name of Tiger something Woods, I don't know his middle name actually, now that I think about it. Tiger was arrested on DUI charges earlier this week. Horrifying
Tiger Woods
news.
Changed the game of golf. He's an international icon. People love him. I love him. We love to watch him play, but he's out of control.
There we go.
Michelle Tafoya is a former golf analyst and running for Senate in Minnesota. Michelle, you've covered Tiger Woods for years. What's going on here?
Well, Jesse, there are reasons and there are excuses. We can look at the reasons, but there really are no excuses. What the fuck is going on? The reasons are probably what you said. Is going on? Taking these painkillers, 7 back surgeries. I've covered enough pro athletes to know that backs are they can be incredibly painful and debilitating. So we have no idea, because he didn't take that urine test, what was in his system. So those may be the reasons, and they may be very valid reasons, but the excuse is not there. He should not have been behind that wheel. And as you said, it's just pure luck that no one was.
Why is he in the bushes over here? Did he slice it? Did he slice it? Is that why he's in the bushes looking for his ball? Well, Tiger arrested for DUI, flipping his, I think, Range Rover. Can't quite tell what kind of car that is. Then spotted in the bushes for some reason. Not sure why he was over there. Shockingly, seeming to be perfectly fine after that crash. Now, the president actually had some things to say about this incident. He does love golf.
I feel so badly. He's got some difficulty. There was an accident, and that's all I know. Very close friend of mine. He's an amazing person, amazing man, but some difficulty. We don't. I don't want to talk about it.
He had some difficulty. I don't want to talk about it. Difficulty. He said, yeah. Yeah, he did have some difficulty operating that motor vehicle. Difficulty. He had some difficulties. Okay. Look, I don't want to talk about it. It's a very close friend of mine. He's a crazy person. Little incident. He had a little difficulty. He talks about it like Tiger Woods flipped his motherfucking car. We just saw the images, things like upside down. Little difficulty. That's a little more than a little difficulty, if you ask me. Wow. Green New Deal on a 50 stream streak and Hermit Horologist on a 100 stream streak. I feel like you deserve a medal or something. I feel like you deserve, I don't know what to give you for that. It's great. It's a great effort. Truly impressive. 100 streams. Well, while we're talking Donald Trump and sports, might as well go here real quick. Talk about the event that will be hosted at the White House for Donald Trump's 80th birthday, which is coming up in a
The White House is trading policy battles for actual fighting as President Donald Trump prepares to mark his 80th birthday with UFC cage matches on the lawn. In coming weeks, crews will erect a 6-foot wire mesh fence shaped into an octagon outside the White House. It's where UFC fighters will use a combination of kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, and other martial arts in a June 14th show timed for Trump's 80th birthday. Trump's been hyping.
I love how the Associated Press is trying to describe what MMA is to us. So if you're familiar with kickboxing, thank you.
Since last summer,
we're going to have a UFC fight. Think of this on the grounds of the White House. We have a lot of land there.
Trump was the first sitting president to attend a UFC show. Taking in a 2019 fight, stopped when the loser was deemed to have too much blood pouring down his face. He supported UFC for decades and used his love of the sport to attract voters who weren't traditionally politically engaged during his successful re-election run in 2024. He's also close friends with UFC CEO Dana White and the Ellison family, whose Paramount Plus has the broadcast rights.
It's going to be fun.
It's a sport that mirrors Trump's brawling, no-holds.
It's going to be fun, says Dana. Dana, whatever his fucking name is. Okay, pal. Well, there you go. President will be... Wait, why is this not working? Oh, I know why. Because I haven't done this yet today. There we go. Now it's working. The reference frame. Using your galactic individual membership highlight, message highlight to congratulate Hermit on the 100 stream streak. It is impressive. It's impressive. Well, yeah, we all can look forward to that 2.5 months on the president's birthday. Now, let's go to Philadelphia. Talk about somebody who we're not going to be celebrating anymore. Or at least the city of Philadelphia won't be celebrating anymore. That is Rocky. The iconic Rocky statue will be getting moved for some reason.
Hey, yo, the Rocky statue will be on the move tomorrow. The statue at the bottom of the Art Museum steps will temporarily move inside the museum for an upcoming exhibit called Rising Up, Rocky and the Making of Monuments, which opens on Saturday, April 25th. The personal statue of actor, director, and writer Sylvester Stallone will remain at the top of the steps until August. At that time, the city statue will be moved permanently to the top, and Sly's statue will be returned to him.
Well, there you have it. Rocky leaving the very well-known Philadelphia steps. It's not clear why they made the decision. Maybe politics. Since Sylvester has been so close with the president, I could see why it might be bothering people. People perhaps don't want to glorify a man who they see as being complicit with all of this, you know, fascist stuff that we're dealing with on a daily basis. That could be it. I don't know. Maybe... I'm trying to think of another reason why it would be happening. I don't know. Maybe because people think it looks stupid.
Okay, sometimes we have to check in on what's going on over at Fox. And you would think with the nation heading to war and major inflation, oil prices, astronomical, complete faceplant of their dear leader, Donald Trump, they might talk about that. But much to my surprise, they're talking about my co-host and me on The Five. Kylie, let's play part of the clip.
Policy. Do the Democrats just need a good-looking guy to win in 2028? Check out this headline. Thirst traps over think tanks. Dems want hotter candidates on the ballot. And they might be onto something because the liberals are obsessed with looks. Watch.
Maybe a John Ossoff.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God, I want a hot president.
I've been challenged with my weight for, most of my life, honestly. And so, the idea, and I have succeeded and failed.
Dude, you're hot, dude. You're hot, dude. Why did you write this book? Just write a follow-up. Be like, this is how I became the hottest, biggest pimp.
Not sure why Pritzker.
Okay, pause it right there. And then we'll return to it in just a second. So first and foremost, Pumps and I were on Andy Cohen, who is the Bravo guy. We were on his radio show. This is not a political show. We're talking about politics. And if you think about Bravo, you think about all the women in the shows, all the gays in the shows. Of course, this is the way normal people speak, which Jessica Tarlov points out at the end of that. You're like, oh yeah, I like John Ossoff. Oh yeah, he's pretty hot. And everybody in the comment section, don't go bananas about whatever Ossoff stands on. That's not what this video is about. This video is about that then they go to Adam Friedland, who's a comedian, who is just messing with Gavin Newsom. And they're trying so desperately to make this a story because they cannot talk about the fact that the president of the United States has full-blown dementia, a full diaper, and is in the Epstein files over 1 million times with credible,
about Jeffrey Epstein?
under oath accusations of child rape. Pumps.
Illegal.
Yeah, shocking. The Five going after the IHIP hosts. Well, they're certainly making a splash. I gotta say, the IHIP ladies are really, I mean, if you're getting mentioned by the Five as a leftist, as some sort of villain, I feel like in some way you've won. In some way, actually, you've won. Speaking of looks, now, I don't know whether leftists or right-wingers care more about looks. I really couldn't say for sure. But I know that the audience of this next guy is fairly right-wing, certainly filled with a bunch of weirdos and incels. I know that much. But the very famous looks-maxing, hammer-using, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about, Clavicular, was arrested in Florida.
A what now?
That's right. He did some crimes, apparently.
And now to some breaking news out of Fort Lauderdale. This is where a popular influencer and streamer is currently behind bars.
He goes by the name of Clavicular. Local 10's Jeff Derdarian joining us live from outside the jail with those details. Jeff.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, this guy goes by the name Clav, and he's locked up right now, and he's having a different kind of picture taken rather than a social media picture. Let's go ahead and show it to you. This is his mugshot. Here's the mugshot for Braden Peters. That's the official name that is on his arrest file. He's locked up here at the Broward County Jail on battery charges. Why? What?
You know, that's weird. I always assumed that his parents actually just named him Clavicular. It seemed weird, but, you know, it makes sense that he has an actual name. Now, these are just technically alleged crimes, allegations. I can't say definitively what he did or didn't do. I wasn't there. But it's not the first time he's had a fairly notable run-in with the law. In very recent, has not been that long. It's been, I feel like it's been 6 months since I last heard about Clavicular getting into some sort of situation. Actually, did he get arrested for that other thing? I can't remember. Did he get arrested for when he ran that person over? I bet his cortisol levels are through the right, HPX. You're right. No, that is not optimal, all right? If you're trying to bulk up, you know, that is not peak performance stuff right there. Hanging out in jail, it's got no access to, like, creatine or protein powder or whatever else whatever the hell else this kid is using. Can you imagine? Oh, God, cortisol must be fucking through the roof. Peptides, no peptides. Oh, God. It must be tough. Now, he was released from jail after this arrest.
Welcome back. Where 20-year-old social media influencer Braden Eric Peters, known online as Clavicular, walked out of the Broward County Jail earlier this evening. He's charged with battery and criminal conspiracy to commit battery stemming from an incident last month in Kissimmee.
Yeah, I just got out.
The neighbor said that you.
I'm a little tired, you know.
Police say that he instigated one woman to batter another so he could exploit them and post it to social media. He will be taken up to Osceola County to face those charges.
Shocking that this arrest involves social media. That detail I found fascinating. Instigating one woman to accost another woman. For clicks. Is the looks maxing not enough for the views? Why you gotta do that? I don't understand. I mean, doesn't he have like millions of followers or something like that? Like, why does he need the clicks so bad? He just can't. Is he getting mogged on? Is he getting mogged by other looks maxers? So now he's like switching content. He's like, since I can't Since I can't really ever have the dreams of being the #1 looks maxer, because I'm like a beta male. I gotta switch it up. Well, while we're in Florida, we might as well do some fun stuff. Miami's Ultra Music Festival kicking off this weekend. CBS Miami on the story.
Well, happening today, we are now less than 4 hours from the start of Ultra Weekend. And you know, thousands of people are going to be in downtown Miami, and a tight security plan is already in place to keep everybody safe. CBS News Miami, Steve Bajiri, he's your reporter live at Bayfront Park with all of those final preparations. Steve, they've got to be about done here, right?
Yep, the vendors were coming in this morning, and now we're starting to see some early birds that maybe want to get in line ahead of time, but people are really excited for this. And as you said, it's really a big moneymaker for the city. Ultra says that in 2024, it was responsible for a $207 million economic impact.
Damn, Miami's Ultra Music Festival making money over here. Sorry, I gotta power through these. I've got a super long list. And I want to get as many of the Sunday Funday stories in here, even if I have to blast through them very quickly. Speaking of music, let's go to Philadelphia to something that, in theory, could make beautiful sounds. Let's talk about the Liberty Bell Awards. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Tell me, 6ABC Philadelphia.
Action News got a first look this morning at the finalists for this year's Liberty Bell Awards.
Leaders from Visit Philly made the reveal on Action News mornings, but first they detailed what these awards are all about.
So the Liberty Bell Awards are all about instilling civic pride within the community, because it's one thing for Visit Philadelphia to say, go do this, but it's another for residents and visitors to sort of vote on their favorite in the categories that we have.
Great. Liberty Bells. Get your little... Is this the award? This tiny little, 3-inch bell? Sweet. Okay, Philadelphia. You do you. Most Philly vibes per square foot, apparently, is the category. At least one of the categories. And these prestigious Pennsylvania awards. Now, to quickly talking about ICE and the No Kings protests that happened this weekend. First, Bruce Springsteen. Democracy Now! At the 30th anniversary, performing the streets of Minneapolis.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to the boss, and that's right, Bruce Springsteen.
Mo and Nov is right. When she's right, she's right. An award for ants. It needs to be at least 3 times as big. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
On Monday night, he made a surprise appearance at Democracy Now!'s 30th anniversary celebration at the historic Riverside Church to sing his new song, The Streets of Minneapolis.
Happy anniversary, Democracy Now! Happy anniversary. It's so wonderful to be here. And happy birthday, Patty. Past winter, federal troops brought death and terror to the streets of Minneapolis. They picked the wrong city. There's the power and the solidarity of the people of Minneapolis was an inspiration to the entire country. Their strength and their commitment told us that this is still America. And the reactionary nightmare and the invasion of an American city will not stand. Their strength gave us hope, they gave us courage, and for those who gave their lives, Renee Good, mother of 3 brutally murdered. Alex Preddy, BA nurse, executed, shot in the back by ICE in the street, left to die. Their bravery, their sacrifice, and their names will not be forgotten. This is Streets of Minneapolis. Through the winter's ice and cold, down Nicollet Avenue, city of flame fought fire and ice, neath an occupier's boots. King Trump's private army from the DHS, guns belted to their coats, came to Minneapolis to enforce the law, or so their story goes. Against smoke and rubber bullets, well, by dawn's early light, citizens stood for justice, their voices ringing through the night. And there were bloody footprints where mercy should have stood. 2 dead left to die on snow-filled streets, Alex Pretty and Renee.
Okay, we're not gonna listen to the whole song. Unfortunately, we don't have the time. This way you have to go listen to it on Democracy Now! That's right. Honestly, 30th anniversary special, big thing over there. Big thing when you think about it. 96, it's crazy.
Bruce, you're taking this on the road across the country, beginning in Minneapolis. Tell us about the tour.
Not much to tell, starting in Minneapolis and going on to Portland and Los Angeles, of course, 2 other cities where they had to deal with ISIS terror, and then we're going to end up in Washington, D.C., and with a few words to say to the fucking White House.
And you're saying where ICE is present, does that mean you're taking it to airports now?
I've been in plenty of them, probably so, you know.
One other question. I mean, 41 bullets, the streets of Minneapolis. Now you just made news again this morning. The ACLU launching a national ad campaign featuring your Born in the USA, highlighting the landmark birthright citizenship Supreme Court case that they're going to be arguing on April 1st.
Right. Well, it's our pleasure to be working with the ACLU, and they finally put Born in the USA to some good and righteous use, so I'm glad about that.
That's Bruce Springsteen performing at Democracy Now!'s 30th anniversary celebration Monday night at Riverside Church. To watch the full event, thanks for watching Democracy.
Yeah, you can go watch the full event. I think they have the whole thing on the YouTube channel. Actually, maybe, I think you might have to go to the website. They have at least part of it on the YouTube channel. All right. Bruce Springsteen, everybody. Democracy Now! 30th anniversary. Haven't gotten to watch many clips of that this week. We've been too focused on Iran and other things like Iran. And yesterday, the protests, which it was a nice break from Iran, which we'll be going back to talking about shortly. And honestly, taking a day off from talking about Iran, it was nice, but now going back to like looking through it, I'm like, oh fuck. I'm like, oh fuck, you gotta be kidding me. This is what's happened in 24 hours, really? It's all it took? Okay, if you say so. Ab Silverart with a sweet, sweet super chat. We love you, Bruce. All right, now, Minnesota officials are suing the Trump administration over the shooting investigations or lack thereof.
Minnesota officials are suing the Trump administration over access to evidence they say they need to independently investigate 3 shootings by federal officers during Operation Metro Surge, including the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. The lawsuit claims that the Trump administration reneged on its promise to cooperate with state investigations and
Yep. As we've known this whole time, federal officials have completely blocked state officials from being involved in these investigations. And now, so the state is suing. All right, let's go to talking about the presence of ICE in airports really quickly with Democracy Now!
This
Once
is Democracy
again
Now!,
from 3 days
democracynow.org.
ago.
I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
As President Trump deploys ICE agents to airports across the country, we're joined by a whistleblower who's been speaking out about how ICE has drastically slashed its training standards for new officers. Ryan Schwank worked as an ICE lawyer and legal instructor in Georgia up until last month when he resigned. In late February, Schwank testified before Congress.
On my first day, I received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a judicial warrant. For the last 5 months, I watched ICE dismantle the training program, cutting 240 hours of vital classes from a 584-hour program. Classes that teach the Constitution, our legal system, firearms training, the use of force, lawful arrests, proper detention, and the limits of officers' authority. For example, they ceased all of the legal instructions regarding use of force. This means that cadets are not taught what it means to be objectively reasonable, the very standard which the law requires them to meet when deciding whether or not to use deadly force. Our jobs as instructors are to teach them so well that they can make split-second decisions about what they can and cannot do in life or death situations. Yet, in the name of churning out an endless stream of officers, DHS leadership has dismantled the academic and practical tests that we need to know if cadets can safely and lawfully perform their job. All to satisfy an administration demanding they train thousands of new officers before the end of the year. DHS told the public that new cadets receive all the training they need to perform their duties, that no critical material or standards have been cut. This is a lie.
That was Ryan Schwank, former ICE lawyer, legal instructor, testifying before the House Oversight Committee. He resigned last month from the agency and joins us now. Ryan, thank you so much for being with us. There is so much you said in your testimony, but I wanted to go to saying you were told not to write down any of the instructions because they were unconstitutional, so you would keep a record of what you were teaching to the ICE cadets. Explain exactly and why you finally quit.
Hi, thank you for having me. So to answer your question, I quit because it's not possible with the way the academy is being run right now to ensure that the people graduating from it are able to lawfully perform their duties in a safe way and in a way that supports the constitutional requirements for law enforcement in the United States. And when I said that, they told me not to write anything down. When you teach at the Federal Law Enforcement Academy, and really if you do any kind of instruction in law enforcement, you try to keep close records of exactly what was taught. The material given to the students, how the process or procedure was explained to them, the step-by-step approach, because you want to be able to go back later and say, okay, this did or did not work. And if there's a question about the quality of training or a question about the nature of the training of the cadet or the graduate of the program, to say, here's what we taught them, here's what was taught to this particular class. And the instructions we got were to teach this memo that was issued by the director, Todd Lyons, back in May of 2025 that authorized officers to enter homes without a judicial warrant, but not to mark down anywhere in our records that we had changed what the material says, because the training material for the cadets says that you cannot do this. It says that the types of warrants they were trying to use, administrative warrants, do not possess what's called search authority, which under Fourth Amendment constitutional law, you have to have search authority to enter into private space. And so we were teaching the cadets officially that they could not enter a home using an administrative warrant, while secretly teaching them that they could.
And Ryan, if you could explain, you said in your congressional testimony that cadets were not taught to be objectively reasonable. If you could explain what that means, and then say what were cadets taught to do, for example, in airports?
Okay, so I'm going to break that into two parts. Let's talk about the objective reasonableness. Objective reasonableness comes from a Supreme Court case, Graham v. Connor, from around 1989. That is the case where the Supreme Court looked at how do we decide whether or not police officers can have liability for use of force against an individual. And the court came back and said that the way we measure that is the Fourth Amendment protection against seizures is exercised when police stop you or seize you through the use of force. If someone shoots you, takes a baton to you, uses some form of force on you to stop your movement, that's a Fourth Amendment seizure. And so the court said what you essentially have to do is you have to look at, would another officer in the shoes of the officer in question, so the officer who used force, would another officer knowing the same piece of information, the same set of facts, make the same decision or come to an objectively similar decision? And that's the basic underlying premise behind all use of force law in the United States, is that Graham v. Connor decision. It's the foundation on which everything is built. And there's later decisions that modify that expound on it, but this is the fundamental piece, this idea that if you're a police officer and you use force, you can be liable for excessive force if what you did is what another officer who was being objectively reasonable, that is, being calm, being rational, being sane with their decision making, would not have done. Would have looked at it and said, oh yeah, no, that's not the right way to do things. That's not appropriate or acceptable, right? And to some level, when we talk about objective reasons, what we're really talking about is what is a jury going to interpret that to be? And now, moving from that to your question about airport security, I cannot tell you what the cadets are taught about airport security because it is not part of the training program. Flat out, officers for ICE are trained and taught how to be law enforcement officers conducting arrests based on civil warrants, and how to be detention officers operating detention facilities for people who are going through removal proceedings, or how to manage essentially parole processes for individuals who are out of custody while in removal proceedings. There's nothing in their training that ties directly back to their work in airports. So I can't tell you what they were trained to do with that because it's not part of their training.
Well, we've already known that the training of ICE agents is utterly lacking, abysmal, atrocious. Pick a fucking adjective.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
And as we have been saying all along, we suspected that they had no idea what the hell they were doing at the airports. We looked at the footage of them just sort of walking around with their hands in their pockets, helping absolutely no one, standing around in packs, assisting in absolutely zero security efforts at the airport. We suspected as much. Now we know directly from a former ICE whistleblower and I believe trainer. They don't have it. Shocking. Now the guy who's currently in charge of ICE, taking over for taking over for Greg Bovino, is now Tom Homan. He went on to CNN to talk with Jake Tapper.
Joining us now to discuss White House border czar Tom Homan, who just visited the Houston airport to monitor the very, very long security lines there. Mr. Homan has also been involved in the talks on Capitol Hill to end the shutdown. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Homan. President Trump now says that there is, in fact, a way to pay TSA workers, possibly as soon as tomorrow. Can TSA agents expect a paycheck tomorrow, and when can Americans expect the long wait times to die down?
Well, as soon as Congress opens up the government and funds the Department of Homeland Security, that's what needs to happen. But yeah, I talked to Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen yesterday. There is a plan to get these TSA agents paid, hopefully by tomorrow, Tuesday. So yeah, it's good news because these TSA officers are struggling. They can't feed their families or pay the rent. Your heart goes out to them because they're sitting there right now.
My heart goes out to them. My heart goes out to them because they are not getting the paychecks.
Funds around to pay TSA agents this whole time. Why did
Tom's getting a paycheck? All the ICE agents are getting paychecks. Thoughts and prayers, TSA
it take 41
agents,
days to do it? And how long will this money last?
Hey, hold on, this isn't the part I want. We can't listen to this whole fucking thing. We can't listen to Jake fucking Tapper talk for very long. All right, this is the part I want.
Once TSA agents start getting paid, will ICE agents leave the airports?
We'll see. It depends how many TSA agents come back to work, how many TSA agents have actually quit and have no plan coming back to work. I'm working very closely with TSA.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, Jake. When they get paid, we'll get there and we'll think about it. We'll think about whether or not ICE agents will leave. It's fucking insane. We've given ICE an insanely bloated fucking budget, and now they're just looking for things to do. Because they've run out of undocumented immigrants. They're all all of them are sitting in detention centers right now. They have nothing else to do. So now they're just paying them to stand around in airports, even though they don't have the training to help with anything that they're being claimed to be doing. It's insane. It's fucking insane. It's a massive waste of money. And they can't even tell us that they're going to leave with any certainty. Now, well, we've got a bunch of idiots and white nationalists and idiot white nationalists doing moderate ethnic cleansing in the country. Some people are doing what they can to fight back. However, Donald Trump is waging a war on those people.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out today, back tomorrow. Joining us now, Javier de Janan, the Director of Mass Defense at National Lawyers Guild, to discuss 9 people who were convicted of terrorism-related charges in what some have characterized as an attack on the Prairieland ICE detention center, but I'm not quite sure that it could be characterized as an attack until the protesters were attacked. But Javier, welcome to the program. Tell us, what was the situation like? What was going on that day?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. So, as you mentioned, there was a 3-week federal trial a couple of weeks ago in North Texas. And so, before the trial, we would say, it seems to be, it appears, we believe. But now after the trial, we can say, we know what happened. And what happened is that on July 4th, people organized a noise demonstration. This is a very common form of protest where people go to a jail, a detention center, a prison, and make noise. And that was what was happening. July 4th was picked because it's Independence Day, and the goal was to make noise in solidarity with people inside an ICE detention center. So people went, made a lot of noise. They had fireworks. The fireworks didn't damage any property, didn't damage any fences, and it was a
And this
success.
was on July 4th.
Correct, July 4th.
So it's basically just saying, like, we want to make you feel like you're part of a July 4th celebration so that you don't feel so isolated and you feel like people have forgotten you.
Correct, and it was a success. We heard during the trial that immigrants inside of the detention center actually went to the window where the fireworks were, and were cheering on, and it was a big success. But what happened next really changed everything for these people's lives. While the protest was happening, one of the people actually went out of the protest and started destroying ICE vehicles' tires, destroyed a surveillance camera, and so on. It turned out that that person didn't even know any of the defendants. They kind of just did it on their own. And that person actually ended up cooperating with the government. So that person actually testified during the trial on what actually happened. And so
we talked about this case previously, but that is a fascinating detail. That the person who did all of this stuff that led to, because basically there's only one person that did anything that could even be construed as illegal, in my opinion. There was a dozen people that were tried and convicted over it. But from my understanding of events, there's one person who basically did all of the wrong things. And then that person happens to be a cooperating witness for the government, while everybody else who wasn't doing crimes is just out of luck, I guess. I mean, wow. What
after all this
coincidence
goes down,
is.
They call 911. A police officer arrives, and the officer was actually responding to a report that someone was breaking into the ICE facility, which was not happening. I mean, all of it is miscommunication, misinformation. But when the officer gets there, he gets out of the car and sees some protesters running. I mean, the sirens are there, so people are leaving. The officer pulls out his firearm, aims it at the protesters, and that's when shots get fired in his direction. And then the cop shoots back.
How many protesters were there on that day?
It's hard to say, and this never was clear in the trial, but it seems that it's about a dozen or so, or maybe more.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, and a dozen people or so, I think, were convicted in this trial. They all claimed to be, they were all like Antifa because they were in some sort of signal chat. It's insane. Everyone but one person was there to peacefully protest and show solidarity and support to other human beings. And they're punished for it. They're going to jail for like a decade. Oh, we're living in a dictatorship. But this weekend, everybody was protesting the king.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Let me hear you say no, king! Say no, king!
What's up, everybody? We're at the third No Kings rally, and by the looks of it, it's the biggest one of them all.
Yeah, well, it's just getting started here. It started like, what, 15 minutes ago or so, but I think that in 30 or 45 minutes, the crowd is going to be completely overwhelming. The Country Club Plaza, as Zach mentioned, this is the third No Kings protest. And it kind of has perfect timing, in my opinion, because this war with Iran just popped off, super unpopular. So a ton of people out here, not only to protest Donald Trump and his king-like behavior, but also his recent warmongering and all of the innocent people that have been killed already as a result.
Yeah, I think it's extra exciting because we're right in the middle of flyover country, guys. This is the heart of America. This is Kansas City, Missouri, and people are here with all kinds of different signs, things that they're airing their grievances about, none the least no war with Iran, but I'm also seeing a lot of ICE out protest signs. This is the sentiment of most people in this country, right? There's this idea that in a state like Missouri, you're not going to find people that we have a lot of common ground with, but here today, the people are showing up and they're saying, fuck Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day as well. Beautiful. Last time we were here, it was like hot as shit.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. The Vanguard boys, Silly and Billy, Zach and Gav. One more clip on the No Kings protests. We're not going to watch this whole thing. We already watched it yesterday. And we did a 12-hour stream on the No Kings Day. We're not doing it. Come on.
Your strength and your commitment told us that this is still America. And this reactionary nightmare and these invasions of American cities will not stand.
I'm here because I'm worried about my children and my grandchildren. I'm tired. We're exhausted. This brings me hope. I have so much hope here. And we can change this. Our government is not going to do it. It has to be we the people.
What we provide is mockery to the king. And we call this part of the Mock and Awe Tour. And that's really about just taking authoritarianism and making fun of it, which they hate. And that's what we're doing.
And no one, not the bully in chief, not the racist in chief, not the wannabe king, no one is above the law. They want us to be afraid that there's nothing we can do to stop them. But you know what? They are wrong, dead wrong, because we know better. Millions of us are not afraid to know our rights and exercise them.
There we go. Bunch of great patriots exercising their rights this weekend at the No Kings Day protests. Now, one show has become a symbol of worldwide discontent and protest, which has been seen at the No Kings Day protests. That is the One Piece flag, the Jolly Roger. Arr.
with the second season of the Japanese manga adaptation One Piece. That's out on Netflix.
Yeah, that's right. One Piece is the live-action TV series adaptation of Ichiro Oda's very famous manga. In fact, arguably the world's most famous manga that was released in 1999. One Piece on Netflix follows the adventures of Monkey D. Luffy and his crew, the Straw Hat Pirates, as they search for the One Piece treasure in the Grand Line, a fearsome stretch of sea where danger and adventure await. Season 1 ended with Monkey D. Luffy and his Straw Hats facing off against Luffy's grandfather. This season sees them heading even deeper heading to the Grand Line, but they'll have to confront some very scary enemies along the way.
The stakes are always high indeed. Well, let's take a look at that season 2 of One Piece.
There are 100 of us. And only one of you. That's not gonna be a problem.
There's something swimming right for us! Brace for impact! What the hell was that? What the fuck is going on?
It does look like a lot of fun, incredible visuals. The first season was a critical success. Do you think that lightning can strike twice here?
Well, excuse me, season 2 received a 100% rating on Rotten Tomatoes, so very positive there, positive critical reviews as well. I'll be honest, though, full disclosure, I'm not an expert in manga to TV series adapts, but I have been reading some of the reviews from those who are experts, and the feeling I get is season 2 is a crowd pleaser among critics and fans alike. You'll find a lot of the successful elements returning to the season, like great casting. They stick pretty closely to the original material. There's a vibrant production set that encapsulates that adventurous spirit of the story. There's also a new villain this season called Baroque Works. It's a sort of shadowy criminal organization of cartoonish agents that adds a bit of dark comic relief. So,
oh, there you go, Space Fans. One Piece Season 3 coming
immediately, if not
very
sooner.
soon. Now, one great patriot, alleged criminal, did something great. Terrible. Sorry, I keep... Jeez, what is wrong with me? I'm struggling here. See if I can get this out. One man in West Hollywood has been arrested for patriotically smashing Trump's Walk of Fame. Sorry, I was so close. He wrongfully smashed Donald Trump's terrible Walk of Fame star. There we did. I think I did it. I did it.
NBC4 investigates is learning one person arrested in the No Kings protests in West Hollywood has been arrested before. The LA County Sheriff's Department says this is 62-year-old James Lambert Otis. You can see him holding the U.S. flag. Deputies arrested him for blocking the intersection at Santa Monica and San Vicente. And this is the same man who was arrested for smashing President Trump's star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 2016 and 2020. In yesterday's case, he was cited and later released.
Well, there you go. One man allegedly smashing the Walk of Fame star of Donald Trump, released on bail, I assume. Although, it's actually not clear to me whether or not he was charged. Did she say whether or not he was charged? I didn't hear it. It's a very quick clip. He was arrested, though. I know that.
Right to jail, right away.
Now, everyone's patriotic duty every single election cycle, at least, is to vote. And, of course, Republicans are currently trying to pass the SAVE Act to prevent as many people from voting as they can. People who, in their estimation, are not going to vote for them. They're also going to get rid of mail-in voting. I think that's part of it. However, of course, Donald Trump himself has voted by mail many, many times. I think he's been voting by mail in most elections for the last,
Tell me about
30
mail-in
years.
ballots. Go ahead. You mean I used a mail-in ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did.
Why did you
know
use
what?
that? Is
Because
it
I'm
a bias?
president of the United States, and because of the fact that I'm president of the United States, I did a mail-in ballot for elections that took place in Florida, because I felt I should be here instead of being in the beautiful sunshine
But
taking.
you were in Palm Beach, sir, the last few weekends.
That's right, and
But you're a honest
I
person?
decided that I was going to vote by mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there, because I had a lot of different things. But you know, we have exceptions for mail-in ballots. You do know that, right? So if you're away, we have an exception. If you're in the military, we have an exception. If you're on a business trip, we have an exception. If you're disabled, we have an exception. And if you're ill, if you're not feeling good, whatever. So I was away, mostly in Washington, D.C., so I used a mail-in ballot. But
He's a fucking idiot. They're trying to get rid of those exceptions, by the way. People should be able to vote however they want. It really, really doesn't make a difference. Except for the people who are voting, right? Like to the people who are voting, it makes a difference. To the rest of us, it shouldn't. Unless you're a weirdo looking for some sort of conspiracy. Because there is no discernible voter fraud in the United States. There's no statistically significant amount of voter fraud that has led to any election. What do you call it? Like election outcomes being changed. Nothing close to that. I mean, closest thing you can get to is Florida in the 2000 election. Well, let's move on. Talk quickly about not the takeover of elections, but the takeover of land by billionaires like Donald Trump. I'm not saying he's the one doing it, but people like Trump are they're taking all the land. I know that's shocking to everybody.
You see how there's like snowmobile tracks and then they just stop?
Yeah.
That's the boundary.
For decades, powerful corporations have had their eye on lands like this. Some of the most pristine wilderness and recreation areas in America that have valuable resources buried beneath them.
They just want to grab some money so they can, go buy a third villa in Italy or something.
And now they're on the verge of getting their wish.
And we will turn the Iron Range into a mineral powerhouse like never before. That's what it is.
Over the last few months, Republicans in Congress have quietly worked to hand over our most protected lands to billionaires.
I think that proponents of this project would have you believe that the American people benefit from this project, but for the life of me, I can't seem to understand how that works out.
They are a foreign mining company. They don't really care what happens here. They just want the copper.
It's a scheme that could unlock millions of acres of public lands across the U.S. for private corporations. I went to Minnesota, ground zero in the fight over who gets to control our public lands. To understand what a mine would mean for communities like this,
Job creation is extremely important.
They are only doing this because of greed.
How what happens here could change the fate of our protected lands across the country, and if there's still a chance to stop it.
Who really stands to benefit from mining here? There's no roads. Airplanes have to fly quite high over. You know, I mean, it's just so quiet.
Paul and Sue Shirky run a dog sledding business called Wintergreen. Their business relies on access to the Boundary Waters, a protected wilderness area in northeast Minnesota.
She'll be one of our lead dogs today.
Federally designated wilderness areas are the most protected public lands in America, places where Congress has drawn a harder line against extraction and development. Along with our national parks, monuments, and forests, public lands make up more than 640 million acres in the U.S.
What makes America so special is that we have these public lands. No matter what your economic status, you can go hunt, you go fish, you can go camp, you can go learn about ancient history.
But to some, there is a different value in these lands.
American energy dominance.
What is before all of us is an opportunity at self-reliance.
There are more than 8 billion tons of copper, nickel, cobalt, and other minerals beneath the Superior National Forest, where the Boundary Waters is located.
Yeah, we're gonna stop it there just so that we can keep the stream moving. Mostly because we have so much to talk about tonight when it comes to Iran. Why is my mic still fucked up? Because I kicked it. It's not gonna fix itself. I need to buy a new one. Oh, it sucks. I don't want to do that. Oh, speaking of buying things, I gotta start a galactic content goal. Make sure we can keep the lights on around here. Sunday fun day. Well, in quotes. In quotes, because it's not going to be that value-taining today, I'm afraid. I'm trying. Believe me, I'm trying. Believe me, I am trying. Wait, why? Oh, will it not let me use quotes? Oh, well, there we go. There we go. Now it's good. All right, goal started in the YouTube chat. Do we still have a goal going from yesterday? And yeah, the Twitch is fine. It's close enough. That's close enough. Did not get a lot of donos yesterday anyway. We did no goal on yesterday's stream. No King's Day. Good to do. All right. Let's go from the seizure of what used to be public lands by billionaires for access to natural resources. Talking about the tech oligarchs that are now switching from a fun workplace environment with sweet benefits to a terrible work environment of oppression and long hours.
For much of my young Caucasian life, Silicon Valley has been a whimsical candy land of office ping pong, fuchsia nap pods, and surprisingly boring threesomes with the Winklevoss twins behind the kombucha tap. But lately, the big swinging pendulum of tech culture has swung noticeably back in a significantly more hardo direction. I should know, because they post about it all the time.
Been going harder than ever. I don't have time to sit and relax.
In San Francisco, you're very high status if you work very hard.
My day usually kicks off around 4:30 in the morning.
I literally just pulled a couple of 12-hour stays.
All the companies I was interviewing with were like, we work 7 days a week in office, or like 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
SF tech workers are working Saturdays.
In a typical week, I work pretty much every waking hour.
92 hours per week.
I'm either sleeping or around the people that I work with.
Well, some of us have the balls to sleep with the people we work with. But I digress. So what happened? What compelled this new generation of baby-faced nerds to suddenly start grinding their dicks off? It's time to take a look-see. If you're looking for a job at a high-flying tech startup today, it won't be uncommon to find descriptions demanding you work 12-plus-hour days, 6 or 7 days a week. This is a noticeable shift from the tech culture of the open office scene. a 10-year period during the Obama years when Silicon Valley-type companies were dominated by the stupidest office amenities that could be conjured by the great millennial brain.
Facebook has the classic Silicon Valley office style. There are games to give your brain a rest from programming, or you can ripstick and work on a knotty coding problem at the same time.
You have open planning time that's free for employees or interns.
The rooms Google has created include ski gondolas in the Zurich office, a pub-like meeting room in Dublin, and a sidewalk cafe in Istanbul.
No workplace is complete without a nap pod.
This is a conference room in here.
It's the idea behind this is the employees should own their individual space and be as creative as possible, and we shouldn't get in the way.
Ah, yes, what a dream it must have been to get laid off by some crisscross applesauce 20-something inside of the Android mascot play place.
A big turning point was the day that Elon Musk took over Twitter, now known as X, and declared this was going to be a hardcore work environment, and anyone who didn't want to sleep under their desk could just quit now.
Margaret O'Mara is a professor and historian of Silicon Valley, and the man that she is referring to is Elon Reeve Musk, a South African internet personality born in 1971.
That kind of gave permission for other companies to swing away from a kind of kinder, gentler capitalism, let's call it, and say, yeah, if we're going to really be, really compete, let's get down to basics. Let's work on developing and shipping product, and that's going to require a lot of hard work.
Indeed, when it comes to what some young startup employees have called the Great Lock-In, Elon may actually have just been the last straw to, how you say, gag the camel. But it's not just Musk that's got these keyboard warriors sweating it out.
There's another dynamic going on in San Francisco too called escaping the permanent underclass. And it's this idea that the gains of the AI boom are going to go to a top few and everybody else is going to live in virtual serfdom.
Raya Jetta is a reporter for the San Francisco Standard covering tech culture in Silicon Valley who introduced me to some very chill-sounding ideas.
Some tech founders I meet are kind of like, I need to work really hard right now so I can escape the permanent underclass, and they truly believe that that's the direction the world is going in.
Now, I don't know if any of you folks have heard of something called AI, but it's a technological development that is causing the great people of San Francisco to go bat fucking insane. There's a belief spreading across certain sects of the valley that once AI gets smart enough, it will divide the world into two groups: a permanent underclass of unemployed people who have had their jobs taken over by artificial intelligence, and a small group of super rich people who built the one super AI to rule them all for the rest of time. And while all of this sounds like a shitty YA novel set to turn into an even shittier movie, there are admittedly some objective reasons an anxious young software engineer might come to this conclusion. Like how right now the big tech kahunas keep firing people and blaming the layoffs on advances in artificial intelligence, while dozens of AI startups are turning their founders into billionaires.
You're constantly being fed the narrative by these big companies like Microsoft saying we're replacing a bunch of our early to mid-level engineers with AI, right?
Ah, Maceo, quick.
There you go. Dan Toomey over there. Good work. Doing some good work. Talking about how Silicon Valley has turned from a place of fun to a horrifying hellscape of 12-hour workdays, 6 days a week. Where really there's there to profit max for the old shareholders. It's all thanks to old Elon Musk, apparently. So they say. Now, of course, it's a fair concern to be worried that you'll be a permanent underclasser, I suppose, while we have billionaires rushing us towards the AI apocalypse and the Trump regime fully embracing that plan. These sorts of things, I'm sure, will be more commonplace very soon. We'll be watching videos. We'll have a whole section on situations
Another food
like this,
delivery
I'm sure.
robot causing damage in Chicago. One of those bots crashed into a bus shelter at North and Larrabee in the Old Town neighborhood today. Coco Robotics vice president confirms it will pay for repairs. He says this is the first time one of that company's robots has collided with the structure. And just this past Sunday, another robot crashed into a CTA bus shelter at Grande Racine in Westtown. Serve Robotics says it's investigating this, and the city confirms that company is also covering the.
There we go. Delivery robots running around causing chaos across the nation. It's a beautiful AI future that we live in. I'm sorry, dystopia. What did I say first? We could have, I don't know, high-speed trains and healthcare in this country. Instead, we have tech oligarchs, AI slop, and robots crashing into everything. However, in one place, one man is a small spot of hope. New York City, Zoran Mamdani, working on the infrastructure.
Zoran Mamdani, I think he used this a little bit. I think there were some interviews where he talked about sewer socialism, and we've talked about this on this program. Sewer socialists were, I think, basically a movement that started, I feel like, in Milwaukee. And maybe it was about 100 years ago. And it was basically socialists who really focused on providing material benefits and making sure that cities ran well. And looking at like your average person and what are the stuff that you deal with. And that would be like transportation, you know, maybe like we're going to make the subways really good or the buses really good, or both for that matter. And Mamdani was very careful, you know, like they tried to attack him on the snow sticking around so much, which, you know, not so responsible for.
But I'd be honest, like, I think the response to snow was pretty impressive, especially the second time around when they paid all the people and it was a massive propaganda victory for him.
It was a massive victory. I mean, honestly, I could tell the difference when I walked to work. Yep. And now he's attacking the potholes. Let's check this out. But they're hitting the potholes, folks.
On a Saturday, which, you know, I don't know if you could get a public-private partnership to do that. But
Yeah, we talked about the plan. There was a whole meeting over the potholes that Zoran called a couple weeks ago. And here are the results of that meeting. Look at that pothole. No longer. That's a flat road, is what that is.
1,000 potholes filled on a Saturday.
I saw them out on Saturday when I was walking to buy
New
some
York,
recreational materials.
nyc.gov/fixmypothole, or you call 311. Pretty impressive.
And I'm now seeing all these people saying, you know, we need a Mamdani to come solve our problems here. It's becoming a shorthand for good governance, and we're only in March.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. He's only been in office for 3 months. It's crazy. Now, you're gonna need good roads right now, because having to do work on your car, well, you might not be able to afford it with gas prices continuing to soar in the United States, but if the United States is the world's biggest oil producer, why are we still paying so much for gas?
Come on! Since the start of the conflict, the Strait of Hormuz has been at the center of attention. Iran's effective closure of this crucial waterway has wiped out 20 million barrels of oil per day from the markets. That's 20% of global consumption. The remaining 80% or 80 million barrels comes from the Americas, Africa, and Eurasia. Despite that, why is almost every part of the world reeling from high fuel prices? That's because oil is traded on a global market system. So any sudden disruption to daily supplies, as we are seeing in the Strait of Hormuz, can cause a surge in Brent crude prices, which is a benchmark for oil prices worldwide.
Thank you, Al Jazeera lady, for the explanation. It's traded on the open market. It's not yours. Now, for some countries, it is. Like Russia or Iran, Venezuela. But unless the United States decides to go become a
communist,
socialist country,
China.
well, that oil in the United States is going to continue to be sold on the open market. Also, we don't make a lot of crude oil. That's another thing people don't realize. Not only do we produce mostly methane and the wrong kind of oil for gasoline, this is all just commodities being sold on the open market. Don't worry, though. Donald Trump is focused on all the important stuff.
So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well, Sharpie. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they're. What is this, Mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is. This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S on it saying Sharpie. He said, well, I can make it nicer. I said, what can you do? He said, I'll paint it black. I said, that's nice. And I can even paint the White House on it, sir, if you like, in gold. Almost real gold, not bad. And I can even do your signature, sir.
In gold.
And I feel guilty because I'm like, I'm by nature, I don't, it's the government. I love the government like I love myself economically. I want to save money. But the bottom line is, they're better pens. It's a business story. So for $5, could be zero, but
it's a business story.
I get a much better pen than for $1,000. And I can hand.
Who's paying $1,000 for what is he talking about? Who's paying $1,000 for a pen? Well, there you go. Apparently Donald Trump is spending a little extra money at the Sharpie store to have them personalized for him in gold and black. Much nicer. Much, much nicer. He's focused on the right stuff. That's going to bring down inflation. Don't worry. Don't worry. He's focused. He's focused on all the important shit. We're at war with Iran. That's what he's focused on. All right, we're making fairly good progress. Not gonna lie. I'm cooking right now. Mostly because I gotta get us to Iran. We're actually gonna go straight into the environmental stories for Sunday Funday. Are you noticing we are actually kind of doing a Sunday Funday? It's truncated because I'm moving quickly. But we're getting some less than just the worst possible stories. So, yay. All right, let's go to California, where one man is spreading seeds of hope on the burn scars, the LA wildfires.
Finally tonight, sowing seeds of hope in fields of poppies is bringing a new life to a community that has lost so much. CBS's Joy Benedict has that story in our Weekend Journal.
And here we go.
It's a wild idea that is spreading. Renee Amy walking the empty lots of the Eaton Fire burn scar in Altadena, California, scattering a little seed, hoping for a lot of growth in a community that lost so much.
Ugh.
He's calling it the Great Altadena Poppy Project.
100 years ago, Altadena was covered with California poppies. And here's a great opportunity to bring some of that beauty, that natural beauty, back to this community.
There you go, one man trying to bring back some beauty to his community. Spreading poppy seeds all over the place. And the burn scars from the Palisades wildfires and Altadena wildfires. Maybe just Altadena, actually? I'm not sure. It's a large area. It's a large area for one man. By the way, look at this outfit he's got. My God, look at that. Can't miss him from a mile away. Bright yellow or green, depending on how you see it. I was having a conversation with somebody about this recently. Whether or not this color is yellow or green. We're not going to get into that right now. Okay. Now, to Big Bear. Where, what are the names of these frickin' eagles? I forget. Anyway, these two very famous eagles are preparing for chicks. Jackie and Shadow. Jackie and Shadow are their names. They have at least 2 eggs right now. America. Perf XL with a sweet, sweet super chat, getting us to 2 of 10 on the galactic content goal. Funds for the gunship. Much appreciated. All right, there you go. Eagle protecting the nest as they ready for new chicks. Apparently those baby birds are on their way very shortly. Pipwatch approaching. Now inland to Utah, where the heat seems to be winning out on the slopes. KSL Utah with the clip.
This very warm March is claiming another Utah ski resort, Beaver Mountain, announcing they will close tomorrow.
News specialist Mike Anderson showing us why they are moving ahead with that surprise change. I wonder if it's obvious, Mike.
Yeah, it might have something to do with the weather. Mike and Davey, it makes for one of their shortest seasons ever, as you know, they were aiming for Sunday, but even before that, they were hoping to make it through April 5th. But when you consider the conditions up Logan Canyon, you can easily see more or less they were more or less cornered by this heat wave. Operations manager Travis Seeholzer says overnight lows have been in the 50s, melting away their base. They credit their mountain groomers for helping them stay afloat this long, constantly moving snow onto the runs from other areas. Eventually, however, they ran out of stuff to work with. People today are out making the best of what's left.
It definitely hasn't been like the biggest season we've ever had, but we're still sliding, so.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the biggest season, according to that reporter. It was actually the shortest season in history. And yet some people still continue to think that climate change doesn't exist. Live in a very dumb timeline. Speaking of lack of ice and snow, let's go to Wisconsin and talk about something which is also under threat. Ice fishing.
I've ice fished my entire life.
Ice fishing has been a long-standing tradition in Wisconsin. But as ice shrinks due to rising temperatures, researchers warn that traditions like this may eventually disappear. For lifelong ice fishers like Pat Hasberg, the change is stark and personal.
It's really a sad situation because ice fishing really is ingrained in the culture of Wisconsin. It's something that many, many people here in our state look forward to every year.
Researchers are raising urgent concerns about the future of winter across the northern hemisphere. If global warming continues at its current pace, many lakes could lose their seasonal ice cover by 2050, reshaping local economies and long-standing traditions.
Lake ice is a part of culture in Wisconsin, and it's been a part of winter culture for a long time.
Well, there you go. Climate change potentially causing the end of a long-standing tradition in Wisconsin and other places. They're not the only ones who do ice fishing. But it's all under threat as the world continues to warm. And of course, it is warming right now because it's spring. And trees are blooming basically everywhere, including in Fairmount Park in Philadelphia.
The feeling of spring is in the air, even on this dreary Friday morning. The Cherry Blossom Festival of Greater Philadelphia kicks off tomorrow and Sunday. The annual event is hosted by the Japan American Society of Greater Philadelphia. CBS News Philadelphia's Josh Sanders is live at the Shofusu Japanese Cultural Center with a preview. It is so beautiful there, Josh. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Janelle. Yeah, it's stunning here. They let me off the pulse desk to come out here and celebrate what this weekend means to so many people here in Philadelphia. This really is a festival of history and friendship. The first festival was in 1998, but this dates back to 1926 when Japan gifted 1,600 cherry blossoms to the city of Philadelphia.
Wow. 100-year-old tradition dating back to a gift. Very cool. Enjoy that, Philadelphia. Although I'm not seeing a ton of cherry blossoms yet for Philadelphia. I'm noticing. I'm noticing something of a lack of blossoms. They'll come. Now we might as well bask in the glory of Illulisat beauty of the Greenlandic ice before it's all gone. Here's a clip from AP Archive, so we can do just that. Look at it. Look at it. It's all going away. Not because spring is coming, but because we're ruining the planet. Because we're ruining the planet and we refuse to change things that are honestly not that difficult to change. We're just allowing ourselves to be ruled by corporate overlords and orange
Cyclone
dictators. It is gorgeous. Okay. I'm crushing it right now. I'm crushing it. I was worried whether or not I'd be able to get done at least some of the Sunday Funday stuff today before we get to Iran, which is going to be insane. I've got like 150 videos. But we've made good progress, I think. 40 maybe. And now let's go to the Baltic Sea, where a humpback whale was freed after being trapped in shallow waters for days off the coast of Germany.
Ultimately, we'll have to wait and see, but we're really pleased that the animal managed to swim out to safety and actually cover the last few meters on its own. The question remains, though, its health status is unknown. We simply have to wait and see what the next sightings reveal, observe how the animal moves, whether it can dive well, and then just wait and see what happens over the next few weeks. This isn't something that will necessarily become apparent in the next few days. It could take weeks for an illness to weaken the animal and cause it to strand itself again.
The waters off the coast.
Okay. Now, before we move on from that, we've been talking about whale populations and movements and sightings and beachings and things of that nature for years. One of the reasons why they are becoming more frequent is that their food sources are changing their patterns of migration due to the warming oceans. Unfortunately, now it's not clear whether or not that was the reason why this whale wound up in these shallow waters, but it could be. Now, let's go to South Africa. Talk about another hopeful story. The return of the Cape leopard.
In the Cape province, this researcher checks 23 camera traps which show that over the past 2 years, the leopard population is on the rise.
So yeah, we're going to extract the SD card and check on the computer what are those 141 images. It is, thousands of photos and videos to go through, and then it gives us a really clear idea how the leopard is interacting with the landscape compared to food availability, compared to vegetation, compared to human or roads.
The Cape leopard, smaller than its savanna cousin, had nearly disappeared from the region 170 years ago. Now the predator is returning. This NGO rescues leopards caught in traps set by farmers to protect their livestock. So far, nearly 100 animals have been saved.
Well, there we go. People in South Africa putting in a great amount of effort to protect the leopard population. I'm trying to bring a little bit of happiness and fun to this Sunday Fun Day stream to you people. I hope at least some amount of it is coming through. It's tough. There's a lot of shitty news. It's mostly shitty news right now. It's pretty big struggle for me to craft a even slightly value-obtaining stream. All right, to the Indian Ocean. France's Reunion Island. For some geological beauty.
When fire meets the ocean, a cascade of glowing molten rock plunges into the waves. The lava flow from Piton de la Fournaise has just finished its journey. It's been nearly 20 years since people have been able to witness this spectacle. While the eruption is causing disruption on the island, tourists are making the most of it too.
We're here on holiday and we feel lucky to be here while this is happening.
You realize how lucky you are. It lights up your heart. You forget everything.
The fusion of lava and sea triggers a plume of water vapor mixed with gases, a toxic fog.
Wow, the Earth's power. Dangerous, yet so beautiful. Witnessed on Reunion Island, a French colony in the Indian Ocean. That's from last week, but I figured we would throw that in here today. And so, honestly, I have a massive backlog of Sunday Funday stories because we keep putting off Sunday Fundays, which is why I refuse to give up on doing at least a little bit of it today. Otherwise, it's just we're never going to get an opportunity to watch any of it. Let's go to Iran. This one's not fun, I'm afraid. Talk about how Iran's war is having a toll on the climate and human health. Al Jazeera English, 13 hours ago. You demand a Sunday Funday for yesterday during the, King's Day protests. You said they were cringe and we didn't have time for this. But now you're demanding fun in the sun? Yeah. Wow.
The US-Israeli war with Iran has had a devastating humanitarian impact that could last for years. The bombing of energy infrastructure, fuel depots and oil tankers has not only shocked the global economy, but polluted air, soil and waterways with toxic chemicals. So what will be the true toll of this war on populations and ecosystems around the globe? To discuss this, I'm joined by Nages Bajogli, Professor of Middle East Studies at the School of Advanced International Studies, Johns Hopkins University, and author of How Sanctions Work, Iran and the Impact of Economic Warfare. It's a pleasure to have you on Upfront. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So we've seen the humanitarian toll of this war from day one, when an airstrike on an elementary school killed 160 children. But we are also seeing another type of suffering unfold, apocalyptic images of clouds of smoke, black rain. This is after Israel hit Iran's oil depots. Iran has called these attacks ecocide, while the World Health Organization is warning of severe health impacts. Can you lay out the health risks of the sustained bombing campaign?
Sure. So that bombing campaign of oil depots that surrounds Tehran, and Tehran is a city surrounded by mountains, so the air is hard to move, means that toxins have been released into the air and have gone into soil, waterways, foodways, and more importantly, into lungs of everyday residents of the city of 9 million people. The type of toxins that have been released are lodging themselves into lungs, and what doctors and toxicologists inside of Iran are telling me is that what they are afraid of is that these will have impacts for years and potentially generations to come.
Now, in response to these escalating attacks and widening threats from Israel and the US, Iran has threatened to bomb the desalination plants in the Gulf.
Yep. And not only is this detrimental to human health, absolutely terrible for the fucking environment when you are blowing up oil tankers and oil fields and oil refineries. I mean, it's just, you're literally just burning fossil fuels, except unlike usual, rather than using it for some sort of human productivity, activity, you're just blowing it up. You're just adding to the car. You're just adding a massive carbon footprint. I don't know what the Iran war's carbon footprint is right now, but it's got to be horrifying. But one country is managing to stay afloat as a result of having transitioned to electric vehicles. I'm talking about China.
For 12 hours a day, Liu Xiaolu drives this truck delivering goods around Beijing. With conflict in the Middle East pushing up oil and petrol prices, he's glad his vehicle is battery-powered.
Now there is a war in Iran. The price of petrol is getting more and more expensive. Everywhere it's the same. It's better to have an electric truck.
China is one of the world's largest oil importers and relies heavily on supplies from the Gulf. Beijing has instructed refiners to limit exports of gasoline and diesel and raised price caps on petrol to conserve supply. But in China, millions of drivers no longer rely on petrol, insulating them from sudden price spikes. 1 in 4 new heavy vehicle sales and half of all new car sales are electric.
Yeah, let's not forget that China already has a much better public transportation system than us. And that a lot of people bike. We're losing. We're losing all of the wars. The trade wars. The Operation Epstein Fury. Orb Rumor. With a sweet, sweet blank super chat. Thank you, Orb. Getting us to 2.5 of 10 right now. Frizzla with a super chat as well. We demand fun. Completely in contradiction to things he was saying yesterday. Who knew birds were so mercurial? Thank you, Frizzla. Getting us to 3.5 of 10 now. Making progress. Now from China to Russia's Dagestan region, which was obliterated by severe flooding in recent days. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous!
Вот там. Не знаю, что в городе происходит, какую я здесь впервые вижу.
My God, utterly massive flooding here in the Dagestan region, streets turning to rivers. Utterly horrifying. Now to something less horrifying. With the spring rains comes flowers. And in Tokyo, Sakura season has begun. I'm talking about the cherry blossoms.
Haru ga kita, uki uki desu ne.
There you go, people excited about the beginning of cherry blossom season in Japan. Now, unfortunately, the seasons have become more and more erratic in the weather we experience during them as well. And unfortunately, that's a result of the fact that the planet is continuing to heat faster and faster.
The amount of heat trapped by the Earth has reached record levels. According to a UN report published this Monday, the last 11 years have been the warmest ever recorded. For the first time, the World Meteorological Organization warned of a growing energy imbalance driven by rising greenhouse gas emissions. Scientists also fear that a natural warming phase called El Niño could soon bring further heat records. Well, for more on this, our environment editor Valerie de Camp joins me on set. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Karis.
The UN releases their State of the Climate report every year. This year, they've decided to include the notion of energy imbalance. What does that mean?
It's the rate at which energy enters and leaves the planet. And I want to show you a graphic published by the WMO. And you see essentially that under a stable climate, there is energy coming from the sun, and so you have the same amount of energy coming in as the same amount of energy leaving the planet. What's happening now is that under an unstable climate, the Earth is gaining much more heat than it actually can release, and so
Yep, most of it's going to the ocean, and it's utterly decimating our marine life. Which will have terrible impacts for humans if it continues down the path that we're going down. Maybe before there's no more time, just try going to every country on Earth. I don't know. One man's trying. France 24 English, author Barry Hoffner. On overcoming grief by traveling the planet.
Now it's time for today's perspective. My guest on the programme today is one of those people who've done so much in their life. He's travelled the world as an investment banker. He's farmed vineyards and an olive orchard in Northern California. He's founded a non-profit organisation, Caravan to Class, to expand education for young people in Western Africa. He's also, though, experienced extreme grief when his beloved wife Jackie was killed in an accident in Botswana. But in the aftermath of that tragedy, Barry decided, well, he literally wanted to feel the pulse of the world again, as he puts it. So he dreamt up an audacious mission to visit all 193 countries on Earth. It's all recounted in his book, Belonging.
There we go, super rich investment banker decides to just go to all the countries in the world. Fuck it. Great. Great job, pal. At least some of us get to see the beauty of the planet. Now to space. Space news time. And then I think we're going to take a break. Quick bit of space news. Artemis 2 astronauts arrived at the launch site for first moon mission in 53 years. This weekend.
Hey, let's go to the moon! I think the nation and the world has been waiting a long time to do this again. And on behalf of myself, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, we are really pumped to go do this for this entire team.
This mission is much more about duty and responsibility, so we can pass the batons off for this campaign called Artemis with its lofty goals. And we live that every day, and then that's it. And then we want to back out and disappear while the Artemis 3 crew stands in front of this microphone.
We're going to be.
There we go. Artemis 2 astronauts speaking to the press ahead of their mission, which I think is going to happen. I don't know the exact day and time of it, but it is coming up soon, apparently. I think it might be this week. All right, to the view of the Artemis 2 moon rocket on the launch pad. Well, there it is in all of its glory. Hopefully they fixed that heat shield problem they were having. Because some former NASA engineers were suggesting if they didn't, it would be incredibly dangerous. but I'm sure that they solved that situation. We've got one of Elon Musk's personal friends running NASA, so I'm sure that he's a perfectly competent human being.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Okay, you're not helping my point right now, Elon. Okay, well, we're 2 hours into this stream. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Hit the bell icon and the like button as well. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. Got Throne. But of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like a shout out at the end of every stream, avatar on one of the break screens, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Oh, by the way, I will update the patron avatars this week as soon as possible.
Immediately, if not sooner.
everybody. We are back. Break is over. Stream is about to begin once again. So you'd better get back in your seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, Space Vams. Now, before we go to Iran, which is coming up very soon, we're going to do some quick global news stories, as we would do on a normal Sunday fun day. But, any second now, we'll be talking about Iran. And that'll be the rest of the night. That'll be the next 6 hours, once we get to that. So exciting. So exciting, World War III, yay. Before we do any of that stuff, let's go to talking about Cuba. There are a number of activists made their way last week.
Ryan Grimm was part of the group of people, along with Hassan Piker and Code Pink, that went to Cuba, and they tried to break the siege. Okay, they brought a whole bunch of, goods to try to get it into the country because, of course, Trump is basically starving them to death and not allowing in any oil. And so bringing aid is just, very simply put, a necessary humanitarian thing to do. And so Hassan Piker went, Ryan Grimm went, a bunch of people from Code Pink went, Kneecap went, and the firestorm that led to was astonishing to me. Because first you had MAGA liars who were trying to make a big deal out of the fact that, he wears designer glasses, Hassan Piker does. They're Cartier glasses, can you believe? His shirt costs $600, can you believe that? A real socialist would go to Cuba in a barrel. A real socialist would break his eyeglasses and not be able to see while he's there. Bro, I don't give a fuck what he was wearing. He's helping to break a siege and bring aid to people who desperately need it because Donald Trump is starving an entire country. Okay, spare me with your dumbass fucking gotcha, your political gotchas. You don't got dick. You got nothing. What you got is a broken moral compass that means you can't even see straight when it comes to what's a higher priority, getting an own on Piker or fucking feeding starving people and delivering aid to people who desperately need it because the U.S. is doing an illegal medieval-style siege. Jesus fucking Christ, it pissed me off. And then you had some of the liberals hopped on board too. Right, like the Destiny-type liberals, the third way type, and they were doing the same shit. They were like, look at this guy. Can you believe there was like a concert that happened when they were there for Cubans, and they're celebrating in a 5-star hotel as people are struggling in the island? Yeah, and they're trying to fucking do something about it. What are you doing about it?
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. They try and like otherize and sort of like... I don't want to objectify is quite the right word here, but like to basically just turn all the people of Cuba into just objects of the regime, right? And so helping them is helping the regime. Like helping human beings is wrong because it in theory, helps the Cuban government. And so those people should suffer because they have the wrong kind of government. It's disgusting. You have to be a sick and twisted person to think like that. Hell, even the president doesn't seem to have that much of a problem with it. He said on the Air Force One in a talk with reporters here.
Yeah, Cuba's going to be next. Cuba's a mess. It's a failing country, and they're going to be next. Within a short period of time, it's going to fail. And we will be there to help it out. We'll be there to help our great Cuban Americans out who were thrown out of Cuba. In many cases, their family members were mutilated and killed by Castro. Well, Cuba's going to be next, yeah.
There's a report that the U.S. is going to let a Russian oil tanker go to Cuba. Is that true?
Well, we have a tanker out there. We don't mind having somebody get a boatload because they need.
No big deal.
They have to survive. It wouldn't
get a
bother
boat.
them.
The report is true as far as you know.
Well, I would
Doesn't
say,
matter.
I told them, if a country wants to send some oil into Cuba right now, I have no problem with it.
Do you worry that
I have no problem with that. No big deal. If they want to send oil, one shipload of oil, no big deal. No big deal. Now, of course, that completely goes in contradiction to the existence of the existing blockade on Cuba. But there's the president saying, actually, it's fine. Actually, it's fine. Actually, it's fine that there's a Russian tanker coming to Cuba. Because they really need it. They really need it. They're suffering very badly. Not a big deal. One shipload.
I'm in Havana's
I said it's
harbor,
fine.
which hasn't seen a fuel tanker come into the country in nearly 3 full months. The country is living through an acute fuels crisis. There is no petrol. There are permanent blackouts. People have no petrol for their cars. Public transport is paralyzed. But now we are hearing an extraordinary piece of news, and that is that a Russian oil tanker that in fact has been sanctioned by the United States is on its way to Cuba and could arrive in the port of Matanzas in the next 2 days, carrying something like 670,000 barrels of desperately needed fuel for this country. Now, it is uncertain why apparently the White House is going to allow that tanker to come through, if indeed it does. There is a fuel blockade around Cuba. The United States had threatened any country that wanted to break that blockade with very, very steep sanctions. And in the case of this Russian tanker, which is sanctioned by the United States, it could have led to a very, very serious confrontation with Russia. It's also uncertain whether this is going to be an exception or whether the United States is easing up on its fuel blockade around Cuba. But
Yeah, I guess we'll see what it all means. Donald Trump just said it was perfectly fine. You know, it's fascinating. Sorry, I had a situation over here. All right, let's move on from the Cuban oil crisis to a UK theme park. Here's some Sunday fun day for you people who are demanding fun.
Minecraft is becoming a real-life theme park. A brand new land called Minecraft World is being built at Chessington World of Adventures, a £50 million project that will bring the game's biomes, mobs, and adventures into the real world for the first time. The people behind the project have even built parts of the park in-game, and they've workshopped designs with members of the Minecraft community. To understand how this huge project came together and what fans can expect when it opens in 2027, we spoke to two of the people leading it. So how do you turn one of the best-selling games ever made into a theme park? Can you tell me a little bit about this world-first coaster? What makes that special? What is that about?
I mean, I think the fact that it is the only Minecraft roller coaster in the world makes that just super exciting in its.
Does it? I don't understand what about Minecraft coaster makes it more fun. What about it being Minecraft theme makes it more fun? That's something that confuses me, but whatever. Anyways, Minecraft theme park in the United Kingdom. Very exciting stuff. For some more thrills, let's go to the Eiffel Tower in Paris.
When things start to feel a bit heavy down here, it might be time to get some air. And what better place to do just that than all the way up there? And waiting at the top, a road bridge suspended across the Eiffel Tower's first floor, where visitors can quite literally walk on air. All right, let's give it a try. Okay, so we're 60 meters above the ground, and let's just say I'm not going to look down to check the height. A short walk in the air above Paris, open to visitors here until May the 3rd.
Okay.
Honored by Alexandre
everybody.
Dumas, the hero.
One more. One more in France. Let's talk about a fascinating real-life mystery that may have found a conclusion. The lost remains of the French musketeer, D'Artagnan.
Honored by Alexandre Dumas, the hero of countless films and plays, and a true historical figure, the Musketeer D'Artagnan is making headlines again. His skeleton was reportedly found in this church in the Netherlands. The discovery was made by chance, as the church deacon recounts.
We had a few tiles that were loose and we wanted to repair them. And when we took them out, we found a wall in the ground, and then we found bones. And then we stopped and we asked
are a bitch. Come on.
Wim Dijkman if he would come and investigate.
Wim Dijkman is a retired archaeologist local to Maastricht who spent 28 years searching for the final resting place of the Musketeer.
Well, there you go, people. Have they found the final resting place of D'Artagnan? It's possible. It's possible. Alright, well, on this Sunday Funday, maybe we can all take a note from the people of Finland. Because it would seem that they've got something figured out. Happiness. As it turns out, they've come out the happiest country on the planet, 9th year in a row. Quite an impressive feat. Perhaps they know something that we don't. Excuse me, no sound. Finland maintains its top position as the world's happiest country for the 9th year running, as it scores a 7.764 on a 10-point scale according to an annual UN report, with other Nordic countries such as Iceland, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway ranking among the top 10 countries. We have a pristine nature, and the peace and quiet here is probably our trump card. For why it's nice to be here. The 5.6 million inhabitants country's steady ranking on top is related to a combination of wealth, equal distribution, welfare state, and a healthy life expectancy. In my opinion, Finland is a... God damn it. Anyway. Maybe it's the social welfare state that's making everybody so happy. I don't know. Or the competent transit system. Or the lack of economic inequality. That could be it. That could be it. Alright, let's go to the Middle East. It's time. I held us off like 2 hours. Oh, okay. Yep, I hear it. I hear you. I'll make sure Laika gets a puppy treat. Thank you, Kaname-kun. And Ricky said, everybody's trying to feed her treats. She's going to be snacking for quite a while over there. Alright, before we go to the Middle East, let's just go down to Italy. To Rome. Where the Pope had some things to say about war. And God. At the start of Holy Week, we are even closer in prayer to the Christians in the Middle East, who are suffering the consequences of an atrocious conflict. In many cases, they cannot live fully the rites of these holy days. While the Church contemplates the mystery of the Passion of the Lord, we cannot forget how many people today are participating in a real way in His suffering. Their trials appeal to the conscience of all. Let us raise our prayers to the Prince of Peace so that He may support people wounded by war and open concrete paths of reconciliation and peace. This is our God. Jesus, King of Peace, a God who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war. There's the Pope saying that the Lord, Jesus Christ, does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war. Woke Pope. Passover week. Saying war is bad. And Jesus not into it. However, the United States is waging war while simultaneously claiming to love God and Jesus and all of these other things. But you know what Iran loves? Aside from Allah? Memes. Memes. They started off the weekend with another spicy meme. There you go. That was posted by Iran to their state media channel, I believe, showing. I'm not sure if I can't actually. AI is getting so good, I can't actually tell whether it's AI or not. But it doesn't really matter. It's really for the lulz. I think everybody knows that meme on the internet. A guy who was drinking cranberry juice while longboarding and listening to Fleetwood Mac, or whoever that is. Recreating it in Iran with missiles and pomegranate juice, I believe. Iran, I believe, giving credit to pomegranate juice for accuracy of missiles. I can't say one way or another whether or not that's has any credibility.
Plenty to discuss, and joining us on set here is Ross Harrison. He is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C., and author of Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. And joining us from Washington, D.C., Harlan Ullman, a former senior naval officer and chairman of the Killowen Group. That's a strategic advisory firm. If I can begin with you, first of all, Ross. I mean, you've authored the book Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy, wondering if you can try and decode their strategy in the war at this point in time. What is it that Iran is doing right now, and does it seem like it's confounding the United States at this point?
Yeah, Tom, it's a very good question. I think what Iran is doing is taking a strategy that they actually developed over the last 30 or 40 years after the Iran-Iraq War, which was fought from 1980 to 1988, which was a strategy of diffusing their power across the region. And they did that in the failed states of Syria during the Syrian civil war, in Lebanon with Hezbollah, with the Hashd-Shabi and PMUs in Iraq, and the Houthis in Yemen. And they distributed their power through those states. And what we're seeing now is they're doing some of that now as well, but they are also moving this sort of guerrilla strategy, what we call diffusion strategy, of pushing their power out across the region and making themselves a bigger target in a way, a harder target to hit. They're taking that same strategy and moving it to the state level and pushing conflict into where we are sitting here in Doha, into Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, and doing that in order to create a political pressure. They know they can't compete with the United States in terms of kinetic power or military power directly. So what they're doing is, rather than dealing directly with us, they're creating pressure on the United States politically by raising the price of oil, and then obviously the Hormuz Strait obviously plays into that.
Yeah, and it seems to be working at this point in time. Harlan, how difficult is it for the US to try and combat that strategy, as Ross was talking about, this diffusion strategy from Iran, distributing their power, right across a vast territory?
I would put it in different terms. Iran has learned from history, how do you defeat the United States? You defeat the United States winning by not losing. The American military won every battle in Vietnam. Who won the war? In the second Iraq war, the American military won every battle. Who won the war? In Afghanistan, the Taliban could say, you have all the watches, we have all the time. Who won? And so what Iran is doing very cleverly, because militarily they are hugely inferior to the United States, is winning by not losing. All they have to do is persist. As Ross says, turn up the pressure in terms of gasoline prices. And the stock market is not volatile. The stock markets are down about 10% from their highs just 2 weeks ago. That puts enormous political pressure on Donald Trump at a time when you have a Congress can't even agree about opening up the government.
Iran is winning by not losing. Yes, indeed. It would seem that it's becoming quite clear the United States is not prepared to actually fight Iran. To fight this war. Let's go here next. Richard Wolff. Speaking with Al Jazeera.
Professor Richard Wolff, thank you for joining us on Upfront.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So since the US and Israel launched their war on Iran, we have seen a spike in oil prices, market volatility. Some economists are even warning of the potential for a recession. Just how bad has this war been on the global economy?
Well, it is amazing what documentation it gives for those of us who have been feeling more and more that we are one big economy in the world today, that the planet is interconnected by long supply chains, by rapid movement of trade and investment. And despite all the disruptions, the solidification happens more and more. And the way that's relevant is that it means that this war, barely a month or so old, is already having enormous implications by the rising price of oil and natural gas and fertilizer and so on. But it therefore touches every continent and literally every industry one way or another. And therefore, for example, one of the consequences is that in a very short time, the whole pressure of the world's being damaged by these rising prices, in most cases, is exerting enormous pressure on Mr. Trump and Mr. Netanyahu, far beyond what they foresaw, because they, like so many of us, had not understood how the global economy now works.
So it's not just rising prices that's adding to the growing economic pressure. I mean, just last week, Donald Trump asked for $200 billion more to finance this war. How will this affect the American public?
Well, together with the other things Mr. Trump does, and he does many things in very short periods of time, it is a fiscal disaster that we are facing here in the United States. I can summarize it quite clearly with you. Even before the war on Iran happened, the president had been making noises that I'm sure your audience is aware of, taking over Greenland, converting Canada from an independent country to the 51st state, retaking the Panama Canal, even though that's an independent country. And so he had gone public with a demand that the defense budget, or what we now call the Department of War budget, go from the current $900 billion per year in the next year, fiscal 2027, to $1.5 trillion. Let me underscore, a $600 billion increase on a base of $900 billion total now. That is the greatest increase in defense spending in American history, let alone peacetime or theoretically peacetime history. And then the point you correctly make, he's asking for another 200 additional for the war in Iran, and the only major revenue increasing proposal Mr. Trump has come to, namely his tariffs, were declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court a few weeks ago. So the only increase is gone. Companies are demanding refunds for the tariffs they paid, while he has promised to increase just the military side of the budget, 600 plus 200, $800 billion. The United States.
Yeah, Richard Wolff was making some fairly cogent points here. The math ain't mathin', as they say.
Is already the largest debtor country in the world. We have deficits now over $1 trillion. We are looking at a fiscal crisis of enormous proportions at a time when the three major credit rating agencies in the world, Standard & Poor, Moody, and Fitch, have all reduced the credit worthiness of the United States government from AAA to AA. It is not clear that the rest of the world nor Americans will lend the government the money they need to do what they are now saying they're committed to do. It is terrifying as a prospect that the internal cohesion of the U.S. economy is also being strained in a way that we've never seen before.
Yeah, it seems like we're heading down a path towards disaster. Now, the big news this weekend is that Yemen's Houthis have joined the war, launching strikes for the first time since all of this started a month ago. They, of course, have been on and off fighting a war with the United States and Israel for years now. This is something that I predicted would happen at some point. I wasn't sure when it would happen, honestly. I didn't really have an idea of when they would feel it necessary to join in. Apparently, it was this weekend. Here's Al Jazeera English from yesterday.
A significant escalation in a region already on high alert.
The Yemeni armed forces, with the help and the grace of God Almighty, has done its first military attacks with a barrage of ballistic missiles against sensitive military targets in the south of occupied Palestine.
And with that attack, Yemen's Houthis entered the war, making this Israel's third active front. The Israeli army says air defenses intercepted one missile before it reached Israeli territory. It comes as domestic tensions are emerging. Israeli military officials are pushing back against the government's strategy in southern Lebanon. More troops have been deployed to expand what it calls a buffer zone, pushing deeper into Lebanon. Media reports suggest the army's chief of staff is concerned by the continued exemption of ultra-Orthodox Israelis from conscription. In Israel, the Houthis' decision to join the battle is seen as a retaliation to strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities and an attempt to strengthen Iran's position in indirect talks with the US to end the war. It's also a message from the Yemeni group, an Iranian ally, to Washington. With exports through the Strait of Hormuz largely blocked, maritime traffic in the Red Sea could be next. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, an important commercial shipping route.
Yeah, I think it's almost certainly next. I think this is absolutely a signal that shipping through the Red Sea is probably not safe. And this is something that I said was probably going to come to fruition at some point. Here it is, a little faster than I thought. But, you know, somebody on the chat the other day was talking about how, oh, they're just exporting it to the other side of Saudi Arabia. Everything's, all the oil, they're sending it to the other side. Don't worry. It's like, right, how long is that going to last? As well as it doesn't get it to the right side that it needs to go to. But, that'll certainly put an end to that. And all of a sudden, we're back to where we were, if not even potentially worse. I mean, if, like, honestly, shipping was going through the Red Sea up until now. If this gets shut down, I mean, see serious impacts from it to all the countries here in Africa, on the East Coast.
Well, the Houthis are arguably the most powerful of Iran's non-state allies. They have much greater military capabilities. Youssef Mauri reports from Yemen's capital, Sana'a.
Just a couple of days ago, the Ansar Allah Houthis, they issued out a number of warnings saying that their finger is on the trigger. The warning phase, we can say, has officially come to an end. And the finger that was on the trigger, well, that trigger has been pulled. And it has also pulled Israel into a third front, and that third front is being represented from Yemen. What this front from Yemen is going to represent to Israel is a threat from air and a threat from sea. We already know that Israel is currently overstretched, trying to intercept all the Iranian hypersonic and ballistic missiles, and also trying to intercept the rockets being launched from Hezbollah from southern Lebanon. And now their military and their air defense system is going to be completely stretched because Yemen has proven that they're able to launch ballistic missiles and hypersonic missiles and drones on a daily basis if need be. So what it looks like going forward is that perhaps the entire region could be heading towards an all-out war if all sides continue to play with fire. But from Yemen, this represents a threat from air and from the sea. Of course, I'm referring to Bab el-Mandeb, which is one of the most strategic choke points in the entire globe. 12% of the world's economy trade flows through Bab el-Mandeb. So if a block...
Yeah, and not only has Yemen showed that they've been able to wage war against Israel's own territory, but certainly in closing the strait, they've shown that they are certainly capable of closing the Red Sea off. And with Yemen closing the Red Sea, Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz, this whole thing just gets more and more complicated and what's the word? Intertwined, I guess. I mean, you have Israel now Israel's fighting Yemen, Lebanon, and Iran, as well as technically they're still waging a war. They're still doing a genocide in Gaza, and really like waging a war on the West Bank. While the United States is also involved, who are also fighting a war with Iran, but also fighting in Iraq And actually, I think Israel's been involved in some of the strikes in Iraq as well, although I think it's mostly been America. But, like, meanwhile, Iran is striking United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Israel. I mean, this is getting out of hand so quickly. You got like a dozen countries involved in this, at least. And that's just in the fighting.
Earlier today, Houthi rebels in Yemen, backed by Iran, announced they launched missiles towards sensitive military sites in Israel, marking the group's entry into this war.
CNN's Eleni Jacos. Good morning to you, Eleni. What do you know?
Okay, so there's quite a few things happening here, and we've got, we're a month in, and it feels on this Saturday we've woken up to what is sort of like an escalation around the region. And this is really a fascinating turn of events. This was perhaps the wild card that everyone was sort of anticipating, because the Houthis have been very vocal in terms of supporting Iran in this war, but very quiet militarily. It's an Iranian-backed proxy group. They have caused havoc in the Red Sea and, importantly, in the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, which is the other huge maritime choke point, specifically after October 7th. We know that they can really divert a lot of traffic down the Cape of Good Hope. We're already seeing the Strait of Hormuz that is completely being choked off, causing, incredible crises on the oil front around the world. And now with this front opening up, where they say they launched a barrage of missiles towards Israel, this is clearly an escalation that we're seeing, as we're hoping on the sidelines, that President Trump and even the Iranians might be looking for a diplomatic off-ramp. What is very certain right now, that Iran has...
I would like to point out that the Houthis have been fighting Israel for a long time. I mean, since the beginning of since after October 7th, right? I don't know. I can't remember exactly when after October 7th they started, but after it was clear that they were committing a genocide, I know that they got involved, started fighting Israel, blocking the strait or the the Red Sea. And while they'd like to talk about Hezbollah and Houthis and all these people as proxies, but they're all technically independent organizations. Like, and they're in different countries. And while they may have a relationship with Iran, doesn't mean Iran dictates everything that they do. I'm sure that if Iran was dictating everything that the Houthis were doing the last month, they would have joined into the fighting sooner. I was actually surprised that they didn't join in sooner.
Strategic hold over the Strait of Hormuz, something the Gulf countries won't accept. And of course, President Trump is trying to get a coalition of countries to try and open that strait up, as we still see strikes across the region. Victor.
Eleni Jacco setting the table with reporting for us this morning. Thank you. All right, let's talk now about these developments and more. We're joined now by CNN military analyst and retired Colonel Cedric Leighton and CNN Global Affairs analyst Kimberly Dozier. Good morning to both of you. And Colonel, I want to talk with you about the new player on the board, and those are the Houthis out of Yemen, the Iran-backed rebel group. They fired their first missiles of this war toward Israel as we start the second month of it. First, an official with the group said that closing the Bab al-Mandeb Strait off the coast of Yemen is a viable option. We've focused a lot on the Strait of Hormuz. If they were to exercise that option, how would that change this war?
Well, that would be a big change, Victor. Good morning to you. There are certain things here that the Houthis have already done and some things that they're talking about doing. So,
Did you just call them the Houthis? The Houthis. The Houthis and the Blowfishes. Yes, thank you, CNN. The Houthis and the Blowfishes. Yes, this is serious journalism.
Houthis absolutely have, and they sort of surprised, I think, Israeli authorities who had been saying that they believed that Iran would restrain the Houthis, one of these kind of proxy groups that Iran sustains around the region, until the end. The thinking in Israel had been that only if a ceasefire agreement was signed and on the table in a sort of final volley would the Houthis join in, but they have joined in. And so there have been missiles launched towards Israel, even just in the last hour, from Yemen, from Hezbollah in Lebanon, and from Iran. You know, it's to hear you describe the attacks in Saudi Arabia and to be experiencing here what's going on in Israel, no matter what may be going on behind the scenes. We heard that U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio yesterday said this will not be a prolonged conflict. That may be the case, but for now it's certainly an expanding conflict.
No kidding. It's expanding, you said. Fascinating.
It's become an existential fight for Iran's government, a war of shifting objectives and sometimes confusing rhetoric. It's a war that's exacted a heavy toll on lives and livelihoods, both in the region and abroad. Now, nearly 2,000 people have been killed in Iran in the last 4 weeks. Iranian Red Crescent shared this video of a child being rescued from the rubble in Tehran. And in the last 24 hours, Israel and the US have also struck at the heart of an Iranian industry. The attacks on steel plants in Isfahan and Kazakhstan could prove to be a major setback to Iran's economy. Iran's foreign minister promised Israel would pay a heavy price. Well, Iran has maintained its retaliatory attacks, sending waves of missiles and drones into Israel, and there's been a number of interceptions over Eilat and other cities. Earlier, one person was killed in Tel Aviv, and several others were wounded across the country. And in a major escalation, Yemen's Houthis, well, they've joined the war too. The Iran-aligned group launched a barrage of missiles towards Israel on Saturday, and the Israeli military has confirmed a missile was intercepted. And in Pakistan, foreign ministers from regional powers, well, they're meeting to discuss ways to end the conflict. Envoys from Turkey, Egypt, and even Saudi Arabia, they've been arriving in the capital, Islamabad, and the talks will be chaired by Pakistan's foreign minister and are set to get underway on Sunday. Well,
okay, we'll talk about the peace talks, or the peace, whatever you want to call it, in Pakistan later. But I want to stay focused on the Houthis right now. I'm trying to stay on a... I'm doing this by country somewhat until we get later on into this. So let's stick with the Houthis getting involved.
In America and Israel is capable of continuing this war, and also the fact that the Houthis have joined, and the fact that Hezbollah, which was thought to be completely crushed in the Gaza war, has now risen again and is showing fierce resistance. All of these are indications, and also the control on the Strait of Hormuz. All of these are used in the argument here by the Iranian leaders that they are going to fight this war until the end, and there is no way they are going to be defeated.
all right, thank you very much, Mohammed Val there. That's the live for us, rather, from Iran's capital, Tehran. Now, Yemen's Houthis have joined the conflict in the Middle East. The group says it's launched a second attack on Israel in support of Iran.
In response to the enemy's crimes on our people and our countries, and in support of the freedom of the people, we'll continue, with the grace of God, to carry out military operations in the coming days until the enemy stops its hostilities and aggressions.
Well, Israel says it intercepted one missile and sounded air raid sirens in the south. Nada Ibrahim reports from Ramallah in occupied West Bank.
A significant escalation in a region already on high alert.
The Yemeni armed forces, with the help and the grace of God Almighty, has done its first military attacks with a barrage of ballistic missiles against sensitive military targets in the south of occupied Palestine.
And with that attack, Yemen's Houthis entered the war, making this Israel's third active front. The Israeli army says air defenses intercepted one missile before it reached Israeli territory. It comes as domestic tensions are emerging. Israeli military officials are pushing back against the government's strategy in southern Lebanon. More troops have been deployed to expand what it calls a buffer zone, pushing deeper into Lebanon. Media reports suggest the army's chief of staff is concerned by the continued exemption of ultra-Orthodox Israelis from conscription. In Israel, the Houthis' decision to join the battle is seen as a retaliation to strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities and an attempt to strengthen Iran's position in indirect talks with the US to end the war. It's also a message from the Yemeni group, an Iranian ally, to Washington. With exports through the Strait of Hormuz largely blocked, maritime traffic in the Red Sea could be next. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, an important commercial shipping route, is also used by US carriers to reinforce its military presence in the region. The Houthis have disrupted shipping before, attacking vessels in the Red Sea during Israel's war on Gaza.
It's no secret that any escalation to prolong the war serves Israel's political and military goals. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been careful not to defy the US president, but he has repeatedly stated that Israel would totally dismantle not just Iran's nuclear facilities, but its ballistic missile program and even its military.
Okay. Let's keep going through the clips here. What else we got? I think more on the Houthis, actually. Yeah, France 24 next.
With the first missile from Yemen, a wider war seems all the more likely. Israel said.
Oh, by the way, everybody, we're 3 hours into the stream already, somehow. It feels like we're only just getting started. If you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Really helps out. How else will you find the stream, by the way? You want to find this sort of content in the future. Also, still got a galactic content goal to complete. We're like 35% of the way through it. You can contribute to it with YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon memberships.
Early Saturday, its air defenses responded to incoming fire from Yemen. This came after the Iran-backed Houthis expressed their readiness to join the conflict in a televised address on Friday.
We affirm that our fingers are on the trigger for direct military intervention in any of the following cases: the joining of any additional alliances with the United States and Israel against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the access of jihad and resistance; the use of the Red Sea to carry out hostile operations by the United States and Israel against the Islamic Republic of Iran or against any Muslim country. We will not allow that.
Although military intervention could refer to strikes on Israel, the announcement has primarily raised fear of renewed attacks on the Red Sea. All eyes are now on the Bab el-Mandeb. This vital corridor off the coast of Yemen, connecting the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, is one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. Attacks on the strait would further disrupt the global energy market, already impaired by Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. At a Yemeni rally in solidarity with Iran, Lebanon, and Palestine, some expressed their support for Houthi involvement in the war.
Okay. Now, next on our list, back to Al Jazeera. Talking about this escalation in the war in the Middle East, Operation Epstein Fury.
Just hours after the US claimed its war with Israel against Iran would end within weeks and not months, volleys of Iranian missiles towards Tel Aviv continued into the morning, and a new front was opened, with Iranian-backed Houthi fighters in Yemen firing one of their own towards Israel for the first time.
Our operations, with God's help, will continue until the declared objectives are achieved and until the aggression against all resistance fronts ceases.
In Yemen's capital Sana'a yesterday, thousands had come out to show their support for intervention. This a war increasingly hard to contain. Today, the Iranian Red Crescent rescue organisation released this video of a toddler it said firefighters had pulled from the rubble. It's been a month now since the US-Israeli assault began, with more explosions in Tehran overnight. An almost complete internet shutdown has left a population under attack, more isolated than ever. Iranian state media this morning released pictures of missiles it says damaged a US fighter jet yesterday, as well as pictures of an American airbase it struck in Saudi Arabia.
We are now learning of casualties, injured. Several service members, American service members, have been injured in this Iranian strike.
All right, gonna keep going through these here. Next up, Al Jazeera English. Nope, sorry, France.
From Yemen's capital, Sana'a.
No, I
think the world expected this from the Ansar Allah Houthis. It was just a matter of...
Where am I? Where am I right now? I've lost my place. Oh, I'm right here. Okay, great.
It was a matter of when. We can expect that the Yemeni group is going to target Israel's economy. They're going to target Israeli infrastructure. They're going to focus most of their military operations on southern Israel, targeting the port of Eilat and targeting the Ben Gurion airport, as we've seen them carry out attacks numerous times. They're also going to, you know, the ace here, the main card for the Ansar Allah Houthis is the Bab al-Mandab Strait. They want to make Israel pay economically. They want to disrupt their trade routes. They want to disrupt the imports and exports in and out of Israel. They want to destroy Israel's or sabotage Israel's automotive industry, which they succeeded in the Gaza war. No automobiles were able to enter Israel or the port of Eilat for a year straight because of the success of the naval blockade that was imposed on all Israeli ships and all Israeli linked companies. We can expect more of the same with just more elevated, sophisticated missile attack. Now, the retaliation from Israel on Yemen is expected. And this is the main concern of Yemenis, is the humanitarian situation. Yemenis don't want to face another humanitarian catastrophe that's caused by the likes of these wars where US and Israel are targeting Yemen and tightening the sanctions on Yemen. Yemen is currently...
Yeah, and let's not forget that the United States struck Yemen multiple times last year and is funding Saudi Arabia, who is fighting a war in Yemen as well. Right? Like, you know, remember the Signal group chat, the Atlantic editor that got accidentally let into it, all that stuff. That was a strike on the Houthis in their own country. They're minding their own business.
Israel says it intercepted one missile and sounded air raid sirens in the south. Nida Ibrahim reports from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
A significant escalation in a region already on high alert.
The Yemeni armed forces, with the help and the grace of God Almighty, has done its first military attacks with a barrage of ballistic missiles against sensitive military targets in the south of occupied Palestine.
And with that attack, Yemen's Houthis entered the war, making this Israel's third active front. The Israeli army says air defenses intercepted one missile before it reached Israeli territory. It comes as domestic tensions are emerging. Israeli military officials are pushing back against the government's strategy in southern Lebanon. More troops have been deployed to expand what it calls a buffer zone, pushing deeper into Lebanon. Media reports suggest the army's chief of staff is concerned by the continued exemption of ultra-Orthodox Israelis from conscription. In Israel, the Houthis' decision to join the battle is seen as a retaliation to strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities and an attempt to strengthen Iran's position in indirect talks with the US to end the war. It's also a message from the Yemeni group, an Iranian ally, to Washington. With exports through the Strait of Hormuz largely blocked, maritime traffic in the Red Sea could be next. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, an important commercial shipping route, is also used by US carriers to reinforce its military presence in the region. The Houthis have disrupted shipping before, attacking vessels in the Red Sea during Israel's war on Gaza.
It's no secret that any escalation to prolong the war serves Israel's political and military goals.
Jesus, it really does seem like this thing's about, I just realized Leica, why isn't Leica munching treats over here? Leica should be munching treats, and she's not. It's very strange. There you go. What was I saying? No, just this whole thing is just devolving into a quagmire in front of our eyes. It's costing $1 billion a day, at least, if not more. With no end in sight, even though Donald Trump claims that, well, he's claimed all sorts of stuff, that the war was over, like, 4 weeks ago, that it would be over by now. We're starting week 5. Well, actually, we started week 5 days ago now. We are in month 2 of all of this nonsense.
This is ridiculous! Nabil Khouri is a former U.S. diplomat and former deputy chief of mission in Yemen. He joins us now from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for being with us. I'm glad to have you in to speak with us on this topic. A lot of people have been waiting for this since the beginning of this conflict kicked off. They've been wondering when the Houthis were going to join. So in your estimation, why now?
I think at this point, this is a token participation, not a full participation. They have fired a couple of missiles as a warning. Because of all the talk of potential escalation, there are U.S. troops on their way to the region. There's been talk that if there is no agreement, there might be a full-scale attack on Iran, as has not been seen so far. The threats against the electric grid in Iran is also a major source of concern. So for all that, the Houthis are saying, we are still here. And if you're really going to go all out against Iran, we will then jump in. But at this point, they haven't yet jumped in. A few missiles does not a war make.
So if that's the case, if this is sort of a warning message, how does this change the calculus in Washington, or does it?
Well, at this point, it has not changed the calculus. There is an...
I would love to know what this guy has to say now, because there's actually been some updates to this, which we're going to get to later. But at least at this time, yesterday, people, at least some people, saying that this was not yet an actual entering of the war by Yemen. Now, let's go to talking about the blockade right now.
McBride now, who's been...
Because, of course, it is causing economic pain across the planet. France 24 English from 19 hours ago. Up next, clip.
Firing a salvo of missiles at Israeli military sites, Houthi forces have opened a new front in the war. The Iran-backed rebels said they would continue their military offensive until aggression from all sides came to an end.
The Yemeni armed forces, with the help of Allah Almighty, have carried out the first military operation using a barrage of ballistic missiles targeting sensitive Israeli military sites in southern occupied Palestine. This operation coincided with the heroic operations carried out by the Mujahideen brothers in Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. By the grace of Allah Almighty, the operation successfully achieved its objectives.
The escalation raises fears of renewed attacks on the Red Sea, with all eyes now on the Bab el-Mandeb. This vital corridor off the coast of Yemen connects the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden and is one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. Attacks on the strait would disrupt the global energy market even further, already impaired by Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. At a Yemeni rally in solidarity with Iran, Lebanon and Palestine, some expressed their support for Houthi involvement in the war.
We stand with our brothers in Iran. We are not neutral. At any moment, when the time comes, we will intervene, if God wills that we'll intervene. And when we see blatant aggression against our country, we are ready.
The Houthis have already shown their capacity to disrupt global trade. In late 2023, the group launched attacks on international shipping vessels in the Red Sea in support of Palestine in the Israel-Hamas war.
The Houthis, the Yemenis Houthis, have seemingly entered the war today, and they've fired now a second missile at Israel. It's an addition to drone activity, and it was targeting the southern city of Eilat. Now, the Houthi movement said it was launching those strikes, describing targeting Israeli military sites. Israeli sources, though, say that they were intercepted, but the developments do raise fresh fears that the group could again threaten Red Sea shipping routes, which is a vital global trade corridor. Gabriel Nadler has that story.
Firing a salvo of missiles at Israeli military sites, Houthi forces have opened a new front in the war. The Iran-backed rebels said they would continue their military offensive until aggression from all sides came to an end.
The Yemeni armed forces, with the help of Allah Almighty, have carried out the first military operation using a barrage of ballistic missiles targeting sensitive Israeli military sites in southern occupied Palestine. This operation coincided with the heroic operations carried out by the Mujahideen brothers in Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. By the grace of Allah Almighty, the operation successfully achieved its objectives.
The escalation raises fears of renewed attacks on the Red Sea, with all eyes now on the Bab el-Mandeb. This vital corridor off the coast of Yemen connects the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden and is one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. Attacks on the strait would disrupt the global energy market even further, already impaired by Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. At a Yemeni rally in solidarity with Iran, Lebanon and Palestine, some expressed their support for Houthi involvement in the war.
We stand with our brothers in Iran. We are not neutral. At any moment, when the time comes, we will intervene, if God wills that we'll intervene. And when we see blatant aggression against our country, we are ready.
The Houthis have already shown their capacity to disrupt global trade. In late 2023,
All right, I'm fairly certain we already saw this part of this clip. I'm skipping ahead.
Some of the oil and gas facilities in the Gulf. So that could be a big danger, an added danger for the Gulf. But of course, we saw in that report First one is that the Houthis have those military capabilities. They can strike pretty far out. If you think about how far Israel is, that also means that they can strike some of the Gulf states and specifically some of the oil and gas facilities in the Gulf. So that could be a big danger, an added danger for the Gulf. But of course, as we saw in that report, the main concern is Bab el-Mandeb. If the Houthis decide to do what they did back in 2024 and start attacking vessels in the Red Sea in Bab el-Mandeb, that could be a really big problem, even more so than the Strait of Hormuz being de facto closed by the Iranians. And that is because there are two things to remember. One is that now that the Strait of Hormuz is de facto closed, some of the shipping has been diverted to Bab el-Mandeb, including, for example, the Saudis. The Saudis have diverted millions of barrels of crude oil through the Red Sea in order to bring them out instead of going through the Strait of Hormuz. But it's not just oil and liquefied gas that we're talking about. It's not just energy. If the Red Sea is blocked or under attack, that could be even bigger as a problem for global trade, because when you think of Bab el-Mandeb, of the Red Sea, and then the Suez Canal, and then the Mediterranean, that's about 12% of the world's trade in general, not just energy trade. 12% of the world's trade goes through that route. That includes, yes, oil, natural gas, but also grain, fertilizer, and even things like everyday things like electronics, like goods, toys, things like that. All of that goes through there. If that is closed, what do ships have to do? They have to do what they did in 2024 and 2025. They have to go all the way around Africa through the Cape of Good Hope.
Yep. Yeah, if the Red Sea is closed and the Persian Gulf is closed, this is going to really complicate things for shipping around the planet. You know, countries like France are doing whatever they can to shield key sectors in their economy from rising fuel prices. Whether or not that will be enough to stop the bleeding to be seen. Here's one more France 24 English clip from yesterday.
For Cyril Taquet, the government's announcement offers little relief. Diesel will cost 20 cents less per litre from the 1st of April, but given how much it currently costs to fill up, the measure is totally insufficient.
A 20-cent reduction is nothing. Right now, it's our own cash flow that's keeping the vehicles running so that we can do our jobs. Eventually it will dry up and then we'll have to stop driving, and that will be that.
A 20-cent reduction has also been announced for the fishing sector. The price of diesel will drop to €1.10 per litre, but some fishermen are still hesitant to continue their work.
I'm carrying on for now, but I'm really on the verge of stopping.
It's this or nothing, so we'll take it.
The agricultural sector has also been hit hard by soaring prices, and farmers will now be exempt from certain taxes under the new measures. So far, no measures have been announced for individual motorists, some of whom wonder why they have not been included.
Ordinary people also have to drive to work when there's no bus or other public transport available, so I don't think it's very fair.
Others are more understanding.
Help would be nice, but I agree with prioritizing those who are working and those in need.
Well, there you go. France trying to aid critical sectors of its economy with fuel subsidies. Not everybody receptive to the idea, especially those left out. It's not just France that this is affecting. It's affecting all sorts of countries. Countries like Cyprus, which is has a big part of its economy being tourism, unfortunately, seeing as Cyprus has been sort of thrust into this war as a result of the United Kingdom and the United States running military operations from the island in the Mediterranean. Tourism is cooling in Cyprus.
Winter is coming.
Cyprus has seen a rise in tourist cancellations and a dive in new vacation bookings as a result of the Iran crisis. The conflict began when the US and Israel launched attacks on Iran on February 28th, just as Cyprus's tourism industry was reopening after winter. Days later, as Iran launched a series of counterstrikes, a drone struck a British naval base on the island, triggering a wave of tourist cancellations. US-based data firm AirDNA reported that daily cancellations for short-term rentals in Cyprus shot up from around 15% before the conflict to as high as 100% in the days after. While that figure has now dropped, it's remained around 45%. Cyprus's Hoteliers Association has seen a near 40% drop in March bookings and a similar reduction in April.
May has been recently affected, but not that much. But as I described, the level of bookings that come through are far from satisfactory.
That's the
Yep. Iran war causing the small Mediterranean nation of Cyprus to be badly affected. Seeing massive drop-off in tourism, huge cancellation numbers, people deciding, hey, I would prefer not to go on a vacation where I might wind up, being a casualty of Operation Epstein Fury. Now, not far from Cyprus in Turkey, people are shockingly also being impacted by the war. Prices skyrocketing.
At this busy market in Istanbul, stalls are full, but prices are shifting. From food to fabrics, traders and shoppers say the ripple effects of the Iran war are affecting their budgets.
3 weeks ago, I was buying this plastic shopping bag for 90 cents. This morning, I bought it for $1.70.
It has hit our pockets by 150 to 200%. The main reason now is the war-driven rise in oil prices.
Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are pushing up global energy costs. In Turkey, oil prices have surged by around 50%, feeding directly into inflation.
Drivers in Turkey are already feeling the pressure at the pump and beyond. 40% of this price is taxes, so the government is using an equalization system, reducing the tax to keep the fuel prices in check.
Seems like everybody is trying to do whatever they can, trying to offset the cost of rising oil prices. Generally speaking, it would seem, though, in Europe, Operation Epstein Fury not so popular. Protests erupting across the continent, accusing Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu of being war criminals.
Illegal.
Calling U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu war criminals, protesters from dozens of organizations marched through The Hague, often referred to as the City of Peace because of the presence of international courts.
We are fighting this illegal war of aggression of choice by the United States and Israel against Iran because it is undermining international law. We are especially against bombing a country to obtain democracy and freedom. This is just impossible.
They want European leaders to take a firmer stance against the war. Europe has turned down Trump's requests for help to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial maritime corridor which Iran has declared closed as long as the fighting is ongoing. But only a few leaders have condemned the attacks outright.
We are not in a war ourselves, so we could play a much more constructive role in creating the peace instead of more war. But we're doing that.
Yep. Most of the EU nations have been sort of watching and saying nothing or outright applauding the United States. Yeah. It's not just Europe that's getting hit by the economic cost of this war. Of course, Asia is being affected perhaps the most right now. Countries like Sri Lanka, India, Bangladesh.
Kalyani Ratnaka is cooking lunch for her family. The farmer's wife says she has to manage family spending carefully as costs are rising.
Today's prices are not what they used to be. Sugar and onions are more expensive. Traders say there is no lentils at all. Prices go up from day to day.
Her husband Jailat is also struggling. Cyclone Ditwa destroyed more than 3/4 of his paddy cultivation 4 months ago, and he's desperate to make the most of what's left. But with fuel costs increasing, he's paying higher production costs.
Earlier machines harvested paddy at $50 to $55 per acre. Now it's up to $75 and likely to increase further. This increases our costs. So this war had impacted us greatly in terms of machinery and farming. We don't know what to do.
But Jagat Aruna
Okay. Now let's go to Lebanon, where there's currently over 1 million people displaced, over 1,000 people dead, who knows how many injured. And the civilian toll continues to rise. Fear among the population growing.
Fears of an occupation in southern Lebanon are very, very real. The people who are now being displaced are often being displaced now for the second or third time since 2024. Many Lebanese people I've been speaking to have told me that they feel like history is just repeating itself over and over again. Because let's not forget, between 1982 and 2000, the Israelis occupied about a third of Lebanon, and that occupation is what gave birth to Hezbollah in the first place. Now the Israeli authorities have issued evacuation orders for about a fifth of the country. In the south, around 20% of Lebanese are under these evacuation orders, and the Israeli authorities have said that anyone who goes down to the south is putting their life in danger. Now, analysts are also warning that similar strategies are being used to the ones that have been used in Gaza. Now, the Israelis have been saying that they want to put in place this buffer zone, this security zone, that they will not leave until Israelis in the north feel safe, but those terms are very vague, and many...
How anybody can talk about the buffer zone without fucking laughing or outright, like, just condemning the idea, it's fucking beyond me. Even as a journalist, I find it disgusting. Like, you're talking about the seizure of territory. You're talking about a territory seizure zone that Israel's gonna control. Like, it's like a legitimate thing to do. UNSC member nation, Lebanon, having another UNSC member, Israel, just stealing territory. We're not calling them buffer zones. We're calling them territory seizure zones, because that is what they are. There's no other way around it. Israel's looking to increase its territory. It's a pretty small country. And it's got a lot of, got a lot of enemies. And it's making more, seemingly by the day. Well, the war crime is probably not helping with that reputation.
The situation is now a humanitarian crisis. Over 1.2 million people have been displaced, and human rights groups are saying that nowhere in the country is really safe. Here in Beirut, it feels like a city holding its breath. The city has almost become a giant car park, full of cars everywhere, on sidewalks and public spaces. And these cars are of people who have been displaced and who don't know where to go. Now, the state is really struggling. It doesn't have the means to cope with this humanitarian crisis. NGOs are also struggling. A lot of them depended on US aid, which faced severe cuts under the Trump administration last year. So lots of these people don't really have anywhere to go. Basically, if you don't have friends or family you can stay with, you're in big trouble. There are also a lot of sectarian tensions that are beginning to appear. A lot of the people who are being displaced are Shia. They are looking to move to non-Shia communities that are often seen as being safer, but there's lots of skepticism. People are afraid of hosting displaced people into their homes because they're concerned and terrified that their buildings, that their neighborhoods will then be targeted by Hezbollah. Human rights organizations are also
Yeah, I mean, I would like everybody. Here's a good analogy for all of this. Imagine if Mexico declared that Texas and New Mexico and Arizona, all the states that border Mexico, evacuate. Right, like if the entire basically the entire Southwest evacuate. Do you think everybody in Colorado and Utah and California would just say, "Here, move in with me"? Come on! This is ridiculous. It's 1 million people. Where are they supposed to fucking go exactly?
warning about the horrific impact this is having on the country's children. They released numbers yesterday saying that over 370,000 children have been displaced, over 100 children have been killed since this latest war began. And psychologists and rights organizations are warning about the severe, traumatic and generational impact this will have on the country.
Olivia, another thing rights groups are also worried about is the situation in southern Lebanon, that continuing Israel's expanded operation. Some saying that preventing Lebanese civilians from returning to their homes may amount to the war crime of forced displacement.
Yes, well, the fears of an occupation in southern Lebanon are very, very real. The people who are now being displaced are often being displaced now for the second or third time since 2024. Many Lebanese people I've been speaking to have told me that they feel like history is just repeating itself over and over again. Because let's not forget, between 1982 and 2000, the Israelis occupied about a third of Lebanon, and that occupation is what gave birth to Hezbollah in the first place. Now the Israeli authorities have issued evacuation orders for about a fifth of the country in the south. Around 20% of Lebanese are under these evacuation orders, and the Israeli authorities have said that anyone who goes down to the south is putting their...
A third of Lebanon is under evacuation orders from Israel. It's like if Mexico declared 100 million people in America all of a sudden evacuate their homes. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. Now, Israel is not just committing war crime by forcing the displacement of millions of people. They're also targeting and killing journalists, doctors, aid workers. Sound familiar? Anybody?
Three more Lebanese journalists have been killed by Israel. Ali Shuaib, a correspondent for El Manar TV, Fatima Fatouni, a reporter for El Mayadeen TV, and her cameraman and younger brother, Mohammed Fatouni. They were returning from filming an early morning news story in the village of Jazin in southern Lebanon when they were attacked. Their colleague Ali Al Ahmar says the loss is not just professional, it's personal.
Whether it's this war or the last, we have a lot of memories together. Losing Fatima will have a big impact on us, but we learned how to keep going because this is our professional and ethical responsibility, and we have to honor their memory by continuing to deliver the message they were carrying.
Israel has confirmed they targeted Al Manar's correspondent Ali Shuaib. In 2022, he appeared live on television talking to Israeli soldiers entering Lebanon on foot. Tel Aviv has accused Ali of working for Hezbollah. Today's victims were killed using the infamous Israeli tactic of a double-tap strike.
After the car was hit by the first missile, Fatima and her brother were able to get out of the car. Another car coming by stopped to help them, and they were hit again with multiple strikes. That's when Fatima, her brother, and a civilian that came to help them were all killed.
Israel has killed 5 journalists in Lebanon since the 2nd of March this year. According to the Committee to Protect Journalists, Israel was responsible for...
Just to be clear, these double tap strikes show intent, right? You can't claim, accident when you strike the people trying to help the people that you struck first, right? Like there's just no way to shift culpability in that situation when you're doing a double tap strike. You do one strike, maybe you could get, whoopsies. If you wait for the survivors to get picked up by, a good Samaritan, and then you blast all 3 of them, kind of ends the discussion, doesn't it? It's a blatant fucking war crime on civilians. No way around it.
فاطمة حابب لها انه تستشهد على حدود هي عم تتابع شغلها بمهنية عادي وما كانت تتردد انها تكون على الخط الامامي دائما بالرغم من خطورة الموقف. الحمد لله يعني مش اول مرة بس ولكن مسيرة بدها تكمل وخسارة كبيرة، الشباب خسارة كبيرة من اشطر الناس.
Yeah. So young. No reason for that young woman to be murdered like that. Just because Israel hates journalists and doctors because they document their crimes and or help their victims.
Mourners were overcome with grief and anger as they bid farewell to 3 Lebanese journalists who were killed by the Israeli army.
The feeling of loss is painful, but we will not be broken.
The funeral on Sunday was held a day after the strike hit their vehicle in southern Lebanon. The target, according to Israeli Defense Forces, was Ali Shuaib, a well-known war correspondent for the Hezbollah-affiliated Al-Mana television station. They accused him of being an operative for the militant group.
His role in the intelligence unit was to film intelligence information and transfer it to the Radwan force, all under the guise of a journalist.
Fatima Fatouni, seen here recording what would be her last live cross, and her brother and cameraman Mohammed Fatouni were also in the car. In a statement, the Committee to Protect Journalists said they were investigating the killings.
We have seen a disturbing pattern in this war and in the decades prior of Israel accusing journalists of being active combatants and terrorists without providing credible evidence. Journalists are not legitimate targets, regardless of the outlet they work for.
The grief was also felt by the broader community of journalists in Lebanon, who gathered in Beirut on Saturday night to mourn their colleagues.
These repeated Israeli crimes are no longer strange to us.
Now, what's interesting is Lebanon actually has more press freedom than Israel or the UAE or many of the other countries in the Gulf. Their journalists are allowed to actually operate in the country, unlike in Israel, where they heavily suppress journalists and the media. Meanwhile, we're told that Israel's the real democracy. It's disturbing.
Israel is now committing crimes without batting an eye. Today we've heard the enemy boasting about killing Ali Shaib and taking pride in it.
The attack has angered Lebanese authorities, who have called it a blatant crime and a violation of international treaties to protect journalists.
Illegal.
Some children say school feels like a prison. For Zahra and Cynthia, it's a sanctuary. Their classrooms have become their homes, their beds hidden behind stacks of piled up desks. With 100,000 other people, they fled their homes in southern Beirut after evacuation orders from Israel, forced to listen as their homes are pounded by Israeli strikes.
And also the bombs is very, very scary, like waking up and bah, and you hear that. And everyone starts to scream and kids start to cry. Like, I want you to see at night what's gonna happen. It's very hard.
Others have fled from
Okay, yeah, as you can see, the human toll in Lebanon is already quite severe. Kids not being able to go to school, journalists being targeted. Just want to remind everybody that we got a half an hour left on the galactic content goal. You can contribute to that by doing super chats, super stickers on YouTube, even starting a membership, gifting memberships. Twitch. You can also contribute over there. Bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App and PayPal donations, as well as new Patreon memberships. All helpful. What also helps out and doesn't cost any money is following the stream on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube. Hitting that like button. All of these things. Ways that you could help out the stream and not have to pay a single cent. All right, staying in Lebanon.
Lives lost, families shattered. The war is taking an unbearable toll on those targeted by Israeli airstrikes. At least 120 of the more than 1,100 people killed in Lebanon were children.
My son is 10 years old, and my nephew is 9 years old, and they were killed. My brother was in his home, an engineer and a municipal council member. Suddenly, the Israeli army targeted this building, and suddenly my son was gone, my sister's son was gone, and my brother was gone.
It's a story told time and time again as Israel intensifies its offensive in areas where Hezbollah has a presence. But Israel's actions extend beyond military targets. Paramedics have been burying their colleagues. Dozens have been deliberately targeted and killed. International human rights groups point out that medical personnel are afforded special protection during conflict. And that must be respected. But Israel is accused of acting with impunity, as it did in the previous confrontation with Hezbollah in 2024.
These attacks are unacceptable, and there are no excuses.
They violate all international laws, and we, the ministry, we reject all Israeli accusations against these medics.
Israel is also destroying civilian infrastructure and killing those documenting these attacks. The 3 journalists killed on Saturday weren't the first to be deliberately targeted. An Israeli drone hit their vehicle, then opened fire at 2 of them on the road after they made it out of the car.
Civilians, journalists, they're not sparing anyone. They were documenting the attacks and filming the defeat and losses of the Israeli occupying army at the hands of the resistance. That is what Israel does.
Lebanon says it will file a complaint with the UN Security Council, but officials say they don't expect anything to change. Israel, they say, has never adhered to the Geneva Conventions, which govern the treatment of civilians during armed conflict.
Human rights groups and UN officials have been critical of Israel's forced evacuation and mass displacement orders in Lebanon. More than 1.2 million people have been forced from their homes. Many are in the streets. While Israel says this is meant to protect civilians, human rights groups say emptying whole areas may amount to a war crime and a strategy to permanently depopulate the areas.
Horrifying situation. It's good that we have each other to get through all of this stuff. I see some fighting going on Twitch. I'm not sure why. Because we need each other more than ever right now. All right, continuing with the discussion of Lebanon and Israel, fighting that has been going on there. Let's move on from their clear violations of international law and targeting medics and press and civilian infrastructure. Is this a woke channel? I found it on my father's iPad. Yes, very woke. Very woke, Michaela. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 6 hours ago. Heavy airstrikes within 48 hours across Lebanon kill at least 49 people, severely damaging buildings in the area. What is happening? Oh, there we go. Horrifying images on the ground there in Lebanon of the destruction Israel's been causing in what are clearly residential neighborhoods. I wouldn't be shocked if 100% of those casualties are all civilians. However, Hezbollah has been managing to kill actual soldiers in Israel's military. This, according to France 24 English from 22 hours ago. Oh, and thank you, PerfXL, for the super chat. Greens for the StreamLord. Much appreciated. I really do appreciate it. So very much. We need it to keep us alive around here. And I'm still looking at the last month, and we only got a couple of days left here in the month. We still are going to wind up with a galactic deficit next month. Unfortunately. Although I don't think it's going to be as bad as last month. So I guess that's a win. It's a small win. Small win.
Good morning. Well, we could tell you that according to the AP, and I have to say according to several Israeli ministers, the Operation Southern Lebanon should now be considered an invasion of at least the south of Lebanon up to the Litani River. Israeli ministers themselves, including the Minister of Defense, announced that no civilians will be allowed to return there until life in the north of Israel, the bordering north of Israel, returns to normal. And that is simply not happening. Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed militia in southern Lebanon, has been able to retain a very significant ability to hit northern Israel. And it's been a constant rain shower of rockets from Hezbollah and missiles, and sometimes in coordination with missiles launched from Iran. As you said, a new front has opened with another Iranian proxy group who is the Houthis in Yemen, and who are threatening to put even greater pressure on the international trade routes, I would say, not just energy, because something like 20% of world trade crosses through this 30-kilometer very narrow straits of Bab el-Mandab.
And Noga, meanwhile, there have been weekly demonstrations taking place in Israel, and they saw an especially high.
Okay. The Israeli military taking casualties already in its fighting with Hezbollah. And it's only going to get worse. Every conflict where Israel has invaded Lebanon, they have endured casualties. All right, one last with Lebanon. Rockets from Hezbollah are apparently testing Israel's defenses, adding to the number of things that Israel's Iron Dome has to focus on.
Sirens have sounded across Israel overnight after Iran launched another missile attack. The military says they were intercepted by air defenses. Hezbollah also stepped up rocket fire from across the northern border as Israeli forces push deeper into southern Lebanon. The Israeli military says one of its soldiers was killed during combat in southern Lebanon. Nida Ibrahim is following developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, in the past 24 hours, there have been attacks on Israel launched from both Iran and from Yemen. What can you tell us about where things stand at this hour?
Well, according to Israeli forces, they say that no casualties have been reported as a result of these attacks. Some of these rockets fired by Hezbollah have fell in open areas, and others have been intercepted. We've been noticing how much the Israeli leaks say that the Israelis are rationing the use of interceptors as this war enters its second month, with the continued rockets and missiles being fired from Iran and Hezbollah into Israel. According to Israeli media, the rockets that were fired by Hezbollah caused major damage to infrastructure in Al-Mutille. That's an area at the Israeli-Lebanese border. And only the damage has been assessed this morning after a tough night, keeping Israelis heading to shelters and going to fortified places as sirens kept blasting across the country.
And as we mentioned just a moment ago, Israel announced that a soldier was killed in southern Lebanon. Have we heard any more details regarding that specific incident?
Well, yes. He is the fifth Israeli soldier to be killed since this war started on the front with Hezbollah. something that many military analysts have alluded to, that the cost of pushing more troops deeper into southern Lebanon could see more casualties in this war, as we know that Hezbollah controls the ground in southern Lebanon while the Israeli forces control the air and are trying to push for more forces to go in to create what they call a security buffer zone needed to prevent the infiltration of Hezbollah forces and causing threats to communities in northern Israel. But that's proving to be more difficult than anticipated at this point. We are no.
The good old Israeli territory seizure zones. How can anybody accept that framing? Of the buffer zone. Nobody would accept this. Like, in the United States, we would never accept that. If Canada was like, all right, we need a buffer zone, you know, however many 100 miles from Canada's border. So, you know, I guess like all of Western, really much of Western and upstate New York, parts of like Vermont and New Hampshire and Maine, and I mean Detroit is in there probably. I guess it depends on where you start the border. But you just evacuate it, call it a buffer zone. It's ridiculous. Nobody would accept that here. It's insane. Why should we be accepting it when it comes to other countries? The fact is, the more that we allowed international law to slide down into the deep, dark abyss, the more likely that U.S. citizens will see the results of that. No international law, okay. No quarter for U.S. soldiers, right? No, no regard for U.S. civilians abroad. Right? Like, that's what happens, and or here in the United States. If we're out there committing war crimes, we can't expect people to not commit war crimes against us. Like, that's just the way that works. Speaking of war crimes, let's talk about Palestine. Yeah, Palestine with Palestinian poet Musab Abu Doha, who spoke at the Democracy Now! 30th anniversary earlier this week.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Well, on Monday night, over 2,000 people packed into the historic Riverside Church in New York to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Democracy Now! Speakers and performers included Angela Davis, Patti Smith, Michael Stipe, V, formerly Eve Ensler, Hooray for the Riff Raff, and a surprise appearance by Bruce Springsteen. We will be airing excerpts over the coming days.
We begin with the Pulitzer Prize-winning Palestinian writer and poet Musab Abu Toha. He fled Gaza with his family in December 2023 after he was detained by Israeli forces for 2 days. He was close friends with the Palestinian poet Rafat El-Harir, who was killed in an Israeli airstrike in 2023. This is Musab Abu Toha speaking last night at Riverside Church.
Thank you so much, Democracy Now! Thank you, Amy, Nermeen, and Juan. I mean, these are very heartbreaking moments. There is no language that can describe my feelings listening to my dear friend Rifat. He's somewhere else better than this ugly world that we are trying, all of us, to survive. It was October 12th, 2023, when I had my interview with Amy. I was still in our house in Gaza. This house has been a heap of rubble since October 30th, 2023. Just 2 days after the interview I did with Amy on October 12th, Israel killed 30 members of my extended family, including my great uncle Khadr Abu Toha, his wife, his children, the wives of his children, the grandchildren. The youngest was 4 years old. That same Khadr was the only one in my family who was interested in doing the family tree. And I ended up doing his family tree after he was killed. And that's something that I kept doing, unfortunately, to document the genocide that Israel perpetrated not only against Palestinians, but the Palestinian families. Israel has erased hundreds of families in Gaza, including some of my relatives, some of whom remain under the rubble even now. Under the rubble. She slept on her bed, never woke up again. Her bed has become her grave, a tomb beneath the ceiling of her room. The ceiling, a cenotaph. No name, no year of birth, no year of death, no epitaph. Only blood and a smashed picture frame and ruin next to her. In Jabalia camp, a mother collects her daughter's flesh in a piggy bank, hoping to buy her a plot on a river in a faraway land. A group of mute people were talking sign. When a bomb fell, they fell silent. It rained again last night. The new plant looked for an umbrella in the garage. The bombing got intense, and our house looked for a shelter in the neighborhood. I leave the door to my room open so the words in my books, the titles and names of authors and publishers could flee when they hear the bombs. I became homeless once, but the streets, the rubble of my city covered the streets. They could not find a stretcher to carry your body. They put you on a wooden door they found under the rubble. Your neighbors, a moving wall. The scars on our children's faces will look for you. Our children's amputated legs will run after you. He left the house to buy some bread for his kids. News of his death made it home, but not the bread. No bread. Death sits to eat whoever remains of the kids. No need for a table, no need for bread. A father wakes up at night, sees the random colors on the walls drawn by his 4-year-old daughter. The colors are about 4 feet high. Next year, they would be 5. But the painter has died in an airstrike. There are no colors anymore. There are no walls. I changed the order of my books on the shelves. 2 days later, the war broke out. Beware of changing the order of your books. What are you thinking? What thinking? What? You? Is there still you? You there? Where should people go? Should they build a big ladder and go up? But the heaven has been blocked by the drones and F-16s and the smoke of death. My son asks me whether when we return to Gaza, I could get him a puppy. I say I promise, if we can find any. I ask my son if he wishes to become a pilot when he grows up. He says he won't wish to drop bombs on people and houses. When we die, our souls leave our bodies, take with them everything they loved in our bedrooms. The perfume bottles, the makeup, the necklaces, and the pens. In Gaza, our bodies and rooms get crushed. Nothing remains for the soul. Even our souls, they remain stuck under the rubble for weeks, now for years. For Gaza, for Rifat al-Arir, for all our loved ones, those who were killed, those who are surviving in the streets in tents, for my 3 sisters who are in Gaza right now, for my beloved ones who remain under the rubble while we are speaking, for a free Palestine. يما مويل الهوى يما مويلية ضرب الخناجر ولا حكم النادل فيا يما مويل الهوى يما ضرب الخناجر ولا حكم النابل فيا.
That was the Pulitzer Prize-winning Palestinian writer and poet Mossab Abu Toha on Monday night at Democracy Now!'s 30th anniversary celebration.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications.
Thank you, Democracy Now! We're gonna stick with Democracy Now! Good time for a super chat like this from Sean L. Kearns. Democracy Now!, Democracy Forever, Democracy Next. UN Special Envoy. Wait, is that her job? I can't remember her distinction now. UN Special Envoy of Palestine, I think? Francesca Albanese. On with Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
An Israeli court has closed an investigation into the death of Walid Ahmad, a 17-year-old from the occupied West Bank who died in an Israeli jail 6 months after he was arrested, held without charges, and accused of throwing stones at Israeli soldiers. An autopsy showed Ahmad likely starved to death after suffering extreme weight loss, muscle wasting, and untreated scabies. Human rights groups say nearly 100 Palestinians have died in Israeli jails since October 2023. Meanwhile, local and international media outlets report Israeli forces recently tortured a Palestinian toddler in Gaza to coerce a confession from his father. According to reports from Palestine TV, Al Jazeera, and others, the child's father, Osama Abu Nasser, was detained near the Al-Maghazi refugee camp after he came under fire from Israeli soldiers. He was forced to approach an Israeli checkpoint where he was separated from his 18-month-old son, stripped naked, and forced to watch as soldiers used a cigarette to burn one of the toddler's legs while using a nail to puncture the other.
This comes as a new UN report warns Israel systematically torturing Palestinians on a scale that suggests collective vengeance and destructive intent. The report, titled Torture and Genocide, was written by Francesca Albanese, the UN's.
Isn't that a George Soros-funded group? What a George Soros-funded group? Democracy Now! Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you, stupid.
Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territory.
Are you really seriously bringing up George Soros?
In July, the Trump administration imposed sanctions on her over her report naming dozens of companies she says are profiting from Israeli occupation and genocide in Gaza. Amnesty International blasted the sanctions as a, quote, shameless and transparent attack on the fundamental principles of international justice. Francesca Albanese's new book is When the World Sleeps: Stories, Words, and Wounds of Palestine. She joins us from Geneva, Switzerland. Francesca, thank you so much for being with us. Why don't you lay out what you found in your new report, Torture and Genocide, that you just presented at the UN Human Rights Council?
Thank you, Amy and Nermeen. I've been investigating genocide for over 2 years now. So 5 out of 8 reports I've produced for the United Nations focus on genocide, acts of genocide, the context in which genocide happens, why the genocide is not stopped, the layers of complicity from states and private companies, which is the reason why also I'm sanctioned by the United States, against which now my 13-year-old daughter, who's an American citizen, is the only one to take action, suing the Trump administration. But of all the investigations I've carried out, this has been absolutely the most excruciating, that led me to say that Israel uses torture in a systematic and widespread fashion, intentionally and sadistically, to break the spirit of the Palestinians, not just as individuals, but as a people, considering the scale and intensity of torture. And I monitored torture behind bars, collecting hundreds of testimonies directly and from Palestinian and Israeli human rights organizations, but also analyzing what experts call.
Oh god, this chatter is just confirming to me how stupid they are. You think George Soros just went away, stupid. No, I don't. I've never suggested that George Soros went away. What does that even mean to you? Do you think he's the only problematic billionaire? Like, that's the other thing. It's like, people have like this fixation on George Soros. I get the sense that it's a rather anti-Semitic fixation. But he's not the only problematic billionaire. All billionaires are problematic. Okay? Not just George Soros. He's also not nearly the richest man on the planet. You know, Elon Musk is the richest man on the planet. Then it's Larry Ellison. Then I think it's like Jeff Bezos or somebody like that. Right? You know, Zuckerberg. All these other guys are way richer. They have way more fucking money than George Soros. And yet, people like you are just have a weird obsession with him. I don't understand why. Explain why you're obsessed with him, and maybe I'll engage you more. But for fuck's sake, it just doesn't make any more sense. I'm gonna have to like mute you in a second.
Torturous environment, meaning the cumulative impact of all the practices, of all the crimes that Israel has massively inflicted on the Palestinians. Again, beyond the torture, sodomization, raping in jail, the enforced disappearance, which is touching 4,000 people. This is new. This is a new crime, including for Israel, toward the Palestinians, but also starvation, constant forced displacement, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and home demolition, the fear of being always threatened with death or other crimes. It creates a torturous environment for the Palestinians, which is an essential element of genocide, and it is genocide.
Francesca, if you could elaborate on this point that you've just made and that you make in the report, namely that torture has effectively become state policy for Israel since October 2023. So what are the kinds of transformations you've seen, both in terms of Israeli security personnel as well as settlers against the Palestinians?
Yeah, I have to say that what I've investigated is something on which even the United Nations Committee Against Torture and the United Nations Independent Commission of Inquiry on Israel-Palestine had shed light already. The fact that Israel, after October 7, has massively used torture to punish the Palestinians vindictively. In fact, the concept of torture has become a state policy is something that the Committee on Against Torture found out recently. I have zoomed in. What does it mean and where does it come from? Surely one of the main engineers or architects of this, what he has called the prison revolution, is Itamar Ben-Gvir, was immediately after October 7 has declared that Palestinians in jail would not be afforded luxury treatment or five-star treatment anymore, as if it was a five-star hotel, what the Israeli prison system afforded Palestinians before.
Ay. You're not talking enough about Palestinians these days with everything else going on. Feels like they're taking the sort of, what do you call it? I can't think of the colloquialism right now. They seem to be forgotten almost by many. Wow. You asked a question. You asked a question which I answered. I literally answered the question, you fucking moron. Rachel, are you feeling okay? Do you need help? I literally answered the question. You actually never asked my sub-question, multiple sub-questions, which was one, are you talking about democracy now? Which you never answered. I even assumed that you were, and then said that they're funded by viewers like you. They say it in every single video. People around the world subscribe to them. That's where they get their funding. You weird person. You need help.
You have a mental
Find a doctor.
You have a mental health problem.
You failed again, you murdering trash.
Where my unstable girlies at?
I resorted to insults. This is the kind of idiocy I have to deal with here. I resorted to insults? What does that even do? Good God, you are borderline illiterate. Oh my God, it's not my fault that you're too stupid to have a conversation with. I'm sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake assuming you were. I had seen you in this chat before. I was giving you the benefit of the fucking doubt. Well, while we're talking about Palestinian prisoners, let's talk about this horrifying fucking story I've been avoiding for days due to just how horrific it is. But a literal toddler was abused and tortured inside of an Israeli detention center. Just a reminder, this baby didn't commit any crimes. Because he's a baby, can't even hold a gun. Look how tiny those hands are.
Jawad Abu Nasser back in the arms of his mother, Wad. He's too little to say how he got these injuries, but his family fears they were deliberately inflicted by members of the IDF. He and his father, Osama, were detained by Israeli troops when they went too close to the Yellow Line, the new military border dividing Gaza. This is Jawad being handed over to the Red Cross 10 hours later. The Israeli soldier says he's walking and talking and he's happy. But when Wad was reunited with her son, to her horror, she found he was injured.
When we got home, I saw that his trousers were covered in blood. He was in a lot of pain. When I uncovered his legs, I saw that they had cigarette burn marks. There was also a wound, possibly caused by metal, with both an entry and an exit.
We asked the Red Cross.
This is so horrifying, I can't even watch more of this. So fucking depressing. That child has been literally scarred for life, physically and emotionally, thanks to Israel. Although I guess he's one of the lucky ones, since he's still alive for now. Israel hasn't murdered him and claimed that he was on top of Hamas or something. Perf XL with a sweet super chat. Missed the goal, but had my money anyway. Oh, the goal. I almost forgot about the goal, yelling at trolls. Get a troll, forget about the goal. That's the old saying, of course. Much appreciated, Perf. That one gets us to, I think, 75% of the way through it. And I'm just going to keep the stream going, even though we didn't complete the goal. Just hope. Just hope that you know, between now and the end of the stream, that we somehow do complete it. And that will be fine. I'll be fine with that. And I will be fine with that. All right, we are not done with Palestinians from Gaza. I'm sorry, not Gaza. That was the West Bank. We're from Jesus Christ. Let's go here. Al Jazeera English next from 19 hours ago. Talk about all of the Israeli settler violence that's been happening in the West Bank since the beginning of Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about.
The month
for
of
years.
war on Iran has corresponded with a surge in violence in the occupied West Bank. There's been a spike in settler attacks on Palestinian people and their property, and those attacks have turned increasingly lethal. In March, at least 8 Palestinians were killed by settlers. 9 others were killed in Israeli army operations in the occupied West Bank. It's the highest number of fatalities linked to settler violence since October of 2023.
Kaname Kun. I was trying to figure out what was going on Twitch, and I was just suggesting that we all try and get along. Because we need each other more than ever in this moment, and sniping at one another over whatever it might be, probably not necessary when we all generally agree with one another on the direction of things, I think.
The Israeli military has responded by redeploying an entire battalion of troops from Lebanon to the occupied West Bank. Israeli forces are regularly accused of protecting settlers during attacks or joining in. Palestinians are also reporting that attacks are becoming more aggressive, settlers are openly armed, and according to eyewitnesses, shoot to kill. Adam Shapiro is Palestine Strategy Director at American Friends Service Committee, and he joins us now live from Detroit, Michigan. Thank you for being with us, Adam. I want to get your thoughts on what we just heard. What do you read into that? Help us understand what's happening here.
I think there's two things at play. One is in the immediate, is that since the launch of the Israel-U.S. war on Iran, settlers in the occupied territories have taken advantage of what they perceive to be a lack of focus or a distraction, such that they can get away with escalating violence, escalating attacks, and establishing new outposts and settlements in the occupied territories, while the Israeli government, the international community is looking away. And so we've seen
woke activists accused your baby of being a demon child? Oh, no. That's sad. I'm sorry.
That escalation,
wow.
As you refer to, the number of killings is way up, 8 in the last month, which is off the charts if it continues, and that's one trend. But the other trend is a longer term trend, and this is not about specific settlers; it's about the Israeli government. And
wait, I'm sorry. I had to, because I thought that was you. I mean, I know this isn't really Michaela, but is that really Michaela Peterson's quote unquote for last name? Why doesn't she have her father's last name? Well, that's very strange. Why would Michaela Peterson not have Jordan Peterson's last name? And instead, is she married? Is it that? Is she married? That's probably it. She's probably married. She probably took her husband's last name, like a dutiful wife.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
it's about its policy of building and establishing settlements, either intentionally by its own designs, or when settlers go and establish outposts, effectively Israeli government legalizes them in Israeli law over time. And we've just seen, I think, 30 Israeli outposts that have been retroactively legalized by the Israeli government also in the last month. So it's part of this long-term process to take as much land as possible and ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, while at the same time, we see these pogroms happening by Israeli settlers who feel empowered, who feel immune from any kind of consequences, and they're running rampant now in the West Bank.
And what happens to the Palestinian people who are there, who are living there, who are the victims of these attacks? Where do they go after these things happen?
I think over the last year and a half or so, we've seen upwards of 35, 40,000 Palestinians now being effectively, pushed out of their villages throughout the West Bank. And where are they going? They're going to bigger towns where they feel safer, where they can find community, to the cities, in shrinking areas under Palestinian Authority control of Area A or what's called Area B, although Area B also has a very robust Israeli military presence, and of course settlements. Area A, we just learned in the last 2 days, now has also started to witness Israeli outposts being set up by these settlers. So even there is not safe in any way from settler attacks, and of course certainly not from the Israeli military.
Is there any way for Palestinians to protect against these?
No, unfortunately, no. There is no way.
Yeah, how are Palestinians supposed to protect against military raids? Because all the settlers have military, help from the IDF. Meanwhile, in Gaza, actually, maybe we should, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just doing this in chronological order. Meanwhile, in Gaza, 6 Palestinians, including 3 policemen, were killed in the latest Israeli strikes. Now, of course, if Israel gave a fuck about the ceasefire, you'd think they wouldn't, be murdering policemen. Pretty sure the policemen aren't Hamas. I'm actually shocked that they still have policemen in Gaza. Now, in the occupied
And this we can
East
cross
Jerusalem,
to our correspondent in Jerusalem.
in occupied East Jerusalem, Israeli police, so people with some authority, prevented a very, 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 very long-standing tradition.
On this, we can cross to our correspondent in Jerusalem, Noga Tarnopolsky. So, Noga, as we just heard the reaction there, the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem barred from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre on Palm Sunday. What led up to this, and what's been happening?
Well, we don't fully know, but clearly it's a mishandling of matters, at least by Israel police and maybe by even the home front command of the Israeli army. It's unclear. The police have laid the blame absolutely at the feet of the army, saying that they were just following the military's rules and regulations for wartime. But even if, it's just not true, because the regulations do permit small gatherings. And one should add, no rabbi has been prevented from holding a service at any synagogue during this time, even synagogues that don't have bomb shelters. In this case, the Cardinal of Jerusalem, Pier Battista Pizzaballa, and the Custos, who is the Vatican representative, had come just with 3 assistants. So it would have been a service of 4 to 5 people in total. This absolutely is permitted. We're hearing on the one hand that it may have been a mistake by kind of street cops who did not understand the seriousness of the matter, but the police statement makes it clear that it was intentional. So right now we have not heard from the Israeli government. We have not heard from the Home Front Command. We just heard this not very clear statement from the police. And as you mentioned, we're beginning to hear.
shock of shocks that in a authoritarian apartheid ethno-theocracy, this long-standing tradition was prevented from happening. By shocking, I mean not shocking, actually, at all.
Israeli police have
Expected
prevented
type of shit.
Jerusalem's Latin Patriarch from celebrating Palm Sunday Mass. The police stopped Cardinal Pierbattista Pizzaballa, an archbishop with Catholic jurisdiction across Israel and the Palestinian territories, from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in occupied East Jerusalem in order to conduct the Mass there. He then held Mass at another location in Jerusalem. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said that the incident was an offense not only to the faithful, but to any community that respects religious freedom.
Well, we know from the Latin Patriarchate that this attendance was coordinated with Israeli occupation authorities. It was done to ensure that the Palm Sunday Mass would be conducted by a very limited number of priests, including the Patriarchate, that Mass would be broadcast to hundreds of millions of people in, Palestine and around the world who look to Jerusalem during this holy season of Easter. Now, the Patriarch was stopped on the way. He was forced to turn back. And according to the statement issued by his office, this is the first time in centuries that the Mass of Palm Sunday was not conducted in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. This is something that not only violates the status quo, the historical status quo in Jerusalem, but it also means a lot to people.
No, there was not a Jordan Peterson video being played. It was a discussion around the name of one of the chatters in here, who is named after the daughter of Jordan Peterson, Michaela. Wow, Twitch has gotten really, really quiet. Probably because of the fighting that was going on over there, I'm guessing. Got no mods. Modless. It's a disaster. Okay. Is that really Michaela or a troll? I'm pretty sure it's a troll. There's like a bunch of these that like appear in our chat. Like there's a Jordan B. Peterson one. There's FBI Director Kash Patel, I think, or something like that. There's like a bunch of these like fake right winger accounts that appear. I mean, I guess maybe some of them could be real. But I mean, I kind of doubt it. All right, let's go here next to the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Talk about Netanyahu's goals for the Middle East.
We are back, and we are joined now by Andrew Arson, professor of Arab and Global History at the University of Cambridge, whose latest piece in Equator is entitled Tearing Up the Map, Netanyahu's War to Remake the Middle East. Andrew, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thanks for having me, Emma. Yeah, it's great to be here.
Of course. So the Equator is a new magazine. People should really check it out. Doing some great work over there. You write that the Middle East is never going to look the same after this. Let's just start from a broad strokes perspective, if you could expand on that.
Yeah.
I'm almost forgetting. There's also Tammy R. Peterson, which I think is Jordan's wife. The Michaela Folder one's a new one. I've seen like a handful of these accounts.
First things first, just a little shout out to the good folks at Equator. As you said, it's a new publication, online publication. some wonderful editors, Jonathan Shainin, who used to work at The Guardian, a bunch of other great people like Ratik Asokan, who worked on this piece. And they're trying to give a kind of decolonial alternative to, publications like the New York Review, the London Review of Books, really spotlight voices from the Global South and experiences from the Global South from places like the Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa. So you're asking about the Middle East and how it'll change. Broad strokes, I mean, not to sound like a policy wonk, this is an incredibly fluid situation that's changing day by day. But I think if you look at the public statements that are coming out of, Israeli officials in particular, there is a very clear ambition to redraw the map of the region and to try to assert Israel's regional hegemony, not just vis-a-vis Iran, but also when it comes to relations with the Gulf states, the GCC states, and also Israel's immediate neighborhood, immediate vicinity, states like Lebanon and like Syria that border Israel.
Let's talk about Lebanon. There's been just absolute carnage there. Israel appears to be setting up some sort of prolonged occupation, specifically in the areas south of the Litani River. Your piece goes into the history of, U.S. policy of dividing the region. Perhaps you can talk about that present situation and put it in the context of your piece as well.
Yeah, that certainly is the fear that Israel is returning to the occupation of South Lebanon. Of course, it occupied much of that region between the 70s, 80s, and 2000. Israeli officials have been very explicit in their desire to push far into Lebanese territory, 30 kilometers from the Israeli border, from the ceasefire line, all the way up to the Litani River. Ground operations are ongoing at the moment. They're trying to push closer into areas very close to the Litani River. So there's a very long history of this, of trying to create a kind of buffer zone in South Lebanon, trying to empty the region of its population and of what Israel sees as threats to its security. First the PLO and other Palestinian organizations in the 70s and 80s. Then from the 80s onwards, Hezbollah and other kind of elements of the Islamic resistance. To put it in a regional context, I think there has been I think this war very much shows the kind of attempt to frame this in a regional context and to try to break the power of the so-called axis of resistance that emerged from the 2000s onwards, centered on Tehran, but with obviously with branches in Gaza, in Lebanon, and also up till 2024 in Syria, in the Assad regime.
Let's go back to the 1970s and the 1973 oil shock, which is where your piece kind of really begins. It all comes back to Kissinger, does it not? But let's speak a bit about the history and how kind of this modern attempt to divide the region came to be during that period after the 1973 Arab-Israeli War.
Right. So, that's one of the things that my piece was trying to do, was to think historically about this, not just in terms of Lebanon or Syria. I've written elsewhere about Lebanon and about Israel's wars in Lebanon. But to think, about US policy in the region and the way that from the 1970s onwards, and especially after the 73 Arab-Israeli war, the Yom Kippur War, the Ramadan War, and the oil shock, the oil crisis of 73, the way that successive US administrations tried to devise a new kind of regional policy that was very much about splitting the region in two. I call it in the piece kind of thinking about the region like a diptych of two distinct parts. On the one hand, trying to secure Israeli security through normalization, what Kissinger called step-by-step diplomacy, working with governments in Cairo, in Damascus, in Beirut, in Amman, to try to secure normalization with Israel and to try to sidestep the Palestinian question and the Palestinian political actors, and to try to kind of really suspend the question of Palestinian statehood. And very much linked to that, trying to neutralize the potential threat of another oil shock coming from the Gulf states. So effectively, not to put too fine a point on it, kind of buying off the Gulf states, buying off Gulf capitals, Riyadh, but also other states like Qatar, like Kuwait, like Bahrain, by providing military assistance, by selling weaponry, by training their security forces and their armies, and by trying to provide a kind of security blanket, and in that way to guarantee that they wouldn't ever again use the oil weapon, as it was called in the 70s, to try to put pressure on Israel and on the US to find some kind of just and comprehensive regional peace.
And would you say that that strategy was successful? Because we're seeing Iran throttle the Strait, obviously, and use the oil weapon, as the United States would put it, to their advantage. But the Gulf states largely have been brought under the United States' umbrella via security guarantees, but we are seeing the limits of that. And perhaps we can talk more about how the Gulf states are going to be responding to this chaotic and destructive war that's already costing them billions and billions of dollars.
Right. I mean, it's in some ways it has been successful by Washington's terms, in terms of kind of at the very
Thank you for the follow, Rosemary Bumble. Rosemary Bumblebee. I see what it is. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. It's very quiet on Twitch all of a sudden over here. Tammy is kind of forgettable. Aww. That's sad. That's sad for Tammy. By the way, just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Don't forget to hit that bell icon, the like button, while you're at it. Really helps out.
Right. I mean, it's in some ways it has been successful by Washington's terms, in terms of kind of at the very least kind of for several decades neutralizing the potential of an oil threat. It's secured some measure of normalization over the course of the 70s and 80s and 2000s. The Camp David Accords with Egypt. More latterly, of course, the Abraham Accords, in 2020, the Trump administration. But it was always a very fragile, one of the things I try to say is it was always a very fragile, very precarious kind of balance. This attempt to kind of split the region, was always an artificial separation. And there was always, of course, under running it, the threat that the Gulf states or that Iran, the other states in the Gulf could use oil as a weapon. That.
Yeah, it's quite clear that oil is being weaponized right now. It's not going well for the rest of the planet. Hefe hurts lurking. All right, Hefe, you're cleared for lurk. Let's keep this going. Keep this discussion moving. Next, talking about the massive displaced population in the Middle East as Operation Epstein Fury continues. Al Jazeera from yesterday.
It's been a month since the US and Israel launched a joint offensive on Iran. Tehran says the attacks have targeted more than 200 cities and killed nearly 2,000 people. They've also damaged more than 93,000 civilian buildings, most of them homes, but also hundreds of medical centers and schools. The UN estimates more than 3.2 million people are internally displaced, many of them fleeing major cities to rural areas, predominantly in the north. The US and Israeli attacks are having a devastating effect on vulnerable groups. Iran hosts around 4.4 million Afghans, many undocumented. Tens and thousands have returned home through the shared border to a country ill-equipped to handle the number of people in need. Iran has carried out retaliatory strikes on dozens of locations across Israel. Some of the worst-hit cities include Tel Aviv, Beit Shemesh, Arad, and Dimona. But Israel is also under attack from Hezbollah in Lebanon and now the Houthis in Yemen. Lebanon is deeply impacted by this conflict. Israel's strikes forced displacement orders, and ground invasion have displaced roughly 20% of the population and killed more than 1,100 people. Then there's Iran's targeting of countries in the region. Not only US bases and energy infrastructure, but also civilian buildings have been hit. Its closure of the Strait of Hormuz, as well as attacks on oil and gas facilities, have triggered a global spike in energy prices. Markets have been volatile. And in the past month, the price of Brent crude has gone up 60%.
Okay. What next? Cuborgdon Baz with the follow. I'm ultra-Zionist young Jewish man who is against Palestinian sovereignty. Wow, you found the exact opposite place that you should be right now. Unless you're looking to, I don't know, be around a bunch of people who I think disagree with you vehemently.
And in a major escalation, Yemen's Houthis have joined the war. The Iran-aligned group launched a barrage of missiles towards Israel on Saturday. The Israeli military has confirmed a missile was intercepted. And in Pakistan, foreign ministers from regional powers are meeting to discuss ways to end the conflict. Envoys from Turkey, Egypt and Saudi Arabia have been arriving in the capital, Islamabad. The talks will be chaired by Pakistan's foreign minister and are set to get underway on Sunday. Now, Iran has agreed to allow 20 additional Pakistan flagged ships through the Strait of Hormuz. OK, we're going to go to Ali Hashim, who is in Tehran for us. And Ali, can you just detail exactly what the Israelis and Americans are targeting right now? We're hearing a water reservoir has recently been hit.
Well, there have been several strikes in the past couple of hours. At least here in Tehran, we heard of 5. We don't know currently where they've been attacking, but what they...
Oh, Jesus Christ, we got a real idiot in chat. The only reason for any Westerners to support Palestine is the fact that they're secretly anti-Semitic. Prove it. Prove it. That's the dumbest thing I fucking heard. That's this actually, I'm trying to think back. Rachel said some really, it's just been some very stupid things said so far tonight. But that's gotta be, like, top 2. Actually, no, I think that's number 1 dumbest thing. Good job. Great job on saying the dumbest thing so far tonight. Prove it.
Announcing in the statements is that they've been hitting some state or government buildings. We heard from Tabriz, from an official in the province there, that they've been attacked on a military base. So these are what we are hearing, at least for the past couple of hours. But in general, they are hitting several places. They're hitting, of course, government buildings, but they're hitting also residential buildings. They're hitting, just like what happened earlier today and yesterday, when we saw the numbers of people killed in different areas in Iran. Also, the number, as you've been saying, has reached, after a month, around 2,000 people killed. And absolutely, there have been also attacks on nuclear facilities, just like yesterday. Some missiles hit around the Bushehr nuclear facility without hitting it directly, and that caused a lot of panic. Also, there was an attack directly on Iraq nuclear facility for the heavy water. Another nuclear facility in Yazd also was attacked. So we're hearing of different kinds of attacks, but in general, this is putting a lot of burden on the people and the state here in Iran.
And Ali, the war has now entered a second month. How do Iran's leaders think they're actually doing in this ongoing onslaught of US and Israeli attacks?
Well, you know, it's a war of how to be framed. And this is what's going on already between Iran and the United States and Israel. The United States and Israel wanted a limited operation, and actually President Trump is already calling it a military operation. They want it as a military operation that will topple the system and by killing the leader, and then Iran should surrender. This was the...
Yes, that was the idea of it. Didn't go that way, though, did it? Not even close. Look, Cubo, I have a question for you. Would you accept the same premise for any other country? Is having criticisms of China racist against Asian people? Is having criticisms of, you know, Rwanda or of Sudan or of any other country, is that racist? Is that racist against black people? If you have criticisms of Venezuela, is that racist against Latinos? Are any of these things actual examples of racism inherently? Or somehow signals of secret racism? Because on its face, it shouldn't be, right? We should be able to criticize other countries, especially ones who are being, you know, or actively committing war crimes. You would think we should be able to criticize that, right? You have a problem with criticizing war crimes in general? Like, can we criticize Russia for war crimes, or can we criticize Myanmar for ethnic cleansing? What are we allowed to do? Or is it just, we're just not allowed to criticize Israel? Is that it? I'm just trying to get a clear grasp on what you're trying to say to me right now. When is and isn't criticizing another country a signifier of some sort of inherent bias or hatred? That's what I need to understand. Oh, Oninist 2024. Thank you for the follow. Didn't notice you there. Who next? Where next? Al Jazeera English once again from yesterday. Talk about the latest U.S. and Israeli operations. Oh, wait, before we do that, I take it back. Wait, that was the one. We were just watching that one. I take it back. That was the one we were just watching. I'm totally thrown off by this fucking troll that just showed up out of the blue. Honestly, if you care about anti-Semitism, you shouldn't make this dangerous conflation. Oh god, you're clearly an unhinged chatter. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you. You're just spewing out just unintelligible thoughts. Like, what am I supposed to say to that? What am I supposed to say to that? I don't even know what you're trying to say with that sentence. It's not even really a sentence. It's just a run-on. It's just a run-on train of thought. No punctuation.
Months into the war, the shock of conflict has given way to routine. Every night, people gather in city squares to rally around the flag. This war started with a major strike. After nearly 37 years in power, Iran's supreme leader was killed in a US-Israeli attack. Tehran had long prepared for succession.
Like, I'm going to try and follow this for everyone, just so people understand what I'm talking about here. Okay, this is you. Here, I'll even bring the chat over so everybody can fucking see this nonsense. This is you. If tomorrow everybody start hating on Chinese for their government mass oppression of certain groups of people when this was happening for years long and nobody would give a then it's forced by opposite states and funding. I don't know what funding is. Funding from drug and weapon smuggling. This is one of the dumbest sentences I've ever read. Also, in the United States, that is literally what is happening here. Like, in the United States, we are constantly, like, talking shit. It is a bipartisan effort hating on China for their mass surveillance. I don't know what it's like in Israel, but I can tell you what, in the United States, that's absolutely what's been going on here. That's the one intelligible thing you said in there, but it's also wrong on its face. The rest of it, I can't even understand based upon syntax. What the hell you're trying to fucking say.
But not like this. In the weeks that followed, a new leader was selected. His son, Mujtaba Khamenei, is now the supreme leader. He has not appeared in public since his appointment, but in 2 written messages he called for confrontation, not compromise. At the same time, the war has wiped out parts of Iran's leadership. Top security official Ali Larijani, Defense Council Secretary Ali Shamkhani, Intelligence Minister Ismail Khatib, Defense Minister Aziz Nasirzadeh were all killed in US and Israeli strikes, along with senior Revolutionary Guard and Basij commanders. US President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had a plan. Short limited war, collapse or change of the system, end nuclear and missile threats, impose a new regional order. But Iran did not respond as they expected. It expanded the battlefield. Missiles and drones reached Israel, Gulf states, Jordan, and beyond. Then Israel opened a second front in Lebanon, in what it says is a fight against Iran's ally, Hezbollah. And Tehran made its most consequential move. It turned the Strait of Hormuz into a weapon, not by closing it completely, but by making it too dangerous to use. Combined with attacks on Gulf energy facilities and Israeli strikes on Iran's South Pass gas field, the war became global. The war
Yep, the United States has escalated this war into a global crisis. I love how you're just deflecting now. You're just like you refuse to actually respond to this. So do you think criticizing China is racist? Is that what you're saying? If we criticize China, we're racists? Because it seems like you're literally criticizing China right now. So are you a racist? Are you a fucking racist, dude? Do you hate Chinese people? What's your deal? Why do you hate Chinese people so much? You see what I'm doing? I'm doing you. I'm doing what you're doing. You came in here, you said everybody in here hates Jews because we're criticizing the nation state of Israel. You're criticizing China right now. And I now, based upon what I know about you and what you've said lately, I'm starting to think that you must be a secret Chinese people hater. You must be a secret racist. God, this is disturbing. Have you dealt with this? Have you dealt with this at all? Because you're criticizing China a lot. Talking about the Uyghurs. Which is a fair criticism. I mean, the Uyghurs have the ethnic cleansing of the Uyghurs is a horrible atrocity that they shouldn't have done. Well, so you're not criticizing China. You're just bringing up things that you could criticize China for theoretically, but you don't think that those are things that you wouldn't criticize them for that. I see. Ah, thank God. For a second, I thought you were a fucking racist. I was going to have to boot you from the chat. Phew. Oh, that was close. All right. All right, let's stay focused. Let's go to Iran, where Israel has been doing strikes in the last 24 hours, murdering children, according to France 24 English from yesterday.
Illegal.
Iranian missiles light up Israeli skies as sirens blaze.
Why do you keep talking about Albert Einstein? Like, you've mentioned Albert Einstein like a half a dozen times. I don't understand. What in the shit are you talking about? Why are you doing that? I don't understand. Why are you doing this? You're a very strange person. He was also born in Germany, so I don't see why you're... What? Why is Albert Einstein the fault of the United States? Jeffrey Einstein? Oh my God. Oh no, this person is clearly a fucking moron. Oh no,
You're a moron.
This is bad.
You're a moron.
Iranian missiles light up Israeli skies as sirens blared late Friday into Saturday morning. Emergency crews on the scene in...
I know what you mean. Why would I know what you mean? You said Einstein. There's a very famous person by the name of Einstein who also happens to be Jewish. Like, and you're talking about Jewish people right now, and so why would I assume it's Epstein? I don't understand. Oh, any Jewish name that starts with an E is actually Jeffrey Epstein. That's anti-Semitic, okay? Jesus fucking Christ.
After what Israel says were cluster missile strikes, killing at least one person and hitting several sites.
So I want to emphasize to all the Israeli public and those that are here inside of Israel the absolute importance of going into protected shelters. These cluster missiles have one goal and one goal only: to maximize civilian casualties.
Projectiles also split mid-air over Jerusalem and streaked the skies of Hebron in southern occupied West Bank too. East of the capital, buildings and shops left damaged in the latest Iranian barrage. In southern Tehran, rescuers pulled bodies from the rubble Friday. A pre-dawn Israeli airstrike gutted a residential building, obliterating 2 floors and damaging neighboring buildings. At least 5 children died.
Didn't they say we won't attack civilian areas? Then why did they do this?
Israel says it also struck the Arak heavy water reactor, seen here in archive footage in the center of the country. The military says it targeted the facility because it's essential to the production of nuclear weapons. 1 month into the US-Israel war in Iran, satellite before and after images show the toll of airstrikes across a changed city. Tehran's palaces, hospitals, schools, institutions, research facilities reduced to rubble.
More airstrikes in Tehran today.
Go read a book maybe about Albert Einstein. Yes, it's a good idea. You know, actually, I have a good recommendation on an Einstein book. think it's called Einstein's Dreams. Yes, Einstein's Dreams by Alan Lightman. That's actually a great book. That's a great book. I like that. It was quick. It's a quick, easy read. It's not about the life of Einstein. It's more, what do you call it? I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. All right, let's continue talking about the Israeli-U.S. death toll in Iran, which continues to rise, now over 2,000, with who knows how many thousands injured.
More airstrikes in Tehran today. Earlier this afternoon, around 1 p.m., more loud explosions around the capital. And it's becoming more evident that non-military targets are being hit. State media posted videos showing a young boy being extricated from an apartment building, a dozen people killed over the past 24 hours. A cement factory near Shiraz was hit yesterday, a steel factory in Khuzestan. The latest numbers released by Iranian officials show more than 70,000 residential units hit, 20.
Historical fiction. Yeah, that's a good way. That's a good way of describing it. Yeah, I would say it's like a historical fiction. It's a historical fiction I read when I was in theoretical, what was it, honors theoretical physics in college. And it sort of dives into different concepts of time and reality, and through the sort of through the mind. Like it's hard to describe how this book. It's weird. It's a weird book, but I liked it. It's quick. It's an easy read, and you can get I think you can get a copy for like $5. Everyone piles onto Twitch chat when it gets spicy. Hey, you know, that's the fascinating thing about the Galactic Spacecast. It's the tri-stream. You get a different experience in each stream. YouTube vertical, YouTube horizontal, Twitch. Different things happening all at once, and yet all the same. United through content to some degree. Although technically you get a different content experience actually on the YouTube vertical. You see different things than you see, and vice versa from the other streams. Staying in Iran, let's talk about the targeting of Iran's universities. Boy, oh boy, this war sounds like just a much bigger post-October 7th, doesn't it? Israel's just targeting all the civilian infrastructure in all of the countries in the Middle East, all the universities and the schools, kids, women, men. More civilians than military targets. Where is the International Criminal
As we've
Court?
reported, Iran's Revolutionary Guard has threatened to target US and Israeli universities in the region. It says that's in response to the bombing of 2 universities in Iran. One of those was the University of Science and Technology in Tehran. The Revolutionary Guard Corps has given the US a deadline to condemn the attack. Helia Doutaghi is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Tehran. Helia visited the aftermath of one of those strikes on the universities and joins us now live from the Iranian capital. So just how traumatic was it to walk through the campus of the University of Science and Technology, a place you were familiar with before it was destroyed?
There was no warning provided. Let me start with that. And I visited the university yesterday and witnessed the extensive damages to several departments, including the Faculty of Physics, the Ma'arif department, which provides, foundational non-engineering prerequisite courses to students, as well as central building where students were telling me this building was newly renovated. It provided them with the housing examination hall, auditorium, library facilities, and several offices of professors across those departments were completely dismantled. The university was home, as it names appears, science and technology, was home to brilliant students and scholars in STEM fields, and also the research and development of the indigenous satellites in Iran, including the high precision attitude control system and advanced solar panels, were made in this university. Satellite Zafar 2, Omid satellite, these were just among some of the satellites indigenously made within this with civilian operation. Used to, and their primary mission has been Earth observation with a spatial resolution of 15 meters, supporting applications such as mapping, such as resource monitoring, agriculture. These were the nature of the technologies that were being researched and developed in this university.
Helia, as you're talking, I just point out for viewers that we're looking at pictures, which I think you took at least some of those pictures during your visit to the campus, showing the destruction there. Do you see this as an attempt to de-industrialize and de-develop Iran?
That's precisely, in my opinion, what is happening. First of all, I come from a legal background, so I would like to share the legal analysis of this, where such actions constitute a grave breach of international humanitarian law. Universities are civilian objects. They're protected under Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols. And it's also in violation of Iran's right to development, as I said, why, and the role of the university in the country. The targeting of this particular university following the assassination of Saeed Shamaghdari, a distinguished professor from the same university only last week, and also putting this in the broader context, against half a century of sanctions imposed on Iran, targeting similar industries that are indigenous, that are homegrown in Iran, reveal a consistent and clear pattern, and that is the systemic deindustrialization and underdevelopment of Iran's indigenous capabilities, which have historically enabled Iran to assert its sovereignty.
Yep, Israel just wants to assert its sovereignty over every country in the Middle East right now. Completely disregard international law. And seemingly commit as many war crimes as possible in the commission of all that. I guess it's not commissioning, it's really, my brain is so shit right now. Committing. You were wondering why there was 2 YouTube streams. Well, there you go. Now you know. We have a vertical stream and a horizontal stream, so we can get the word out to as many people as possible. I've thought about adding more streams, like X and other places. Like Substack. Although I don't know if you can... I don't know how you do a Substack stream. I have no idea. TikTok. Do the TikTok streams. We probably get shut down by Larry Ellison. Alright, let's go to Iraq quickly. This is from Al Jazeera 19 hours ago, where more attacks across Iran have been seen. and the home of the president of the Kurdish separatist government was struck.
Multiple attacks have targeted locations in Iraq, which has found itself pulled into the war. The latest wave of strikes hit the headquarters of the Popular Mobilization Forces in northern Iraq. An earlier attack struck the residence of the president of the Kurdistan Regional Government. Several explosions have been reported in the city of Duhok, also in Iraq's Kurdish region. Nicholas Hack reports from Baghdad.
This is the upscale neighborhood of Karada, 42nd Street. It's a commercial area where people come and gather. And just around the corner here is where a stray drone landed. Now, we weren't allowed to film on the site, but I was able to go there to see the impact. It has minimal impact. It was a small drone, but it has had maximum effect on the Iraqi population. A sense of fear is gripping the country because there is a surge of attacks. Earlier on, there were attacks targeting the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, where Iraqi air defense systems were activated, as well as attacks in the autonomous region of Kurdistan in Erbil, where again, the U.S. consulate and U.S. air base was targeted, also the house of the president of the autonomous region. Now, you can see behind me there are checkpoints being put into place. The Iraqi security services are taking the matter very seriously.
Ay, ay, ay. Fact is the cat is out of the bag, right? Like the fuse has been lit and now it can't be unlit in this particular case. Like, it feels like it would take a great deal of to unravel this clusterfuck that has now been created as a result of the actions of the U.S. and Israeli governments. You got like a dozen different, you got more than a dozen different groups all fighting right now. Right? I mean, just count them: Israel, Iran, Iraq, including multiple Iraqi separatist groups, which will just count as just one, even though there's multiple. You got, because it's Iraqi forces, right? The Iraqi military is involved. There are multiple Iraqi separatist groups. Well, the Kurds are involved, as well as other separatist groups and or militant groups, right? You got... Syria is technically involved since Israel invaded Syria, right? You got Lebanon and Hezbollah. You got UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Arab Emirates, Yemen's Houthis. I mean, that's over a dozen. That's not including all of the other sort of side actors, right? Like, it didn't even name the United States in there just now. But you got, of course, Russia supposedly funding Iran, or at least supplying Iran with some amount of its Shahed drones. As well as, it's just, this whole thing is just fucked. Like, the United Kingdom is allowing the United States to use its air bases.
And there's a sense among many Iraqis that they're being dragged into...
All right. Let's go now to Israel, where Iranian missiles could be seen as Israeli interceptors attempted to stop them. The chat is on fire. I'm for that.
We have attacked. We have attacked.
I'm about that. What's that sound?
מטורף, מטורף. מה זה לא ישמעו בלי זיונות האלה?
אין מה שתדבר.
למה לא ישמעו? מה נסלח? רובי גבר, שרון, AP, רובי, מונגובי. מה זה היה? אפילו יודע איפה ההתראה.
This footage was seen from the West Bank. You can see the missile breaking up as it goes over Israel. The other thing that's not helping with this, which I think we're going to get to in a little bit, but all the Donald Trump's promises throughout all this are not helping things, right? Promising stuff to the Iranian protesters, supposedly promising stuff to the Kurds. I mean, I think he at least, like, it's just all bad. It's just not a good, it's not good. You can hear people racing around down there on the ground. It was not just Israel that saw strikes from Iran or Iraq. Saudi Arabia saw Iranian strikes over the last day at the U.S. Air Base.
It's one of the key staging grounds for U.S. operations in the region, which makes the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia such an appealing target for the Iranians. According to U.S. media reports, around a dozen American soldiers were wounded, including 5 seriously, and several aerial refueling planes were hit in strikes carried out by Tehran. Iran broadcast what it claims are images of the operation on national television. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard said it carried out its 84th wave of retaliatory strikes using missiles and drones. In a statement, the IRGC claimed that its operatives destroyed a number of refuelers and the logistical fleet supporting the U.S. terrorist army at the Al-Kharj base. It's not the first time the Prince Sultan base has come under attack. In a previous incident on March 1st, a U.S. serviceman was wounded and later died from his injuries. Shortly after that, Iran managed to damage 5 refueling planes that were on the tarmac. A month into the war, the Iranian attack shows that the regime remains able to strike at the heart of American assets, despite the Trump administration's claims that it's annihilated Iran's ballistic missile capabilities.
Several U.S. troops wounded in this strike, avoiding death. But how many U.S. troops have to be wounded or killed before Donald Trump says enough is enough? Or is there no limit? Does he even care? Good question to ask ourselves right now, I think. Oh, we're staying on the topic of Iranian strikes. Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates were also the recipients of these attacks the last 24
Iranian
hours.
attacks across the Gulf have continued. In Bahrain, 2 people have been injured in strikes on an aluminium plant. An Iranian attack damaged a radar system at Kuwait International Airport on Saturday. Here in Doha, the Qatari Defense Ministry says a number of drones launched by Iran were intercepted on Saturday. And the UAE and Ukraine have denied earlier Iranian claims that it had destroyed a facility housing Ukrainian anti-drone systems in the United Arab Emirates. Saint Basravi is in Dubai for us, so no let-up in the attacks across the Gulf.
That is correct. These attacks seem to blend seamlessly from one day to the next. Here in the UAE, last night people went to sleep after hearing the alerts on their phones, the sounds of alarms warning of air raids. And this morning, once again, that's what people have been waking up to as well. The Ministry of Defense confirming that it has been since last night confronting incoming threats from Iran. A similar story in Kuwait, air raid sirens and alerts at night. And again this morning, the Kuwaiti military saying that there were some 15 drone attacks on the country on Saturday, and one of them caused that fire to break out at the airport that you mentioned. And all this today, after the last 24 hours that you talked about, seeing multiple attacks across the GCC. It's been so numerous in recent days that it's safe to say there hasn't been a single country in the GCC that has not come under attack from Iran in the last week or so.
We were mentioning aluminium plants in Bahrain and the UAE have been hit. How important are these facilities and how much damage was done?
Well, what we understand is this is easily a threat to the global supply chain of aluminium. 49% are the estimates of how much comes from this region. And it is interesting that now metalworks are...
Wow. 50% of aluminum comes from the Middle East. Jesus Christ, you're shitting me. How did I not know that? That's wild. That's a wild number. 50%.
This is ridiculous.
Now, we've seen Iran carry out this tit-for-tat matching strategy where whatever comes under attack in Iran, they will target what they say are U.S.-related interests here in the GCC. We've seen that with energy infrastructure. We've seen that with civil infrastructure. We've seen that with oil and gas. And now we're seeing it with metalworks. In the UAE, the attacks on Abu Dhabi near the Khalifa port on yesterday, they targeted the Khalifa economic zone. And the Emirates Global Aluminium Company confirms they came under attack and sustained a great deal of damage, enough to affect the operations there at their smelting facilities. And in Bahrain, Aluminium Bahrain, or ALBA, confirms on Sunday 2 employees were injured, as you said, when their facilities were targeted. And what's interesting is that these attacks came the same day that Israel hit 2 steel manufacturing plants in Iran, again on Saturday. And the concern is that these tit-for-tat attacks will carry on as long as this conflict carries on. Whenever anything is hit in Iran by Israel or the United States, the GCC has faced retaliation, and the worry for people is that will keep happening. That concern is certainly coming to a fine point now, especially with CENTCOM announcing that thousands of U.S. Marines have arrived in the Middle East, 3,000.
Okay, we'll get to talking about the arrival of the U.S. Marines in a little bit. I've got a whole section on that, which is coming up. Although my list keeps getting longer. As the stream keeps going on, I keep adding videos. I should stop looking at my feed. It's not helping with that. We have made insane progress tonight. Actually, way more than I thought I would. I'm feeling like maybe I rushed through some of it somehow. I don't know how. It's possible. We've done like 20, 40, 60. Alright, I did skip a few in here. I skipped a few because it was, yeah, yeah, 80. Good God. Gotten through like 100 videos already out of 150. More than that, maybe. All right. Now, let's go back to talking about the strikes in Iran that were carried out by U.S. and Israel on its universities. Multiple universities were struck, and now Iran is threatening retaliation for that.
Now, the war between Israel, the US and Iran seems to be escalating despite regional efforts to end the fighting. US and Israeli strikes have struck across Iran overnight. Blasts have been seen and heard in Tehran and several other cities. More than 1,900 people have been killed in the attacks so far. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps says American and Israeli universities in the region will be targeted. That's in response to the bombing of the University of Science and Technology in Tehran on Saturday. And it follows what are being called extensive discussions between Iran and Pakistan's leaders. Islamabad is hosting talks on the crisis in the coming hours. Foreign Minister
Oh my God. Wow. I just want you to take a look at this. I just briefly looked at the fucking AI. I hate when I do this. But just because I wanted to pull this up quickly. There are numerous U.S. universities with branch campuses or affiliations in the Middle East, primarily concentrated in Qatar and the UAE, with others in Bahrain, Egypt, Lebanon, Iraq, Palestine. Although I don't think you're going to see any strikes here. But that's it. I'm about to start reading some other shit in a second on this, but I just wanted to throw that up there while we were talking about this because this is wild. Let's just everybody understand that, right? That's basically what we're talking about. Retaliation for strikes on Iranian universities, considering everything we've seen from Iran so far, should mean that you would think U.S. universities and Israeli universities in the Middle East are going to be targeted.
Pakistan's leaders. Islamabad is hosting talks on the crisis in the coming hours. Foreign ministers from Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Egypt are gathering in Pakistan's capital. Talking to Saudis joining us from the capital, Tehran. Let's start with the attacks in Iran overnight. What more do we know about what's been happening?
Well, actually, from the midnight onward, we have been able to hear the sounds of massive explosion. The recent one of which happened just a couple of hours ago in the early hours of the morning. And of course, it is indicative of the continuation of these airstrikes. We know that in the capital, Tehran, in eastern, western, and northern parts of the capital, blasts have been reported. And of course, we know that it is not just limited to the capital, as we received reports from the Khuzestan province, in which a water storage facility in the city of Hafgol was targeted. And of course, this is one of the infrastructure.
Okay, I found a comprehensive list on Wikipedia. Hold on. So this is in Bahrain. American University of Bahrain. Founded in 2019 in Riffa. Iraq, Baghdad. American University of Iraq, Baghdad. American University of Iraq, Soleimani. American University of Kurdistan. All three in Iraq. Jordan, American University of Madaba. American University of Kuwait, Kuwait City. American University of Beirut, American Holy Spirit University of Kaslik, Lebanese American University, Notre Dame University of Luaiz. Former Christian College of Pakistan, Habib University, Pakistan. Carnegie Mellon University, Qatar. Georgetown University, Qatar. Northwestern University, Qatar. Texas A&M, Qatar. Virginia Commonwealth University, Qatar. Cornell Medicine, Qatar. Carnegie Mellon University, Africa and Rwanda. I think that's in their range. Maybe slightly out of it. Saudi Arabia, Efat University. Bogazici University, Turkey. Abu Dhabi University, UAE. Ajman, UAE. American University of Dubai. Of Ras Al Khaimah, of Sharjah, Holt International Business School. These are all in the UAE. New York University of Abu Dhabi, Rochester Institute of Technology of Dubai, Zayed University. This is, what was that, like 24? Jesus Christ. We are acting so fucking recklessly and endangering so many fucking people right now. It's insane. Because this is what I was saying earlier. When we commit war crimes with Israel, it doesn't justify, but it makes it impossible to on the other hand, when war crimes are committed against United States citizens, like, you can't be like, oh, you committed a war crime. Like, you can't bring that to the ICJ. I mean, I guess you could, but you'd also have to probably face the very war crimes that you committed, which are possibly going to be, like, you know what I'm saying here? Iran's is going to do retaliatory strikes, right? In retaliation for the United States and Israel striking its universities, right?
Speaking of which, we know that there are several other infrastructures across the country being targeted. Also, we know that attacks have been reported in cities of Shiraz and Tabriz over the past 24 hours. The United States and Israelis are claiming that this is the actually military headquarters or military-related buildings or state-related ones, but indeed the footages are quite indicative of the very fact that this is the residential areas being severely impacted, some of them damaged, some of them even reduced to rubble. And speaking of which, the latest came from the Red Crescent saying that more than 92,000 civilian units have been targeted so far. And of course, we know that the air defense system activation is also reported not only in the capital, but also across the country.
Okay, well, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to send us to break real quick here. Because we've only had one galactic intermission so far tonight. We probably could use another. And we just crossed over the line into Sunday videos. All that we've watched have been mostly from Saturday, although there's been a couple of Sunday ones that snuck in there. A few of them are from Sunday. But yeah, quick break. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Can I hear that? All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and hit that bell icon too. Don't forget to like the stream, it really helps out. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, without the support of viewers of the Galactic Spacecast, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels. Twitch has bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. We got Cash App and PayPal, if you prefer that. Throne as well. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, everybody, the break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, everybody, we are back. 6 hours into the stream. We still got a hell of a lot for us to unpack in the last 24 hours. I also want to say thank you to an anonymous viewer who I believe is lurking in the Twitch chat right now, who donated $10 over on PayPal. But you didn't put your name in the message, so I don't know if you want to be shouted out for your great generosity. Either way, I appreciate you very much. Also, I would like to address a very stupid message, or at least what I believe to be a very stupid message, group of messages in the YouTube vertical chat. Now, I could be wrong about this. I'm hoping I'm wrong about what you're trying to say here. But let me follow you, RJ. Started off with, how many Americans do you think are going to college over in Iran, my man? To credits, hopefully, are all being earned through online classes. Now, I don't know if that's supposed to be some sort of
You are not
joke,
funny.
But you're not very funny. It's not very funny. Are you suggesting that as long as Americans don't die, that it's fine? Or something? I'm confused.
We know that there are several.
I'm genuinely hoping that's not the case, and that you're just a sane individual that I'm misunderstanding, and that I'm the idiot. Anyway, let's go here to Al Jazeera English from 22 hours ago, because we got more to talk about with the Houthis, who launched a second wave of attacks on Israel in the last 48 hours.
We've been reporting Yemen's Houthis have joined the conflict in the Middle East. Well, the group says it launched a second attack on Israel, and that it'll launch many more strikes in the coming days.
In response to the enemy's crimes on our people and our countries, and in support of the freedom of the people, we'll continue, with the grace of God, to carry out military operations in the coming days until the enemy stops its hostilities and aggressions.
Yusuf Mauri is live for us in the Yemeni capital, Sana'a. And Yusuf, are we now starting to see the Houthis widen the types of weapons, munitions used when you look at their second strike?
Yes, and this is why they also launched the drones, the Samad drones that they have used previously. These are drones that fly at a very low altitude and are able to bypass Israeli air defense system, as we have seen in the past. But now we have even warning from United Kingdom maritime agencies warning that the Ansar Allah Houthis could be on the verge of targeting ships in the Red Sea, in the Gulf of Aden, and in the Arabian Sea. In fact, the United Kingdom Maritime Agency is calling on all vessels to not go anywhere near Yemen's coastal line off the port of Hodeidah, Aden, and also in other various parts in the south of the country. The Ansar Allah Houthis are not going to be just targeting ships in the Red Sea. They're also going to be targeting ships in the Arabian Sea and even also the Indian Ocean, as we've seen them target ships before, mainly U.S. and Israeli flagged vessels. So that's the main concern right now. And I think with this new alert and notification from these United Kingdom maritime agencies, I think that they are suspecting that the next attack could potentially be an attack on an Israeli flagged vessel or perhaps even a U.S. flagged vessel somewhere in the Red Sea. What's very clear is that many experts believe their next escalation, the Houthis' next escalation, is not only just going to be targeting the Israeli military targets, but also targeting Israeli vessels and U.S. ships attempting to cross Bab el-Mandeb.
The entrance of the Houthis into this war not only opens up new fronts, but also threatens shipping even further than it had been before. People were questioning whether or not this was an actual entrance into the war by the Houthis earlier tonight. As you can see, it took about 24 hours
The
to make it pretty
Iranian-backed
clear.
Houthi group announced it's launched 2 missile attacks towards Israel, marking their official entry into the month-long war between Iran and the U.S. and Israel. Up until now, the Houthis had largely stayed out of the war, which has shook the entire Middle East and has already caused serious global economic fallout. With the conflict escalating, the group has now threatened shipping routes in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the Red Sea, a crucial passageway where 12% of world trade passes through. This strait has become even more important as the Strait of Hormuz is now effectively closed, forcing Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia to send millions of barrels of crude oil a day through the Red Sea. In 2023, the Houthis launched attacks against vessels in solidarity with Gaza. Between November 2023 and January 2025, the group attacked more than 100 merchant vessels, sinking 2 of them and paralyzing ship movement towards the Red Sea. If the Houthis start attacking vessels again, this would further push up oil prices, and analysts warn that this could destabilize marine security.
Yep, and last time I looked, which was like an hour or so ago, oil was trading above $100 a barrel again. I think it hit like $102 or something. Although I don't know where it is right now. I should probably look. $101.80 would appear. Slightly under 102. All right, to continue talking about the Houthis, let's go here to Al Jazeera next from 15 hours ago.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
I'm Marta van der Wolf, and this is The Take. As Israel's war on Gaza continues, we're coming to you on Sundays with a weekly roundup. This week, 179 days into a ceasefire, Israel has killed at least 692 Palestinians in Gaza. Yemeni Houthis launch missile attacks on Israel. Israel expands its ground invasion into Lebanon. Israeli soldiers accused of torturing toddler. Today's Sunday, March 29. Israel has killed at least 72,268 Palestinians in Gaza since October 7, 2023. Israel and the United States continue to strike Iran in what is now the second month of the war. US President Donald Trump extended a pause on strikes against Iran's power plants, claiming the two countries were in negotiations, a claim Iran denied. Al Jazeera's Tawhid Assadi has more from Tehran.
This is about 1 month, and we see the continuation of the campaign of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis here across the capital in Tehran. Overnight, we hear sounds of massive explosions in the eastern and western parts of the city, even though we are not sure about the places which were targeted. However, according to what we have seen over the past few weeks, it's not just the military headquarters or state-related buildings, but also now very residential areas being targeted, leaving concerning numbers of casualty. We know that nearly 2,000 people have been killed as a result of these airstrikes over the past 1 month. And of course, we know that it is not just limited to the capital. It goes without saying that in other cities such as Isfahan, we have reports about the explosions and drone attacks taking place, as well as the activation of the air defense system.
Yemen's Houthi group announced they joined the war in the early hours of Saturday. The Israeli military said they detected and intercepted a missile launched from Yemen. The group had warned on Friday that its fingers are on the trigger. Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim has more.
A significant escalation in a region already on high alert. In Israel, the Houthis' decision to join the battle is seen as a retaliation to strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities and an attempt to strengthen Iran's position in indirect talks with the US to end the war. It's also a message from the Yemeni group, an Iranian ally, to Washington. With exports through the Strait of Hormuz largely blocked, maritime traffic in the Red Sea could be next. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, an important commercial shipping route, is also used by US carriers to reinforce its military presence in the region. The Houthis have disrupted shipping before, attacking vessels in the Red Sea during Israel's war on Gaza.
Water has become a daily struggle in Gaza. After more than 2 years of war, water infrastructure across the Gaza Strip is severely damaged or entirely out of service.
Oh my God, the suffering that the United States has caused and or funded here in the Middle East last, few decades, few years. Pick a time, pick a starting date. It's fucking horrifying. Now, anti-war sentiment is bubbling up in Israel. Protests happening in Tel Aviv.
Public gatherings have been banned for a month now in Israel. But these Israelis are out in Tel Aviv to protest Israel's wars. Organizers called on Israelis to rally on Saturday against the government, lawlessness, and endless wars. The police response was swift and brutal. Protesters were dragged. Many were arrested.
I want to live in a democracy. And I think kind of what you just saw happen here demonstrates that kind of the police deciding that we can't even protest against the war, I think that's a huge risk.
The Israeli police posted videos from Haifa where another protest was organized, omitting the crackdown. This is the largest anti-war protest Israel has seen so far.
When it started, I was also a little optimistic that it could bring change to Iran. I think that was very naive, but that's what we've been told.
The latest polls suggest that 78% of Jewish Israelis still support Israel's war on Iran. These protesters represent a small minority, confronting an increasingly radicalized society.
The numbers are dwindling, though, on support for the war. Taking about a month for it to lose 15 points. It was over 90 at the beginning of all of this. I wonder how long it'll take for the majority of Israelis to be against it.
Lima Square, the placards of these protesters share the same message: stop the war with Iran. Several hundred gathered in the center of Tel Aviv to protest the conflict on Saturday.
We are 4 weeks into the war, that nobody actually knows what is the aim of the war, because in the beginning they said we are against the missiles, against the nuclear, maybe to take down the regime in Iran, but after 2 weeks everybody understood that it's not going to happen.
These demonstrators hold Benjamin Netanyahu responsible for the war.
Obviously, I believe that this war is part of Bibi's game plan. I don't particularly fear the Iranians, and I think that he's led the world, or at least the Americans, into a very dangerous situation.
The Israeli authorities consider this demonstration illegal, as under wartime security guidelines, gatherings of more than 50 people are prohibited.
Illegal.
Security forces dispersed protesters in Tel Aviv.
Ah, yes, the great democracy of the Middle East, arresting protesters. Yes, great democracy. Protests are illegal, don't you know? All right, let's go here to the Associated Press next from 19 hours ago in Jerusalem, where people are heading into a subdued Passover and Easter, which is coming up next weekend, as Operation Epstein Fury rages on.
I'm here at the Western Wall Plaza in Jerusalem. In normal times, this plaza would be packed with people ahead of the Passover holiday next week. But like many other sites in Jerusalem, including the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, this place is largely closed during the ongoing war. The spring holidays, including Easter, Passover, and Ramadan this year, are normally a time of hope. The seasons begin to change. But this year, as the war drags on, people will not be able to celebrate in the normal way with large public prayers or public celebrations. Unlike previous rounds of conflict, where Jerusalem has largely been spared as a target due to the presence of a large number of holy sites, there have been several missile impacts in the Old City, including just a few hundred meters away from the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound. The city's normally bustling markets are completely shuttered as exhausted Jerusalem residents prepare for another holiday under the shadow of war.
Now, more strikes from Israel, from Iran on Israel. We're seeing in the last day a factory among them. Here's the AP from 15 hours ago.
חיבור לאזור הדרום, שבאמת אני לא יודע אם מדובר, אם כוונו, היה מכוון ישירות לאזור הזה.
Look at that creepy smoke ring.
We're going to start with Noor Day, who's in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, this afternoon, there have been multiple missile attacks specifically on Beersheba in central Israel. Tell us about what just happened.
Well, there have been 9 or 10 now volleys since midnight, Cyril, and really, yes, the focus has been the Negev area, Beersheba being at the heart of those targets. And just in the past 20 minutes or so, we've received reports of at least one direct impact on a building in that city because of an Iranian missiles. It seems that it's one of those missiles with a cluster warhead, which means that it splinters into very many smaller missiles, and it has a big radius of up to 10 kilometers. And so the first responders are looking at 10 different sites where there might have been impacts. Of course, we'll update you with that. We do not have any information if anybody was injured, but certainly southern Israel has taken the brunt of Iranian missiles today and have really stayed or went to the bomb shelters for much of the day.
So southern Israel, not central Israel, my bad. There's been an attack on a chemical plant, and I think that's what we're seeing right now, the live feed of that in Beersheba. What happened there?
Well, that one is still an ongoing story. It's that chemical plant is part of an industrial zone, Cyril. It is home to 19 different factories, including one for bromine, but that plant or that industrial zone is also home to the main hazardous waste disposal facility in Israel. So it's a very high stake, very strategic kind of location. And the fact that the military censor immediately disclosed the information about the impact has to do with the fact that it could pose a public health hazard. We've seen specialized crews head to the area. We've seen even the firefighters wearing masks, taking precautions. They've been telling the residents of the area to keep their windows closed if they do not leave the area. The main highway connecting central Israel with southern Israel with Beersheba has been closed in order to prevent a lot of traffic heading to that area. There's still no announcement whether there is a leak of hazardous material, but certainly the fumes from the fire seems to worry authorities in that area, and hence all of those precautions and instructions.
Noor Day reporting from Ramallah. Thank you very much, Noor.
Here's my take. In the years after Barack Obama's presidency, it became an
hold
article
on
of
there,
faith that one of his
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, God. Well, that's an escalation, it would seem, or at least another tit for tat. Israel has been accused, or I'm not even sure who did it at this point. Israel and the United States have been jointly accused of attacking things that are going to cause environmental and health harms in Iran. Now it's happening in Israel with that factory. Really? Things really getting out of hand quickly. All right, let's get Fareed's take. Can't wait. The real consequences of Trump's Iran. Actually, you know what? I'm going to hold off on this one. We're going to go back to this later. When we get to... It makes more sense to do it, like, here. Also, Fareed's always pissing me off. I want to like Fareed, but it's very difficult. Instead, let's go here, where more missiles were spotted soaring over Jerusalem as as strikes across the Middle East continued. All right, screw you, Fareed. We'll be back. Looks like some of these attacks are making it through. You can see a flash of light over across the other side of the skyline here. You thought I was going to say an orphanage. Nope. Now, back in Iran, Israel carried out an airstrike on a news media station, right? Like a TV station, a Qatari news channel.
Let's cross now to Tehran and speak with our correspondent, Reza Sayah. Reza, I hope you're staying safe. What's the latest on the ground today?
Yeah, from our limited vantage point here in Tehran, things seem quiet for now. It's impossible to report on what's happening elsewhere. Over the past 24 hours, we did hear more airstrikes here in the capital and saw reports of others elsewhere in Iran. And I think it's important to stress that every day it's evident from our vantage point that non-military targets are being hit. State media showing residential buildings hit, at least a dozen civilians reported killed this weekend. 2 university research centers reported hit over the weekend, including one here in Tehran, a cement factory near Shiraz. 2 of Iran's leading steel factories hit. Iran's foreign minister condemning the bombing, saying these attacks show that the U.S. and Israel were never concerned about Iran's nuclear program or any imminent threat. Their true intention, the foreign ministry says, was to destroy Iran's economic and intellectual infrastructures. So Iran is taking a lot of hits, but they're hitting back. Iranian state media reporting hundreds of missile and drone strikes against U.S. bases and assets in Bahrain, the Emirates, Jordan, and Israeli targets. Missile and drone strikes against a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia injured 10 U.S. servicemen and also damaged several American refueling aircraft, as well as an American Ajax plane. These are high-tech reconnaissance aircrafts used for detecting targets, enemy aircraft, and for the overall managing a war zone.
Now, Reza, we know that the foreign ministers of South Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt have been meeting in Pakistan to look for ways to de-escalate.
This whole thing is it's just completely out of hand. So many fucking war crimes. What are we even supposed to do at this point? I mean, I just keep pointing them out, but you're not supposed to attack journalists. This is clearly another war crime. This is the Qatari media company. As you can see, the building reduced to rubble. That was a TV station. Completely decimated. Now, Pakistan has been seeking peace talks with Iran and other people. The only people they seem to be able to get to come to Pakistan to talk are the Gulf states right now.
To bring in Osama bin Javed as he joins us now from Islamabad. And Osama, these quadrilateral talks in Islamabad are focused on de-escalating this war. Can we realistically hope to achieve anything from them?
Well, that is exactly the hope that is with all of these foreign ministers who've arrived. There's been a flurry of diplomatic activity in the last few hours where we've seen the foreign ministers of Egypt, Turkey and Saudi Arabia here in Islamabad. They have been talking on bilateral terms with the foreign minister of Pakistan, and now this quad meeting is underway. This is a format which was made into a negotiating format, essentially, to pave way for talks between the Americans and the Iranians. There are expectations that they will be able to find some sort of an off-ramp, but so far it is just paving the way for it. They're getting all sides to agree, giving the demands of the Americans to the Iranians and vice versa. To discuss that further, we're joined by Ambassador Asif Durrani, who is a former ambassador of Pakistan to Tehran. You've been in Iran since the 1990s, and you've served there as an ambassador in the early 2000s. Tell me, what gives you hope that this meeting could pave way for some sort of an off-ramp?
Well, whenever there's a political activity or diplomatic activity, there is always a hope. That's besides the point that in the previous two occasions, in June last year and in February this year, those hopes were dashed because they were having negotiations. But on both times, Israel attacked Iran, followed by the United States. This time,
you notice who's missing from this list? This is foreign ministers from Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia meet in Islamabad in an effort to end the war. You know who's not here? Iran, United States, Israel. Those would be the people you need. Turkey didn't start the war. Egypt didn't start the war. Saudi Arabia didn't start the war. Pakistan
war.
also didn't start
It was
the war.
expected that it will end in a week or so, but it has not. It's now entering the 5th week. So, which is why I think the glimmer of hope, I would call, is through this mediation.
What are they mediating? Between Bonesaw and like, seriously. What is being mediated here? In my opinion, this is gonna collapse the Gulf states. The more I think about it, like this is, you know, like some degree, possibly a long time coming. But you know, the facade of the Gulf is all coming crashing down. And now it's just a bunch of principalities run by a bunch of theocrats. A bunch of fucking... It's just, you know, it's just a bunch of theocrats sitting on oil money and getting protected by the United States, who've been banking on that for years. They're having that all come home to roost now. Speaking of coming home to roost, U.S. carrier Gerald R. Ford came into the Mediterranean, arriving in the Red Sea. As U.S. forces continue to build up in the Middle East. Here's a clip from Forbes breaking news. It's 15 hours ago now. This whole thing has got me so stressed. It's got me so fucking stressed. We were literally the beginnings of what would appear to be World War III. At a time when we need the exact opposite of all this. We need unprecedented peace. Not the beginnings of potentially unprecedented war. Now, another strike Actually, what am I talking about? No, I'm looking in the wrong place. Let's talk about de-escalating. Let's talk about de-escalating this war. Channel 4, 2 days ago.
Allahu Ahad, Allahu Samad.
On Iranian television, revolutionary guards praying amid their missiles in an underground tunnel. State propaganda, yes, but also evidence of the forward planning which has kept Iran fighting this past month, making America's own planning for this war look woefully inadequate. Only a third of Iran's missiles have been destroyed for sure, according to US intelligence officials. Their anonymous briefing seemingly contradicting Donald Trump's claims that he has already won. The Pentagon says American airstrikes have hit more than 10,000 targets. But the more it trumpets military success, the more hollow it risks sounding. Mr. Trump's own timetable gives him another 2 weeks to wrap up this war. And unlike him, the Iranians seem in no hurry. By the Strait of Hormuz, the usual chants of death to America and death to Israel. However hollow that sounds, this regime is gloating at the genuine chokehold it has on the global economy. The strait is still blocked to most shipping, with 2 Chinese ships among those turned back today.
China.
Some 11 million barrels of oil a day lost in transit. And today Iran doubled down. This newsreader quoting the Revolutionary Guard as saying the strait is still closed.
I'm going to skip past this one. Mostly because things aren't de-escalating. They're re-escalating. Now, let's go here. See what Fareed Zakaria has to say. He's going to take. Fareed's take. Oh, okay. What are the real consequences of Trump's war with Iran? Tell us, Fareed.
Here's my take. In the years after Barack Obama's presidency, it became an article of faith that one of his central errors in foreign policy was the Syria red line. He said that he would attack Syria if it used chemical weapons. But when evidence emerged that it had used those weapons, he pushed the question of intervention to Congress, which declined to act. A disaster, Donald Trump called it at the time. A cause of generational and reputational damage, said then Senator Marco Rubio. Part of an incoherent maze of foreign policy, Pete Hegseth argued a few years later. In ignoring a red line that he had drawn, Lindsey Graham explained Obama had risked squandering American credibility around the world. Obama's red line flip-flop looks like the model of careful policy making compared to what we have witnessed since the Iran war began.
Wait, so Fareed is making the fucking claim that it's a flip-flop just because Obama couldn't get Congress to sign on? Fareed's takes are always the fucking worst. All right, continue, Fareed.
Last week, President Trump posted on social media that if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. The rest of the story is well known. Iran refused to be cowed by this threat and continued its attacks and its closure of the strait. Trump's response? To quickly climb down and announce that he had postponed any action on energy infrastructure for 5 days, claiming that suddenly, overnight, Iran and the U.S. had been engaged in productive conversations toward a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, quote unquote. The Iranians denied any such talks were taking place. Now Trump says he's extending the pause by another week and a half. It is by now clear that Donald Trump is being graded on a curve. When he says he will raise tariffs to 130%,
Good morning. Well, we can tell you that,
or that he will
according
blow
to
up
the
Iran's
AP,
biggest
and I have
gas
to say,
field,
according to several Israeli ministers, the operations in Lebanon,
What the fuck?
at least the south.
Why did that video just start playing? Hold on. Jesus Christ. What the
There
hell?
until life in the north of Israel, the bordering north of Israel, returns to normal, and that is simply not happening. Hezbollah militia in Lebanon has been able to retain an ability to hit northern Israel, and it's been a constant rain shower from Hezbollah and missiles, and sometimes in coordination with missiles launched from Iran. As you said, a new front has opened with another Iranian proxy group who is the Houthis in Yemen, and who are threatening to put even greater pressure on the through the
Where does this tab even exist? The tab doesn't exist. It's like phantom tabs just appear and like start playing. I have no idea how the fuck this happens. This is so stupid. I gotta restart my fucking browser. It's apparently too stupid. Just making up, just randomly deciding to play videos that don't exist on my. It just, I don't even know how it happens. It's such a weird fucking thing. I'm exhausted tonight. I don't know what it is, but I am beat. I'm just so fucking sick of Donald Trump and his fucking bullshit. I'm just so fucking sick of it. It is so infuriating and yet simultaneously monotonous. It's like, it's just, I don't even know. It's like living in some like alternate reality. But it's just reality. We're just living in a reality dictated by a guy living in his own just creating his own alternate reality. It's weird. It's like a weird vibe. I think it's just it's just been stressing me out. Day in, day out. We gotta fucking put up with this nonsense.
Edging closer to boots on the ground, the US Central Command confirmed Saturday on X that the USS Tripoli, usually based in Japan, has arrived in the Middle East. The amphibious assault ship is the flagship for a contingent of 3,500 Marines and sailors. Saturday, the Washington Post reported the Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations, though Donald Trump is yet to approve the deployment. According to the report, ground operations would not constitute a full invasion force. Instead, special forces and amphibious assault troops would likely target strategic islands in the Persian Gulf, such as Karg Island, a key node in Iran's oil industry, seen by some as a potential way to pressure the Iranian regime.
Okay, why the fuck won't this go full screen? This is the most annoying fucking thing. There we go. Oh my god. Alright, I think I solved it. Let's talk about the troops that have arrived in the Middle East as of 12 hours ago.
Edging closer to boots on the ground, the US Central Command confirmed Saturday on X that the USS Tripoli, usually based in Japan, has arrived in the Middle East. The amphibious assault ship is the flagship for a contingent of 3,500 Marines and sailors. Saturday, the Washington Post reported the Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations, though Donald Trump is yet to approve the deployment. According to the report, ground operations would not constitute a full invasion force. Instead, special forces and amphibious assault troops would likely target strategic islands in the Persian Gulf, such as Karg Island, a key node in Iran's oil industry, seen by some as a potential way to pressure the Iranian regime. Though US officials have refused to be drawn on any plans for a ground invasion.
In terms of why there's deployments, number one, the president has to be prepared for multiple contingencies, which I'm not going to discuss in the media. And again, I refer you to the Department of War, who will probably tell you the exact same thing. But we can achieve all of our objectives without ground troops, but we are always going to be prepared to give the president maximum optionality and maximum opportunity to adjust to contingencies should they emerge.
Oh, yay, maximum optionality. Great. How exciting. Yeah, I know the visual.
To discuss all of this further, we can now bring in Dr. H.A. Hellier, Senior Fellow at the Royal United Services Institute for Defense and Security Studies. Thank you so much for joining us today. Now, as we've been discussing, it's been 4 weeks of fighting. President Trump has said that the U.S. has all but obliterated Iranian military abilities. He's portraying Iran as a defanged adversary. The Israeli military is saying that it's rendered roughly 70% of Iran's hundreds of missile launchers inoperable. And yet, Iran continues to carry out devastating attacks, launching 20 to 30 missiles a day. So how do we square what's happening on the ground with what's been said by the officials?
Thank you very much for having me. So I think that this simply reinforces that we've been told many times different things by the American administration over the past month that have to be not taken, unfortunately, at face value. We've heard that the regime has actually changed. Donald Trump said that a few days ago. Of course, it hasn't changed. The military capacity has been severely degraded. That's true. But I don't think that you can argue that it has been all but annihilated, because otherwise, indeed, the Iranians would not be able to carry out the attacks that they have done so over the last few days. So I don't think that we can take at face value at all what the administration is saying. I think this is all part of really two phenomena. One, that unfortunately we get a lot of, how should we say, alternative facts, as the Americans say, when it comes to this administration. But then also, this is, quote unquote, a part of the fog of war, an intentional fog. And of course, the Iranians do this tremendously as well. Okay, but you did ask me about the Americans, so I want to be clear about that.
Okay, and Dr. Hellier, I want to bring up another figure that the U.S. military has been touting. They're saying that the number of attacks that Iran has launched since the beginning of the war has declined by roughly 90%. But that's not the same thing as saying those strikes have eliminated 90% of Iranian drones and missiles, is it? So at this point, does Washington really have a good idea of how many missiles and drones Iran has left?
So unfortunately, you'd have to ask them that question, because again, we're going off of what the administration has said themselves. I personally think that the intelligence capacity of the United States should be able to provide them with accurate information when it comes to this. Whether or not they actually release that as such is a different question entirely. Now, again, of course, Iran's military capacity has been degraded and reduced. But we also know that they can rebuild and that they can restock. So the question is, how much has it been degraded, and how permanent is that degradation going to be, and what sort of impact and damage on not simply this particular conflict vis-a-vis the U.S. and the Israelis, but also in terms of international prices for energy, access to oil, and so on. I think.
Another war for oil, huh?
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Now, according to Iran, IRGC troops, among other military factions, are apparently waiting for U.S. Marines to arrive.
Hello, I'm Karen Giannoni. The Speaker of Iran's parliament has warned the US that Iran's military is waiting for a ground attack and ready to rain fire upon any troops that try to enter Iranian territory. He claimed Donald Trump is planning a ground operation in secret. His comments come as fresh reports in the Washington Post suggest the Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations in Iran. The Pentagon hasn't commented on the reports yet. More than 3,000 US troops arrived in the region on Friday on board the USS Tripoli. But Donald Trump has claimed in recent days that talks with Iran have been going very well. Meanwhile, Iran has threatened to target Israeli and American universities in the Middle East in retaliation for a strike on a university in Tehran. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps warned staff and students, as well as nearby residents, to keep a distance of 1 kilometre from American universities in the region. It comes as the Houthis in Yemen say they'll keep targeting Israel in the coming days after launching their first attacks since the war began. The group, which is backed by Iran, says it fired 2 waves of missiles and drones on Saturday. This report from our World Affairs correspondent Joe Inwood.
High above the Middle East, an Israeli jet refuels, ready for another operation. This is the image the US and Israel want to project, of precision, of control. But on the ground, it appears very different. Iran is still fighting back. There are reports in the US that the use of ground troops is now being considered.
I feel like Donald Trump just sees the troops as being expendable. You know, considering he took the last dignified transfer as an opportunity to market some of his latest merch on the Trump store. Don't think he cares too much about the troops. By the way, just a reminder, everybody, please follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube so that you can get all of the latest galactic content at your fingertips. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals.
Thousands of Marines are in the region. The Washington Post says they may attempt to take either Karg Island or launch coastal raids. Responding on social media, the president simply said, no, Trump is not losing his nerve on Iran. But the threat of ground forces is clearly being taken seriously. The Speaker of Iran's parliament told the state news agency the enemy openly sends messages of negotiation and secretly plans for a ground attack. Our men are waiting to set them on fire and punish their regional partners forever. And that punishment is already being felt. This was Kuwait airport yesterday, while the UAE said it suffered its heaviest attacks in weeks. The news that the Houthis, an armed Yemeni faction aligned to Iran, have now joined the war opens a new front.
Our armed forces carried out the second military operation using a barrage of cruise missiles and drones, targeting several vital and military sites of the Zionist enemy in southern occupied Palestine.
The Houthis could threaten the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which has provided an alternate route for some Saudi oil. If that were closed, the consequences for the global economy would be devastating.
Oh, I think this is the lowest viewers we've had on YouTube horizontal in quite some time. I wonder what it is. Maybe everybody else is exhausted too. Maybe that's a sign. Well, I guess we still got like 50 people watching. It's just weird. It's weird. Earlier there was nobody on Twitch. Now there's nobody on YouTube horizontal. It's very strange. The tides have turned. And which stream has the most viewers? It's actually YouTube Vertical that's winning right now. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'm on something too, Christy. Okay. I think I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. From this BBC clip to Channel 4 News, talk more about this Iranian force awaiting U.S. troops.
In Iran, powerful explosions hit Tehran and the port city of Bandar Hamir as Israel carried out another wave of strikes. Israel killed another 2 paramedics in Lebanon as it continued to target Iran's ally Hezbollah amid widespread anger at an airstrike that killed 3 journalists yesterday. An Israeli soldier was killed in southern Lebanon as Iran and Hezbollah continue to fire missiles at Israel and its troops. And aluminium facilities in Bahrain and Abu Dhabi were hit by Iranian strikes following attacks on Iranian steel plants. Iran has also threatened to attack Israeli and American universities in the region if the US does not condemn the bombing of its universities by noon on Monday. And after Iran's Houthi allies in Yemen joined the war firing missiles at Israel, the EU's naval mission issued a shipping alert for the Red Sea. It's feared the Houthis will resume attacks on ships in the Bab al-Mandab Strait, exacerbating the economic crisis caused by Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Amelia Jen reports.
Another night of explosions in Tehran as the US-Israeli war against it enters a second month. Here in a video released today by the Iranian Red Crescent Rescue Organization, a survivor is found beneath the rubble. Thank God, one of the response teams says as he confirms his name. Among the buildings struck were the offices of the Qatar-based news channel Al Arabi, with 10 people injured.
The missile hit, the ceiling and everything fell on our heads. It was a real miracle that we survived.
Days after the American Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the war would be over in weeks and not months, the Washington Post reports that the Pentagon has drafted plans for ground operations, with Donald Trump to be asked whether or not to sign them off. Previous US ground invasions have been controversial, deadly and costly.
Yep, this whole thing is getting very costly. It's costing a fuck ton of money. It's costing lives. Many thousands of lives at this point. Just a bunch of senseless, unnecessary violence. All right. I think we're going to go to the Al Jazeera live stream. Second to last video of the night, everybody. Great job for making it this far. We never did complete that galactic content goal, I'm just realizing to myself. Or did we? No, I don't think we did. All right, update us, Al Jazeera. Tell us what's happening right frickin' now.
Israel's military now being ordered to push further into Lebanon.
Well, this seems to be the Israeli strategy. They're very adamant on diminishing the threat of Hezbollah, on disarming the group, and part of doing that requires them, according to the Israeli defense minister, to push deeper into southern Lebanon, not just to the south of the Litani River, but also they're talking about areas in the north, because they have been saying that a significant number of rockets being fired from Hezbollah are being fired from the north of the Litani River. They talk about capabilities that the group had that they did not anticipate, that they had been underwhelmed or basically underestimating the power of Hezbollah. But since this battle, since this round of fighting between them had started, we've been hearing more and more officials saying that Hezbollah has hundreds of rockets. Some of them can reach very far away places, as we've seen in the beginning of the war. One mid-range missile managed to arrive or to hit areas in Beit Shemesh, that's very close to Jerusalem, a place where there's a lot of Israeli strategic assets and military sites. At the time, it was revealed that it was a satellite station that had been hit, but this is something that the Israelis have taken very seriously, and they've said that they need to push more soldiers and occupy more lands in southern Lebanon in order to achieve that goal. Whether they will be able to do that, it's very contentious, according to certain military analysts who say that the Hezbollah has the upper hand when it comes to the battles on the ground, can know the lay of the land very well, but they still argue, the Israeli defense minister, that they have the support of the US, that they have the military technologies, that they have control over the air as well. So you're seeing this debate being reflected in Israeli media amongst Israeli officials, but what's clear is that the government shows no intention to backtrack on its plans to push further and deeper into southern Lebanon.
Okay, Nida, hang on there, because I want to get more on this from Beirut now. We can cross to Zena Houthis standing by for us there. So, Zena, we have this growing advance, this growing offensive in the south, and still Beirut is being struck as Israel tries to root out Hezbollah.
Yes, yet another strike targeting Beirut's southern suburbs. It came with a warning, the Israeli military saying that it intended to target those neighborhoods. The majority of people who live there, the hundreds of thousands who used to live there, have left. They left weeks ago, but there are still a few people who return to their homes or who sleep in their homes simply because there aren't enough shelters in the country. But one of those strikes targeted an apartment in a residential building, signaling that this could be a targeted assassination. We've seen a number of those attacks in the past weeks since this latest confrontation began. So Israel continuing airstrikes, not just in Beirut, across southern Lebanon as well, as its troops push further into Lebanese territory.
And Zena, this advancing offensive in the south is having implications for everybody, not least the UNIFIL teams that are there, and indeed one peacekeeper has been killed.
An Indonesian peacekeeper killed when a projectile landed in one of the UN's positions in southern Lebanon. These UN peacekeepers are basically trapped in a war zone, a very active war zone. The UN not saying who was responsible, saying that they've launched an investigation. The UN headquarters also in Nakura, basically under the control of the Israeli military, because the Israeli military is in Nakura. I spoke to the spokesperson of the UN peacekeeping force. What she told me was that they are still able to move, but unlike in the past, they don't just coordinate with the Lebanese army. They now have to coordinate with the Israeli army, because to avoid misunderstandings, because the security situation is very volatile. The Israelis have really pushed deep inside Lebanon, reaching Bayada, for example. They are a mere 8 kilometers south of the city of Tyre. They've made advances in other areas as well, but Hezbollah continues to fight back. What Hezbollah is trying to do is bog down the Israeli army in a war of attrition, make this a costly operation. But what the Israeli military is trying to do is avoid direct combat by trying to encircle Hezbollah's strongholds, besiege them, prevent supply lines, cut supply lines, so Hezbollah fighters cannot sustain this fight. This battle has only just begun. Even though the Israeli military controls territory, the big test will be consolidating control and making sure that Hezbollah cannot target their positions and Hezbollah cannot fire rockets across the border.
Maybe Israel should stop doing stuff that would cause Hezbollah to do such a thing. Like invasions or missile strikes. Or doing that genocide that they love so much. Well, final video of the night. All the way in North Korea, where the president of Belarus made a visit with Kim Jong-un.
Все правильно.
다 정확히 하셨습니다.
оружием владеет Ким Чен Ын.
무기를 잘 다루신다는 것이 아닙니다.
감사합니다.
도와드리겠습니다.
На всякий случай, если враги появятся.
혹시 적들이 침범해 오면
Just in case any enemies show up.
из 30 разнообразных иллюзий из этого сделано.
Спасибо.
There you go, Belarus's president showing up with a giant new Kalashnikov for any enemies that might show up. Okay. This is the vibes of the international world right now. The geopolitical clusterfuck. Boy, oh boy, what a weekend. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, TB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Oh Noip, Nadia, Jokey, Scalps, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican New York, Wheelan Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show with your eyes and ears. Just go down and enjoy. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.